Death sentience. Some bodies sing an old melody, an inner reverb like rain chanting. A song from before turtles had shells, and one cell who believed he should live forever. A while later, life came to feel like living inside a sandwich. Oh, great blue bread and cloud spread. Oh, to be consumed by something larger. But some bright startup flickers in the darkness of your body. A new technology has all your cells raging. Inside you, factories crank out undying devices that play an old tune from before turtles could sing. A dim village grows into a blazing city. But who can stop a song from being sung? It's like you're in a pool reaching out for a ball, but it spins and dips and flies away. What is the answer to the answer for us?
In the midst of a global pandemic that is exposing radical inequalities in U.S. society and in our healthcare system, it seems appropriate to reflect a bit on what cancer narratives can tell us about these kinds of issues. French philosopher Simone de Beauvoir's account of her mother Françoise's death from cancer in the early 1960s, a book titled A Very Easy Death, is a great source for this. The signs of Françoise de Beauvoir's cancer weren't read right. By the time it was finally diagnosed, it was too late. She was already on her deathbed. Simone de Beauvoir clearly describes how, both in the lead up to her mother's diagnosis and in the month that she lay dying, her mother's doctors were dismissive of her concerns, condescending about what one of them even called her little life, and obsessed with their own heroic feats rather than the quality of life of their patient. The title of this book is ironic. It's a reference to how her mother's doctors and nurses described her death, and we of course see only the opposite. But Beauvoir also acknowledges that her mother's death was a relatively privileged one, and that inequalities in the healthcare system make other people's deaths even worse. And I'm going to read an extract from the book now. What would have happened if Mom's doctor had detected the cancer as early as the first symptoms? No doubt it would have been treated with rays, and Mom would have lived 2 or 3 years longer. But she would have known, or at least expected, the nature of her disease, and she would have passed the end of her life in a state of dread. What we bitterly regretted was that the doctor's mistake had deceived us. Otherwise, Mom's happiness would have become our chief concern. The difficulties that prevented Jeanne and Poupette from having her in the summer would not have counted. I should have seen her more. I should have invented things to please her. And is one to be sorry that the doctors brought her back to life and operated, or not? She, who did not want to lose a single day, won 30. They brought her joys, but they also brought her anxiety and suffering. Since she did escape from the martyrdom that I sometimes thought was hanging over her, I cannot decide for her. For my sister, losing Mom the very day she saw her again would have been a shock from which she would have scarcely recovered. And as for me, those 4 weeks have left me pictures, nightmares, sadnesses that I should never have known if Mom had died that Wednesday morning. But I cannot measure the disturbance that I should have felt since my sorrow broke out in a way that I had not foreseen. We did derive an undoubted good from this respite. It saved us, or almost saved us, from remorse. When someone you love dies, you pay for the sin of outliving her with 1,000 piercing regrets. Her death brings to light her unique quality. She grows as vast as the world that her absence annihilates for her, and whose whole existence was caused by her being there. You feel that she should have had more room in your life, all the room, if need be. You snatch yourself away from this wildness. She was only one among many. But since you never do all you might for anyone, not even within the arguable limits that you have set yourself, you have plenty of room left for self-reproach. With regard to Mom, we were above all guilty these last years of carelessness, omission, and abstention. We felt that we atoned for this by the days that we gave up to her, by the peace that our being there gave her, and by the victories gained over fear and pain. Without our obstinate watchfulness, she would have suffered far more. For indeed, comparatively speaking, her death was an easy one. Don't leave me in the power of the brutes. I thought of all those who have no one to make that appeal to. What agony it must be to feel oneself a defenseless thing, utterly at the mercy of indifferent doctors and overworked nurses. No hand on the forehead when terror seizes them. No sedative as soon as pain begins to tear them. No lying prattle to fill the silence of the void. She aged 40 years in 24 hours. That phrase, too, had obsessed my mind. Even today. Why? There are horrible, agonizing deaths. And then in the public wards, when the last hour is coming near, they put a screen round the dying man's bed. He has seen the screen round other beds that were empty the next day. He knows. I pictured Mom, blinded for hours by the black sun that no one could look at directly. The horror of her staring eyes with their dilated pupils. She had a very easy death, an upper-class death.
Alice Lorraine Hampton Bryant. Half this, half that. Racially tan, she was often with short, natural hair before it was called natural, then afro, without explanation. Mistaken for Ethiopian, Egyptian, or Sudanese. She was Leonard's only daughter, raised a tomboy, his center and ghostly other. When he died, she cried like the bereaved lover. She came out of a strictly human cast, or so she told her children, told us to think of ourselves, not mere apostrophes of a captive, despised race, but larger than that, mere coincidence of a natural fact. She'd written the prepared script of her own life, and then rue the day, since she'd been running buddies with Lorraine Hansberry. She spun out other orbits where we could create as well, with our own going beyond a single category as the primary consideration. She quotes Shakespeare and Rousseau, yet the two were confused in our minds. Distant contradictories. Yes, a way to make anew, yet a longing to be right here. While in our darkening minds, we tended to those ever-present dangers. We were captive to her half-baked vision, her rage so mired with stately reference to our true humanity. Our own individuality took us away from the what is that made our physical features so African-seeming, feeling so like a sting against the levelings of freedom marches, the cause, the crusade. To diffuse her otherworldly energies that the unconscious country at the time would not accept, she developed other strategies, block club meetings, church women proceedings, demure political and social verities, as well as a petition to keep a bus terminal from being built in our stiff middle-class neighborhood. A real ball of wax that deflected and yet oddly defined the real issue, the singular cause to pass on to us in those overheated 60s, a sense that we weren't really just black, but to her something more than that. And she, on the contrary, took offense at this newly arrived consciousness and spoke not of black, but Negro history as an almost corrective for those then shark-infested waters. The riots were her plum to eat with relish to prove her own point about the pit buried deep in the sweet flesh. She cast empirically based judgments upon this seemingly new, emerging race. The more things change, the more they remain the same. She was resigned as the whole west side of Chicago burned and Fred Hampton lay in a bullet-riddled heap on his bed. She offered me better advice, more down-to-earth common sense, as a matter of personal survival in those troubled times. Think not of yourself as educated, sensitive, cultivated. If you join the rabble and a white policeman sees you, none of these things count. To him, you're just a nigger. So the answer for her was to finally withdraw and quietly build her own domain, make it invisible as well as intractable should anyone unworthy try to enter and face the loneliness of her truly lost cause, as she did herself, dying of cancer just after turning 50, in her bed, obstinate, taciturn, still in her own words, self-reliant, her whispering, deflated voice over the phone telling me, her only son, I'm not dying. Cancer's a doctor's hoax. It's a question of mind over matter. Don't rush here for me. I'll beat the crap. I'll make it through. You'll see. But the what is finally had its day. And later my sister bitterly turned to me and said, I saw her dying into a heap of skin and bones. You should have never believed her. You should have been there. Forgive me, Sean, for abandoning you. What you say is true, but as her only son, in the end, I could have only done what she wanted me to do. It is the loneliness of that senseless and unfounded hope she spoke of that I speak to you now, for Claire, for you.
The Sick Wife and What It's Like by poet Jane Kenyon.
And The Ship Pounding by her husband, poet Donald Hall. Each morning, I made my way among gangways, elevators, and nurses' pods to Jane's room to interrogate the grave helpers who tended her through the night while the ship's massive engines kept its propellers running.
The sick wife stayed in the car while he bought a few groceries. Not yet 50, she had learned what it's like not to be able to button a button.
Week after week, I sat by her bed with black coffee and the Globe. The passengers on this voyage wore masks or cannulae, or dangled devices that dripped chemicals into their wrists. I believe that the ship traveled to a harbor of breakfast, work, and love.
It was the middle of the day, and only mothers with small children or retired couples stepped through the muddy parking lot.
I wrote, when the infusions are infused entirely, bone marrow restored, and lymphoblasts remitted, I will take my wife, bald as Michael Jordan, back to our dog and day.
Dry cleaning swung and gleamed on hangers in the cars of the prosperous. How easily they moved, with such freedom, even the old and relatively infirm.
Today, months later at home, these words turned up on my desk as I listened in case Jane called for help or spoke in delirium.
The windows began to steam up. The cars on either side of her,
ready to make the agitated drive to emergency again,
pulled away so briskly that it made her sick at heart.
For readmission to the huge vessel that heaves water month after month.
And once, for no special reason, I rode in the back of the pickup, leaning against the cab.
Without leaving port,
Everything familiar was receding fast. The mountains, motel, Hulda Courier's house, and the two stately maples.
without moving a knot,
Whatever I saw, I had already passed.
without arrival or destination, its great engines pounding.
This must be what life is like at the moment of leaving it.
Cancer is a mean disease. Watching a loved one suffer the pain of this disease was an experience that altered every single aspect of what I assumed to be true about life and death. My mother was diagnosed with cancer on July 29, 2009, when a large tumor was discovered in her ureter just outside of her right kidney. She died almost exactly 1 year later on July 30, 2010. Everyone in the family assumed the cancer was treatable. No one knew that her diagnosis was stage 4 bladder cancer. She kept that part of the story to herself. I was my mother's primary caretaker over the year that she tried every treatment available to her. I was visiting my mother at her home in Minneapolis for a weekend in July 2009 when she complained of an ache in her lower back. She was popping extra strength Tylenol every 6 hours to help alleviate the pain. On Saturday, we golfed and went shopping, and she seemed okay as long as she took the pain medication every 6 hours. We returned home after a long day and went to bed early. I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of my mother's moaning. I went into her bedroom to find her rolling around on the floor, crying in pain. She told me to get a bucket from the bathroom. I returned with the bucket, and she began vomiting. I grabbed my phone to dial 911 when the pain suddenly stopped. She looked at me surprised and said, "That's funny. The backache completely disappeared." She was able to get up off the floor and sat down on her bed. "We're going to the ER," I said. She was hesitant but reluctantly agreed after I told her that the pain would eventually return. Once in the ER, the pain came rushing in again. The ER nurse gave her a shot of morphine and she was off for testing. The hospital waiting room was relatively empty at 2 in the morning, so I lay down on one of the couches and started organizing my thoughts. What could possibly be wrong with my mother? At 67, she was healthy, active, and excited about life after retiring a few months earlier. My mother and I were very close and very much alike. Since moving to Minnesota in 2002, I spent almost all my weekends with her. My mother was luminous but could get tight in the eyes with grief. She experienced a lot of loss in her life. She lost a husband to divorce and a sister, lover, and second husband to cancer. I think my mother appeared to be vulnerable, but she had a high tolerance for all kinds of pain, and to me, she seemed invincible. Lost in my thoughts, I fell asleep. A nurse woke me at 5 a.m. to tell me that I could go see my mother. When I entered her room, she said, "I have something to tell you. It's cancer. I have cancer." I was stunned. How could this be? How could the love of my life, my person, get cancer? The oncologist, a woman in her 50s, came in to talk with us about the next step. As always, there was a cocktail for this type of cancer, and the first ingredient was chemotherapy. Because I was the only child living in Minnesota near my mother, and I was on a sabbatical from my teaching position, I became her primary caretaker. So it began, the new normal, as they say. We developed rituals right away, and the world became very small. Our days were filled with appointments, trips to the grocery store, and sitting together talking. My mother began to share things with me about her life that I never knew. An affair, childhood trauma, and other events that were significant to her. Looking back, I wondered why she was sharing her secrets, but now I realize that she knew something that I did not. That is, stage 4 cancer, equals death for her. While my mother's body was rearranging itself from the cancer and chemotherapy, my body was turning inside out with anticipatory grief. I didn't realize it at the time, but I think it was the beginning of my processing the loss of my mother. The chemical and surgical interventions meant to cure the cancer were making my mother's suffering worse than the very disease that was killing her. The treatment recipe wasn't working. I was made aware of this when my mother called me in March of 2010 to tell me that she was terminating her treatment. I was on my way to a Fleetwood Mac concert with a friend of mine when her call came in. My mother had undergone months of chemotherapy, an unsuccessful surgery, and now was in the middle of radiation when the treatment burned her bowel. This was the final straw for her. I asked her, "Who else have you told about your decision?" I wanted to be prepared for the frantic phone calls from my siblings. My mother replied, "Well, I know, God knows, and now you know." Something inside me shifted. I knew in that moment my mother would not survive. During the last month of my mother's life, we sat together often in silence. The 2 days before she died, we were resting in the quiet when she turned to me and said, "I want my mommy." I was shattered. Not knowing how to respond, I began to sob. My mother looked at me and said, "But you're my mommy now." The loss of my mother to cancer still sometimes consumes me, even 10 years after her death. I am full of an emptiness that I can't seem to let go of. Cancer stole my ground note. My mother told me that she was certain that she would get a new body when she died, a body that she said I may not see, but I will feel. She was right. She moves behind me. Like I said, cancer is cruel, but it made me recognize my own mortality and brought me to the very edge of human experience. To watch the dying is a gift that taught me that there is nothing essential besides loving and being loved, and that love doesn't just disappear when someone dies. It exists in a place where I can be with my mother anytime. It's a space of peace and grace.
Good morning and welcome back to day 2 of Nobel Conference 56, Cancer in the Age of Biotechnology, Hope, Equity, and Access. A special welcome to those of you who are joining the conference for the first time today. I'm Lisa Heltke. I call myself the chief learner of the Nobel Conference, although my official title is director of the conference, and I'm also a professor of philosophy here at Gustavus. And a longtime Nobel Conference attendee. I attended my first one as a freshman back in 1978. This morning I stopped into the Trader Joe's to pick up some yogurt. And as I was checking out, the very helpful checkout clerk said, "What are you missing today?" And I said, "Well, I'm missing large gatherings." And indeed, it has been, as my committee members have said, both exciting and lonely to be experiencing the conference this way. We're happy that you're all staying safe, and we hope that in the very near future we're able to welcome you back to campus. There are so many people who are making even this version of the conference happen. I've mentioned before our friends here at Heroic Production, where I'm joining you from. And I also want to say a special thanks to our marketing team who have had to reinvent themselves and reinvent this conference, especially my sidekick, my partner in crime, Barb Larson-Taylor, who coordinates all special events at Gustavus, and this year has also been coordinating the campus's incredible COVID-19 efforts. So she has been juggling 2 very, very heavy balls this summer. In addition to Barb, Neely Prenslow designs our beautiful imagery that take the original image of the poster designed by Sharon Stevenson. Neely turns it all into the many looks that you see on the Nobel webpage and elsewhere. Anne Volk is the office manager in the marketing department, and she coordinates all the pieces behind the scenes. Tim Kennedy, Vice President for Marketing. Also, J.J. Aiken and C.J. Seward, who, in addition to the many ways in which they have been tweeting and broadcasting this conference, have also been organizing and coordinating the booth, or actually the laboratory down at Gustavus, where we have a second studio, where my colleague is meeting right now. Just a reminder that we are tweeting and Facebooking this conference, and I invite you to join in on that. We are at Nobel Conference on Twitter. If you want to post photos, for instance, maybe of yourself, where are you viewing this conference? Please send it and hashtag Nobel56. We're also on Facebook at Nobel Conference. Also a reminder, you can submit a poll question at any time. You can do that by going to Poll Everywhere. So the address for that is pollev, that's POLLEV.com/Nobel56. So that's POLLEV.com/Nobel56. And then you can also do that by texting Nobel56 to the number 22333. And just a reminder that we use Poll Everywhere both for you to submit your questions and also for you to take a little poll that we conduct after each talk. You can submit a question about any of the speakers at any time, even though it will say, submit a question about the particular speaker that you're just listening to at the moment. But please send those in and know that the way that we use them is we look at patterns in those questions and we sort of take the temperature of the audience and to find out what are you thinking about. So it's very helpful for us to have them. You won't recognize your exactly worded question coming out of any of our mouths, but know that we are taking those into account and folding them together. One of the exciting things that has happened since I last spoke with all of you is that another of the Nobel Prizes has been announced. I love the fact that we have the conference at the same time as that other Nobel thing is going on, the Nobel Prize announcements in Stockholm. Today's prize announcement was the chemistry prize. And as a science watcher, I'm not myself a scientist, I felt a particular thrill of excitement when I recognized both names of the winners of this year's this year's prize. And I was excited not just because it is two women who received the prize, making them the 6th and 7th women ever to win the Nobel Prize in chemistry, but also because I knew both of their names because a few years ago, my colleague Laura Burak in biology and I had been on the Nobel Committee when we were developing the conference on reproductive technologies. Jennifer Doudna and Emmanuelle Charpentier received the prize for their leading role in the development of the CRISPR-Cas9 technology, about which you heard Laura talk a little bit yesterday. You heard Carl June talk about it as well. I say they were the leading actors in that because, as you know, scientific discovery takes teams of people. One of the requirements of the Nobel Prize Committee is that the prize can't be given to more than 3 people. And indeed, over the years, that's been a source of some contention because, well, it takes more than 3 people to make science. But as many of the news stories today say, it is very clear what an incredibly formative role these 2 women had. So rather than me gabbling on about something at the edge of my knowledge, I'm going to welcome to the stage, as it were, my colleague Laura Burak in the Department of Biology. Laura, welcome.
Thanks, Lisa.
Good morning. So as long as we started there with CRISPR-Cas9, were you excited when you heard the announcement?
I was, very much so. They've definitely been on my own personal sort of prediction list of who might win the Nobel Prize for several years now. So back when we were planning that conference, I think probably would have been about early 2016, they were definitely on my radar then as possible people that might eventually win a Nobel Prize.
And several have noted that this was really very rapid. I mean, fewer than 10 years. I think about one of my favorite winners of the Nobel Prize, Barbara McClintock, whose work was scorned when it was first developed, and she waited generations, it seemed to me. Certainly 30 years, maybe 40 years before that groundbreaking work was honored. So this is pretty fast, isn't it?
Yeah, so I think the original paper describing the bacterial system that underlies CRISPR was first published in the early 2000s. And so they were not involved in that work. Their main contributions was sort of recognizing that this incredibly almost obscure system in bacteria that protects it from bacterial viruses called phage could be altered in order to alter cells in mammals, cells in humans. And so
So
it really was that taking of a system and sort of applying it to the potential human genome editing system that's really sort of what their contribution really was.
And am I right that that original system was Streptococcus?
Yep. Some of the original work using CRISPR was actually related to yogurt. So if you think about yogurt, there are a lot of bacteria that need to be present within the yogurt. And so phage infection in a yogurt culture is incredibly detrimental, because if you don't have the bacteria because they were killed by the virus, then that would be something that would be essentially making the yogurt not work anymore. And so some of the original work on the CRISPR system actually comes out of food manufacturing and thinking about how to better make yogurt by protecting the bacteria that make yogurt from phage infection.
That's amazing. For me, for a couple of reasons, I have to say, because one of my sisters worked for years trying to figure out how to limit phage infections in yogurt. I really hope Sybil is listening right now. Small world. So tell us, yogurt has been discussed twice this morning, but in point of fact, the Nobel Conference is not about dairy products, although it's a personal topic, favorite of mine. But what is the relevance of this? Can you just review, maybe there are folks just joining us, why are we talking about CRISPR at this conference?
So we're talking about CRISPR at this conference because of its ability to modify the human genome. And so what's happening is in the bacterial system that was discovered in the early 2000s, it's sort of a proto-immune system for the bacteria. So the bacteria take up little pieces of the viral DNA, and it gets integrated into their genome. And then the CRISPR system essentially takes that little piece, turns it into what's called a guide RNA, and then goes and finds the viral DNA and cuts it. And so it turns out that being able to cut at a very specific place is one of the things that we need to do in order to edit genomes. And so what Doudna and Charpentier did was modify that system so you could essentially design that guide RNA rather than just relying on what was there, and design it to match whatever sequence you wanted. And then that could then match up with a specific place in the human genome. And then that could either make a deletion or allow for a change, an insertion of a new gene in the human genome. And so really in genome editing, it's a targeting system. It's what allows scientists to say, this is the one place in the genome that we want to change, rather than sort of randomly introducing DNA into the genome and hoping that it goes somewhere good. This is what allows the specificness. So certainly there's some concerns still about off-target effects with CRISPR, but its level of specificity is incredible relative to the other systems that existed before it.
Mm-hmm. And now some of the questions that have come in from the audience explore some of those worries and challenges. One question came in yesterday after Dr. June's talk, or a strand of questioning about, are there any risks in the use of a virus, right? It feels like, gosh, couldn't it accidentally still be an infectious thing that could be inserted into a human being? Can you talk about that worry and about why, hopefully we need not worry?
Yeah, so the infectiousness of the viral system that Dr. June is using has really been completely eliminated. So there's a lot known about how retroviruses work and how they actually need to sort of go through a series of steps in order to become infectious through the production of the viral particles. And so if you don't have the viral particles, there's no way for it to be infectious. The CRISPR uses viruses. Well, it was originally designed against viruses, but there are no actual viruses involved in CRISPR itself, because the system is somewhat separate from the actual sort of virus uses. I think that there are still potentially concerns about unintended consequences that come from genome editing. So, as I mentioned, CRISPR is really remarkably specific, but there is some off-target effects. So if you think about you told it to go to this one exact gene, it goes there 99.9% of the time, but then occasionally there would be the possibility that it could have an effect on a related gene or something like that, with a sequence that's close but not exactly what you were trying to target. So the sort of concerns are there, and I think when you think about embryo modification, those become especially important to think about. But what has been found through a number of different clinical trials recently, including one that was published from Dr. June's group, is that modification of cells through CRISPR and then putting those cells back into the human body seems to be safe. So in February of this year, Dr. June was involved in publishing a study that was a small clinical trial that used CRISPR to modify human T cells and then put them back in cancer patients. And so what the main findings of the study were is essentially that there were no negative effects of these CRISPR-modified T cells in the patients. The specifics of the immunotherapy did not work as well as hoped. This was sort of working towards the solid tumors that we talked about yesterday as being more difficult, but the actual CRISPR itself was shown to be safe, and so that's probably the biggest advance that came out of that treatment. There are also other human clinical trials that are being done right now using CRISPR to do things like alter the mutation that causes sickle cell anemia and do those types of things. So those, I think, have been shown to be specific enough to be safe. If anything, it's more specific than a lot of the other drugs that might be used, for example.
Which is a really nice point, that we might be looking at a better, still problematic, but better than the existing alternatives choice. And that's a good point.
Yeah, and so I think that in general, whenever you think about these types of therapies, if you have someone that is completely healthy, the risks of doing this type of treatment are higher because you're essentially, any negative side effects would be worse than the situation you started with. But if you have a really severe disease, then the small risk of off-target effects is probably outweighed by the fact that there's potential benefits. And so I think all of this is sort of a weighing the evidence, thinking about what do we know, what's risky, what's not risky, and sort of going from there. And one thing I really admire about Dr. Doudna and Dr. Charpentier is the way that they've been really thoughtful in their approach to discussing how this technology should be used in a sort of responsible and ethical sort of way.
And arguably, we who are not scientists or even necessarily science watchers have an obligation to really think through these moral questions for ourselves, because they are not necessarily always that far away from real humans living real lives and making real choices. Thanks for that explanation. So Laura, your mention of a paper by Dr. June makes me think perhaps this was one of the papers that you and a group of students talked about this summer. Could you talk a little bit about the reading discussions that you hosted leading up to this conference?
Yeah, so over the summer, I worked with a number of different student groups. So there were a number of students that signed up purely just because they were interested to participate in reading groups over the summer. And so we went through each speaker and we read one or more papers about their work and about also we read some newspaper articles about their work, sort of placing it in the larger context. We talked for several of the researchers about how their work was being applied to COVID-19. So we read, for example, some of the work from Dr. June, thinking about how his work in the CAR T therapies could be applied to potentially treating some of the cytokine release consequences that are seen in severe cases of COVID. And so it was a really great opportunity for me to learn a little bit more, as well as for the students to really engage. And certainly this was not the only way in which students have engaged in the planning and the execution of this conference. So students, I worked with a group of students in a class actually back a year and a half ago now. So they helped plan, they helped select some of the speakers that we see today. They helped plan the original drafts of the program. So those of you that are looking at the program know that the original drafts for a lot of those articles were written by students at Gustavus. Gustavus students have also been part of the planning committee, even if they weren't part of the class. So the Gustavus Nobel Conference Instagram was initiated by a student, for example, and they've really been amazing partners in this. And I think it's so great to see then how they have the opportunity to talk with speakers. So I talked to a couple students that were student hosts yesterday after they had their question and answer sessions specifically with the speakers, and they were so excited. It was very fun to talk with them.
Yeah, what Laura was just describing is we have a wonderful program where students are able to be hosts of the speakers, and usually 2 or 3 students are paired with a presenter, and it's a competitive process. Students apply for this honor, and usually they get to spend 2 days hanging around with them and getting them coffee and newspapers and talking over meals and just generally having an opportunity to absorb the work of these great thinkers. Unfortunately, that has been vastly telescoped due to COVID-19. But yesterday, during the lunch hour, many of the student groups were able to meet with a number of our presenters individually. So one presenter in a Zoom room with a group of students who were particularly interested in their work. And that will continue over the next through the course of the day, so that all of the presenters have very graciously given a little bit more of their time to just meet with our students, which is, as Laura said, it's a real thrill. I always tell students the story of my making a ghastly mistake as a Gustavus undergraduate when I mixed up the name of the presenter. I was talking with the name of basically his archenemy, and I've sort of never forgotten that moment of great humiliation. But we learn from those, right, Laura? We learn from those.
Absolutely.
Let's see. I'm curious how you've mentioned some of the learning that you've done, but what have been some of the biggest learnings for you during the course of the last 2 years of preparing this conference?
So I think that I came into this conference with a fairly strong understanding from my own research background and teaching on the sort of molecular biology side of cancer. But what I hadn't really realized and had as much chance to really dig into is as much of some of the social science research on psycho-oncology and on the underlying causes of cancer disparities. So certainly I was aware of cancer disparities and we talked about them in my classes, but I had less understanding of the sort of depth of the research that goes into understanding these underlying causes. I also learned about a lot of the exercise physiology, exercise oncology research that's happening. So I knew, of course, that exercise was important in cancer based on my own sort of textbook knowledge, but I didn't realize how precise those prescriptions are becoming. And I think that that's partially just because, as Katie Schmitz talks about, the number of trials has increased exponentially. And so if I think back to when we started planning this in early 2018, there just simply weren't as many exercise oncology sort of trials out there as there are now. Another aspect that I learned about was the sort of technical side. So I knew that antibodies were more difficult to make. I've been involved in making antibodies and other proteins in the lab. And so I was pretty aware of how complicated they are relative to buying a compound off the shelf. But I don't think I'd really thought about the depth of how many different steps there are in this process. So for example, one of Jim Thomas's publications is all about shipping of biologic drugs and how to think about how shipping is more complicated than it is for other types of drugs. And so I think that the levels of all the different ways in which you have to think about new things in order to make these biologic drugs and distribute them and store them, I think I have an increased appreciation for that through the conference.
I was struck yesterday when Jim Thomas said to Shanita Hughes-Halbert, basically, I didn't know what you do exists. And I was charmed by his honesty, but also just struck by the fact that despite the fact that all these folks work in cancer, quote unquote, work in cancer, the vast breadth of disciplines that are involved in thinking about this work really means that you can be very siloed and not understand what's going on in another field where, we put those two speakers next to each other because we saw some of the questions of access that they are thinking about as being quite closely aligned, or certainly within a phone call of each other, sort of, to speak metaphorically.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I think that that's actually one of the things I love about being at a liberal arts college like Gustavus, is the fact that in addition to the Nobel Conference, which is obviously this type of opportunity, but simply in our classes, we do that type of intersection in a way that I didn't experience, for example, as a postdoc at a large research institution. So
Right.
I really appreciate that sort of interdisciplinary and integrative feel that we get to have every day.
I was talking to a friend at an R1 university once, and I just said something like, oh yeah, the mathematicians and I were arguing at lunch the other day, and she said, do you have any idea how difficult it would be for me to have lunch with one mathematician, let alone a whole table full of them? And Laura, I wonder if you want to say a word about that, actually, hearkening back again a couple of years to when you were involved in Nobel Conference 2017 and the interdisciplinary teaching that you and Margaret Bloch-Kazi and Yuri Hong and Maddalena Marinari did.
Yeah, so a couple years ago, when I was involved in planning the earlier conference, we decided to design a series of first-term seminar courses that were focused around the topics of the Nobel Conference, and then we got together and taught those. I'm actually teaching a revised version of that FTS class this semester on genetic testing and genome editing. So I actually just discussed CRISPR with my first term seminar class the other day. So I will be very curious once we get back together to hear what they have to think about the Nobel Prize. But then after that, we also taught 200 level seminar classes that were really focused on conducting research in different disciplines. And one of the things I was really struck by is in the class that Dr. Marinari and I taught together, we looked at history research and biology research, and we really thought about the ways in which they're similar. And it turned out that we ended up thinking that they were a lot more similar than we might have going into it. And if anything, at the beginning, people thought that science research might be more difficult. And in the end, they realized that maybe history is actually more difficult to research than biology because you can't do the manipulations that you can in a biology experiment. So I think it was really enlightening for all of us. We had incredible student comments about how they'd been in all these different classes and they'd seen connections, but this class and sort of this explicit pushing of interdisciplinarity allowed them to see connections in their other classes that they maybe hadn't even seen before. And so they were thinking back 3 years in their classes and saying, oh, I now see this connection that was made. And so in the new general education curriculum at Gustavus, there's going to be capstones for all students that sort of help with that process. And so Dr. Marinari and I are in fact teaching that class again as a pilot for the capstone program this spring.
That's wonderful. And Dr. Marinari, just by the way, is a history professor who herself just won a really exciting grant. Laura, do you happen to have some of the specifics about that? Not to put you on the spot about your colleague's research grant, but I bet you know.
Yeah, so she's looking at the impact of COVID on immigrant populations. And so I think in the same way that we saw that theme of how COVID is impacting cancer and the sort of ways in which the different panelists are thinking about the impacts of COVID and how the sort of foundations of public health are being sort of both built up in some ways and in other ways completely disrupted. She's looking at that in immigrant populations. And so I think that this is really a chance to sort of think about how does the structure work? So when we think about all of these different disparities, the same type of disparities that we see in cancer are also occurring with COVID-19. And obviously, Dr. Hughes Halbert has been involved in sort of thinking about that more deeply. And there's also been a lot of work on sort of ways in which delaying cancer treatment might be problematic for different populations. And so it's a pandemic that's caused by a virus, but it has much, much bigger effects on health than just the viral infection. And I think that's really important to keep in mind, that public health is not a separate system that you can just pull out whenever there's a pandemic, but instead needs to be an integrated system that's sort of always on everyone's mind.
Mm-hmm. Really well put. And thanks for being up on that wasn't on our list of things to talk about, so I appreciate it's one of the things about being in a place like Gustavus also is that we really are able to share each other's good news. And even in a pandemic, it spreads pretty rapidly. And we were so delighted for Madalena Marinari's wonderful receipt of that award. I think, 20 awards in the world? Something ridiculously tiny. And she and a group of students are the winners. So it's really exciting. It's our Nobel Prize, right? Mm-hmm. So let's see. I want to make sure that people know that we have a full slate of events happening today, and that those lectures will be spaced out 2 this morning and 2 this afternoon. And then in between those lectures, there is time for you to see a number of the other things that have been created for this conference. Also at noon, again, there will be a time for discussion. You, the audience, can join a Zoom discussion. Now, I don't want to get us behind already. Today, it looks like the clock has clicked over to 10, which means it's my cue to introduce my colleague in the Department of Health Exercise Science. She might be a familiar face to you if you have been watching the live stream, because she is the face of the cooking team, Associate Professor Stephanie Otto. Thanks, Stephanie.
I am honored and humbled to welcome Dr. Catherine Schmitz to the 56th Nobel Conference. Dr. Schmitz is one of the leading researchers in the field of exercise oncology. Her work has challenged the medical norms and raised important questions about the role of physical activity in cancer management and treatment. Dr. Schmitz received her bachelor's degree in economics, and out of her passion and interest in dance and physical activity, she went on to receive master's degrees in exercise science and public health and a PhD in kinesiology and exercise science. She currently serves as professor in the Department of Public Health Science at Penn State. Dr. Schmitz is passionate about showing the world the power of physical movement for disease prevention and management. Her most notable work revealed that regular, prescribed resistance training under the supervision of trained exercise specialists did not cause increases in the occurrence in lymphedema among breast cancer survivors. In Dr. Schmitz's most recent work, her team looked at the impact of home-based exercise with or without the combination of weight loss among breast cancer survivors with lymphedema. Dr. Schmitz has served as the president of the American College of Sports Medicine and championed the Moving Through Cancer initiative to help get the word out about the role of physical activity for cancer management. Dr. Schmitz is committed to the integration of science with practice and has helped work to develop the recently released Certified Cancer Exercise Trainer certification through the American College of Sports Medicine. Please help me welcome Dr. Catherine Schmitz.
Hello, my name is Dr. Catherine Schmitz. I am a professor at the Penn State College of Medicine. I am speaking to you from our technology-enabled one-button studio, where I'll be giving my lecture. And I would like to thank the conference organizers for their kind invitation to speak with you all today about exercise oncology. I send greetings to my fellow presenters and to audience members who will no doubt create quite a lively discussion for us at the beginning of October. I'll also say a huge thank you to staff member Jared Heitzenrotter, who just started with me in my lab and is forming my audience off camera today. So, all right. I'll also have you note that I have all of my social media handles on my title slide. I am on a mission to try to make exercise standard of care during and after cancer treatment, and use social media as a platform, so I invite you to join me there. So I'll start my talk by giving a historical perspective on issues of exercise and cancer, beginning with the deepest history of understanding cancer from the Edwin Smith papyruses, which describe a bulging tumor of the breast, which was grave and for which there was no treatment. And I start with this in order to underline and underscore the fact that in the history of our understanding of the disease cancer, it's only been relatively recently that we have understood the biology of cancer in a way that it would start to make sense that exercise would play a role for its prevention, in helping with its treatment, and with recovery and survival from cancer. The history of exercise for health goes not quite as far deeply into antiquity. Most people know the Hippocrates quote about exercise and health, but actually the deeper history is from 600 BC, when an Indian physician by the name of Sushruta was quoted as saying, "Exercise makes the body stout, strong, firm, compact, and light, enhanced growth of limbs and muscles, improved digestion and complexion, prevented laziness, and reduced senility." He was indeed prescient, as you'll see from my talk. If we continue on our historic journey, if I focus on the relationship between physical activity or energy balance and cancer from the perspective of epidemiology, we have evidence that goes back over 100 years to Ewing, who described no improvement in cancer with the big improvements that were happening in public health at that time, which related to sanitation. So we had improved sanitation for the public, but what he found was that the people who were heavier, we would say now a higher body mass index, showed no improvement with regard to their risk for cancer. And in fact, he found that the people who ate better and had a higher BMI actually had a higher likelihood of developing cancer. This is still an active hypothesis. We're still interested in the role of energy balance and cancer risk today. In 1921, two University of Minnesota investigators, Silverson and Dahlstrom, uncovered the likelihood of cancer death was inversely associated with the muscular work of a given occupation in a retrospective cohort study. In 1984, we have the first of what might be called the modern era of epidemiology on physical activity and cancer. And this was the first of many, now hundreds, of retrospective cohort studies, case-controlled studies, and prospective cohort studies that link physical inactivity to colon cancer. By 2019, there had been hundreds of observational epidemiologic studies in the literature linking physical inactivity with risk for cancer, as we will review after I'm done with my historical perspective. From a preclinical model perspective, so now we're talking about what we know in antiquity, in history, about the relationship between physical activity and cancer from the animal model. And so in exercise oncology, there is actually a very robust group of investigators that are really interested in understanding mechanisms by which physical activity would have its effects on the development of cancer, treatment of cancer, and prevention of recurrence or survival from cancer. And that work is seen as truly novel. Well, it is, and it is exceedingly important work, but there is also a history to that work. In 1935, Bittner showed that in altering the diet of mice, the age of cancer incidence depended on the physical condition, the amount of wheel running that the mouse did. In 1944, all the way to 1955, there was work happening at the esteemed Wistar Institute in Philadelphia by Rush and Klein, One study showing lower growth of transplanted fibrosarcoma with exercise, with a dose response curve added in. And in 1955, I love this study, Rush set out to do a study to show that induced stress was associated with the increased risk for the development of cancer and cancer death. And so he used forced swimming, physical activity, as his method of inducing stress. And he had what he called a paradoxical effect, which is that there was a lower rate of cancer death among the rats that were forced to do the swimming compared to the sedentary rats. In 1956, Regan showed that exercised mice developed cancer later, lived longer, and importantly, lived longer after a cancer diagnosis. In the realm of clinical trials, what we know is that in 1956, the first thing that I found in the literature was a case comparison from a Dr. Osserman, who showed that several of his multiple myeloma patients that were particularly physically active were doing better with regard to their response to the treatment and their ability to withstand the treatments that were given to them. But the winner of first clinical trials that were done in humans with cancer patients to do randomized controlled trials of exercise goes to the nursing scientist team of Winningham and McVicker. They were at Ohio State University, and what they found in their small randomized trials was that there were benefits for symptoms such as fatigue, and they improved aerobic capacity and body composition even as women were undergoing their chemotherapy treatment. So if we look at the history of the randomized controlled trials in the field of exercise oncology, before we conducted the first American College of Sports Medicine roundtable, what you can see is there's a blue arrow down where everything is very close to the bottom of the slide. And what I'll point out here is that this was a review that was done by Carrie Cornier and Christine Friedenreich in 1996. And what they found was a total of 4 randomized controlled trials, 2 of them from Winningham and McVicker from Ohio State. And they concluded, not surprisingly, that the work was weak and there were too few subjects and more research was needed. So by 2005, we had an increase so that in a meta-analysis that I published in 2005, we found 22 high-quality randomized controlled trials. So definitely there was more work, but there was certainly way more work to do. When I repeated that meta-analysis in 2010, there were 82 randomized controlled trials that were seen to be high quality, but there were even more studies that were not randomized. And so we carried out, at that time, the first ACSM roundtable on exercise and cancer. This was published in 2010 and provided the first evidence-based guidance for exercise for cancer patients and survivors. The American Cancer Society came along 2 years later and agreed with everything that we had to say from the ACSM roundtable. And the following year, the National Comprehensive Cancer Network repeated almost verbatim the words that were used in the ACSM roundtable guidelines, which were that cancer patients and survivors should be physically active, should avoid physical inactivity, should be trying to achieve 150 minutes a week of aerobic activity, and should be trying to do twice weekly resistance training as well. I'll note that when they quoted us nearly verbatim, they did actually quote and give citations to the American Cancer Society and to our paper from 2010 as well. So in the intervening years, in between when we did the first ACSM roundtable and when we have conducted the second ACSM roundtable in 2018, there has been, not exaggerating, an exponential 281% growth in the number of randomized controlled trials in the field of exercise and cancer. As a result, the American College of Sports Medicine saw fit to run an international multidisciplinary roundtable on exercise and cancer prevention and control. This time we decided to do things a little differently, because after the first roundtable, while it was great to have that guidance and it was used by people who had already drunk the Kool-Aid, as it were, we didn't have a huge impact on the people who were in front of the patients every day. And so we chose to partner in doing this work with all of the major cancer organizations around the United States, as well as 5 major cancer organizations from outside the United States as well. There were 3 papers that resulted from the ACSM Roundtable. The first one was ably led by American Cancer Society researcher Alpa Patel and was really focused primarily on the outcome of cancer itself. Primary prevention of cancer, secondary prevention of cancer, prevention of recurrence and death. And just to give you an idea of the kind of research that existed behind this, I am actually very proud to tell you I can share a few slides from the ACSM Roundtable. These were slides that were shared by NCI researcher Steve Moore and are the result of the physical activity collaboration of the NCI Cohort Consortium. So they basically pulled together 8 North American cohorts and 4 European cohorts into an Uber cohort of 1.44 million participants. More than half of them were women. They were aged on average 50 to 65 years, and there were 187,000 incident cancers in this Uber cohort that they did. What they were really looking at was leisure time physical activity. And what we mean by leisure time physical activity is moderate and vigorous intensity, things that you would do in your leisure time purposively towards the goal of improving your fitness level. So what Moore and company were able to conclude was that there were 13 cancers for which there was sufficient evidence that there was a statistically significant decline in the incidence of these cancers as a result of being adequately physically active. And those relationships held after they adjusted for body mass index. So this was a relationship that was independent of obesity or body mass index. To summarize then what we know about physical activity and cancer survival, so the last slide was about primary prevention. Now I'm going to summarize about physical activity and survival. This slide is directly from the work of Christine Friedenreich, who, as a Canadian, was a consultant to the Physical Activity Guidelines Advisory Committee in 2018. And what Christine is able to conclude, along with her colleagues, is that there is really compelling evidence to tell us that there is a reduction of breast cancer, colorectal, and prostate cancer specific cancer death, a reduction of those deaths as a result of being adequately physically active, as well as a reduction in all-cause mortality among people who have had those diagnoses, among those who are most physically active. You can see that there are other disease sites, cancer disease sites, for which there is far less information. So clearly more work is needed in this area in cancer epidemiology. I will say that there are ongoing trials. This is actually a new era. Heretofore, there has been really an assumption that if we were going to try to look at cancer, survival, recurrence, death as an outcome, that we were going to be looking at observational evidence. But there are 4 intrepid groups of investigators from around the world that are currently doing trials in cancer survivors to look at whether a program of physical activity would reduce the likelihood of death, the likelihood of recurrence of the cancer, and whether we can improve disease-free survival. So this is not a talk about mechanisms. That's not where I've chosen to focus, but I am going to take a second to walk you through this slide about mechanisms and to talk for just a few minutes about the reasons why we think that physical activity could have its effects on the physiology in a way that would alter the likelihood of the development of cancer, the potential for the body to respond well to treatment for cancer, for the body to recover from cancer, and for the body to survive long after cancer. So the mechanisms of action here are all from a review that was in Nature Reviews Cancer from 2017, which I commend to you. And the first thing on the left side of the slide is to show that when you are sedentary, there are changes in the systemic milieu, including metabolic changes, sex steroid hormone changes in inflammation and autonomic dysfunction, that all by themselves are seen to be potential mechanisms through which sedentary behavior would increase the likelihood of the development of a tumor or alter the tumor microenvironment in a way that could alter treatment as well. On the other hand, if we do acute exercise, a single bout of exercise, we know that this changes respiration and cardiac output, glucose output, free fatty acid release in a way that could alter tumor perfusion and oxygen delivery, catecholamines, hypoxia, shear stress. The acute effects of exercise will have an effect on a short-term basis on the tumor microenvironment. Very importantly, in a fit, trained individual, the systemic milieu is altered in the opposite way to being sedentary, in a way that we believe that this is now a resolution of immune homeostasis in a way that alters in a positive way the tumor microenvironment. That is a very indirect path, but in the middle of all of this, understand that repeated bouts of being physically active, of training to do exercise for the purpose of improving your fitness, has alterations in a number of different body systems that result in changed homeostatic control circuits, altering systemic milieu, that same systemic milieu, and thus altering the tumor microenvironment. So what's important to understand, though, is that while I can put up a slide and could have chosen to do 40 minutes of my talk specifically about understanding the mechanisms, this is not unique to cancer. And so it is important to me that this audience understand that there is a second edition of physical activity guidelines for all Americans that are based on the expert review of the scientific evidence of the benefits of physical activity for all Americans, for all human beings, not just Americans, that already has reviewed exactly these same benefits, just not specific to cancer. So for example, this is actually from the UK. The health benefits of physical activity include reduction of dementia. Sustrata was prescient. He told us this in 600 BC. Reduction of hip fractures by 68%. Reduction of depression by 30%. Reduction of breast cancer by 20%. I didn't give you numbers before, a percentage, but these are accurate. Reduction of colon cancer risk by 30%. Type 2 diabetes by 40%. Cardiovascular disease by 35%. And all-cause mortality by 30%. So if exercise could be put into a pill, it would be prescribed to everyone, and everyone would take it every day. And therein lies the challenge. It is not a pill. It is a behavior. It is something that we want people to adopt and take on. And so it doesn't fit into our pill culture of healthcare. It is not as easy for me to get my intervention into the oncology practice as it is for Dr. Carl June to get his CAR T therapy into clinical practice, because there are no pills involved. There's behavioral science involved. It's a completely different way of seeing things. The other thing that I think is important to point out is that it is a different mindset as well, because although the CAR T therapy that you will hear about in Dr. June's lecture, and brilliant work, is extremely specific for a very specific indication and outcome. And so the good news about exercise is that it works for lots of things. The bad news is that then when you try to be very specific about what it is that you're doing with exercise, it doesn't fit into the medical mindset. That mindset says, what is my indication? What am I using it for? And if we say, well, it's good for all of these things, then physicians have a more difficult time kind of wrapping their hands around how they are to prescribe exercise. It is a cultural and philosophical divide. When we conclude at the end of looking at Dr. Patel's work, the American College of Sports Medicine has developed a number of infographics coming out of the ACSM roundtable, and one of them was an infographic specifically about exercise and cancer prevention. And I showed you evidence from Dr. Steve Moore's work, and that was from one meta-analysis. Dr. Patel led a team that looked at all of the available meta-analyses on this topic. And what we are able to conclude on the basis of review of all of the available meta-analyses is that we can say that for all adults, that we can prevent colon cancer, stomach cancer, esophageal cancer, bladder cancer, kidney cancer, endometrial, and breast cancer by asking our citizenry to be more physically active. The second paper that came out of the ACSM roundtable was ably led by Carrie Winterstone and Kristen Campbell. And this paper really addresses what about the symptoms and side effects? What about treatment tolerance? Yes, we care deeply about the diagnosis of cancer, and yes, we care deeply about recurrence and survival after cancer, but people are living their lives as they're going through their cancer treatment and recovering from it. So does exercise have a benefit for these outcomes? The way that Drs. Winterstone and Campbell chose to focus their review for this paper was very much in keeping with what I was just talking about, and that is exercise as a drug. So if we look at exercise specifically, we might want to prescribe it like a drug, meaning we want to know frequency, intensity, time, and type. So for example, if I am going to prescribe chemotherapy, I don't just say, go get some doxorubicin. Bye. Nope. Instead, I say, I want you to come in once every 3 weeks. We're going to measure your body surface area. We are going to give you a particular dose of chemotherapy. It is going to take this amount of time for the infusion to occur. It is precise with regard to all of the dosing aspects, frequency, intensity, time, and type. So the question that Drs. Winterstone and Campbell asked the reviewers on this paper to focus on was, what dose of exercise is necessary for specific symptoms, side effects, and treatment tolerance? In order for us to review that evidence, we needed to have some kind of rubric that would help us to decide whether we had sufficient evidence or not. And one of the team members was recently had worked on the Dutch physical activity guidelines and provided us with this sort of tree as a way of deciding whether we had evidence. So the first thing was, were there randomized controlled trials? So if there were randomized controlled trials, we kept going. If there were at least 5 randomized controlled trials, if there was some sizable effect within those trials, if there was no heterogeneity in the direction, then we decided that we were able to write out a fit prescription, and we were able to focus very, very precisely so that we could tell people, this is the amount of exercise, this is the type of exercise, this is how often you should do the exercise for a given outcome. If we had evidence that was good but not quite at that level, then we called it the moderate level of evidence, and we still gave a fit prescription, but we were a little more circumspect in our recommendations. And then, of course, there were the possibilities of either insufficient evidence or that we had sufficient evidence and we were quite clear that there was no effect. And so, just to cut right to the chase, because I have a lot to tell you, we were able to draw conclusions of strong evidence and a fit prescription for 6 specific cancer health-related outcomes, symptoms and side effects that people experience as a result of going through cancer treatment, including anxiety and depression, fatigue, health-related quality of life, lymphedema, breast cancer-related lymphedema in particular, and physical function, which is really our ability to get done what we need to get done in our lives physically. So I'll give the example, my mother's ability to carry a case of iced tea into the house from the car. And then moderate intensity, or the moderate level, was bone health and sleep. And then if there are any students of exercise oncology in the audience, there is plenty of fodder for master's and PhD thesis projects. We have a number of outcomes for which we believe that we do not have sufficient evidence to be able to draw any kind of conclusion. So I'm going to go right to telling you what the summary of the guidelines are from this paper. This slide and the next slide are made into one single infographic, and I will give you the link to get to that infographic if you're interested in it. But we were interested in pulling together all of this information in a way that would make it easy for public health professionals, exercise oncology professionals, rehabilitation, oncology rehabilitation professionals, anybody else, patients, to be able to understand in one page what our recommendations are from the most recent ACSM guidelines. So the first set of information is, to get started, avoid inactivity. So what we know from general public health, but also from exercise oncology research, is that getting off the chair, simply moving more, is actually providing benefit. Recall the mechanism slide that I showed. An acute bout of exercise has physiologic benefit that is relevant to the tumor microenvironment. For overall health, the recommendation is to aim to meet the current exercise guidelines for health for all Americans, which is 150 to 300 minutes a week of moderate intensity activity, or 75 to 150 minutes of vigorous intensity activity, plus twice weekly resistance training. But for those 8 cancer health related outcomes for which we are able to give a fit prescription, we have this color-coded infographic that is intended to try to help to describe what it is that you might want to do. So cancer-related fatigue, health-related quality of life, physical function and anxiety and depression, sleep, breast cancer-related lymphedema, and bone health. And what you'll see down here are sort of infographics to help you to understand whether aerobic exercise helps, resistance exercise helps, or whether the combination appears to be helpful as well. So just to give a very specific example, anxiety and depression, which are way over there and over here, are shown as being circles that work in aerobic exercise, but there is insufficient evidence for us to conclude that resistance training by itself is helpful for anxiety and depression during and right after cancer treatment. It doesn't mean it's not helpful, it means we don't have sufficient studies to be able to tell you that it's helpful. And so this is a science and evidence-based set of guidelines. And so this is a summary of all of that information. And very importantly, that infographic is available. It is available on the Exercise is Medicine website. So Exercise is Medicine is an easy phrase to remember. If you simply remember that and go to exercisesmedicine.org, you will find it in the section on moving through cancer. The third paper to come out of the ACSM roundtable was led by yours truly, and is really intended to be about the fact that we have this culture issue. We have a difficulty of translation. We know that exercise is useful for a host of outcomes in the setting of cancer patients and survivors, and yet it is not actually happening. There is this entire ecosystem that needs to be developed as a result of wanting to make exercise be a standard of care element for oncology patients. So there needs to be physician referral. Right now, about 25% of physicians are, anywhere between 9 and 25% of physicians are referring their patients to exercise. There needs to be a customized program, clinically relevant customized program. Well, where are we sending them? Where does that exist? Does that exist in every hamlet of America? It does not. In order for that to occur, there needs to be training for clinically trained exercise oncology professionals who can deliver those programs. There are very few programs in the country that are training master's trained individuals to be able to deliver that kind of quality to our cancer patients. In addition to that, there need to be people who are getting trained to work in your average, YMCA, your average, 24-hour fitness. They need to understand what they're facing when they're facing a cancer patient. And so there need to be some community-based exercise classes and programs, exercise delivery to cancer patients. It needs to have an entire system. There needs to be a whole system of that. In order for us to understand how this is working, we need to have statistics and metrics to understand how people are utilizing this so that we can report back to the physicians and report back to the practitioners, hey, that didn't work so well. Let's try it this way instead. There's health services research here. There's evidence. There's efficacy research. There's implementation science research. There's cost effectiveness research. There's a whole host of things that need to happen for this ecosystem to come into being. Our current state is that about 25% of cancer patients are adequately active. There are a whole host of reasons for this. As I said, they're not getting referred to exercise by their clinicians. And so, big question then, why? Why aren't clinicians talking to their patients about exercise? And the answer is 1, awareness, 2, awareness, and 3, time. So they don't know about it, a lot of them. A lot of them are not understanding, and there is that culture issue that I mentioned before, where physicians are used to prescribing something that is extremely specific. Okay, you have nausea, I'm going to give you this pill for nausea. All right, okay, you have fatigue, I'm going to give you this pill for fatigue. Well, guess what? There is not a pill that is on the market that is better at treating cancer-related fatigue than exercise. It is actually frontline therapy for cancer-related fatigue. So, but even if they had awareness for that, then they would have to say, okay, so their thinking is indication, treatment. And the whole thinking behind exercise is that, no, exercise is good for what ails you. It's good for everything. So how do we match up these cultures? That's kind of a big question. So we have some educating to do of clinicians, and we have to develop that education in a way that is friendly to those clinicians, that makes those clinicians want to learn more about it. The recommendation from the American College of Sports Medicine Roundtable was that we should be applying the exercise as medicine approach to the setting of oncology. This is something that's already been happening in primary care. So this occurs in 3 different health systems in the United States: Intermountain Health, Kaiser, and Prisma in South Carolina. And in all 3 of these places, when a patient comes in for any kind of therapy whatsoever, whether it's primary care, oncology, cardiology, and orthopedics, anything they're coming in for, there are 2 questions that they are asked that are called the physical activity vital sign. And based on that information, the assessment, the patient is then advised appropriately towards the goal of getting them to become more physically active, and then referred into an appropriate community-based or clinical program according to what the assessment looks like for each patient. This is not foreign territory for oncology from one perspective, and that is that some time ago, cancer centers across America, in order to become accredited by the American College of Surgeons Commission on Cancer, were required to begin to assess psychosocial distress. There is a several question long survey that is used clinically, and there is someone in the cancer oncology, in the clinical team for oncology, whose job it is to address psychosocial distress with every patient who walks through the door at regular intervals. Big quotes around regular intervals. That means something different in different places. But they're already doing it. They're assessing. And once they've assessed, then they give advice and they refer. We're asking only that the same thing happen for a field in which we have over 680 successful randomized controlled trials that show benefit for cancer health-related outcomes from fatigue to lymphedema, to anxiety and depression. We're able to address psychosocial distress with physical activity. So let's actually refer. We've developed something called a prescription pad, which is intended to ease referrals. It makes it easier to go through the assessment and the advice and the referring. But we need to train clinicians to raise their awareness, clarify how easy it can be, document the benefits in the clinic. What we find in places where this has occurred, and it has occurred, there are clinics that have enacted something akin to exercise as medicine in the setting of oncology. And what we find is that nurses who start talking to their patients about exercise and start assessing, advising, referring, can't stop talking to their patients about this, because what they find is that their patients love it. Their patients actually benefit so much from it, and it is something that they can give their patients that is not chemotherapy, that is something positive for them in their lives. Another issue, of course, is refer where. We've started a registry of exercise programs for people living with and beyond cancer. It's at the same website that I mentioned before for the infographics, so I'll commend that to you. We have started, obviously, an initiative that is under the umbrella of the Exercise as Medicine initiative, and it's called Moving Through Cancer. And there is a task force, an international multidisciplinary task force that has developed a strategic plan and is eager to try to take on the actions necessary to move us from our current state to where exercise will be standard of care in oncology, and our mission is to do so by 2029. I want to finish off by telling you a little bit about what the current implementation status looks like from an international perspective. Who's doing this? Who's actually making this happen? So in the United States, this is largely done by not-for-profit organizations around the country. Livestrong with the Y is the largest one with many locations. Maple Tree Cancer Alliance is another large player in this area. Steps for Life in Texas. Carol Michaels is a household name in New Jersey in this space. There are more, but this is just a smattering of these. But the point is that all of these are not-for-profits that raise money or request funds from health systems in order to run their programs. So they are not-for-profit organizations. They're not charging people for the exercise. So one of the questions is, what is the value proposition for exercise for cancer patients? Will they pay anything for it? And there have been some tests of that, and the answer appears to be a flat no. What's interesting is that they will pay a copay when they go to physical therapy or outpatient rehabilitation, but it doesn't look like there's much willingness to pay even a small amount for exercise. There are certifying bodies, the American College of Sports Medicine and the Cancer Exercise Training Institute, both certify professionals in the United States to prepare them to work with cancer patients and survivors. There are a number of virtual programs that are proliferating around the U.S., including something called My Victory, which is a commercial entity at this time, and strengthandcourage.org, which is out of Pittsburgh and is a DVD-based program that includes a DVD in Spanish as well as in English, just because that's important to note. To Unstoppable and Steps for Life actually has a whole host of classes that they're offering online as well. But the virtual programs, for the most part, like the live programs, the in-person programs, are largely not-for-profit organizations that are raising money. They are charities to try to get people connected to more exercise. We are currently seeking funding through the Moving Through Cancer initiative to assess the landscape of exercise oncology practice in the United States so that we can better understand the proportion of exercise professionals in the U.S. who are adequately trained to be able to work with cancer patients and survivors, given the fact that as our population ages, the likelihood that the average fitness trainer will run into a cancer survivor goes up. In Germany, there is a very large program at the National Center for Tumor Diseases. The rubric here that is used is that after the person is diagnosed, there are diagnostics that are used to describe what the person needs for exercise, and then they decide whether the person needs counseling and prescription and sent into a public health-oriented network called OncoActive, or do they need on-site exercise or home-based exercise? And for the home-based exercise, sometimes they're just giving them paper, and sometimes they're doing online training. But this is a robust program run by Joachim Wiskman, and they actually are getting a fair percentage of the patients that come through that particular center to go through this process. In Israel, there is a program called Steps for Quality of Life, which is run as a physical therapy-based program, and it is really just quite a remarkable thing to see. It is funded by the Israeli Cancer Society, so again, very similar to the United States. And actually, I should say, in Germany, it is funded by the Cancer Institute. That program is funded by the Cancer Institute. In Israel, this program is delivered by physical therapists. The timing varies by the hospital. It's in nearly all hospitals in Israel. It is often during chemotherapy. I mean literally during chemotherapy. Sometimes separate times from chemo, but often during treatment or after treatment. And you can see yours truly dancing away with Avi, the physical therapist. There are metastatic cancer patients in this picture. There's a broad variety of diagnoses. He basically uses the downtime in between when people have their blood drawn and when they get their infusion started to be able to do a 15-minute session. He brings in music. The music brings in the liveliness, and it was really remarkable to watch him. He went from chemotherapy infusion suite to chemotherapy infusion suite, doing this for about 6 hours, 2 days a week. It is a national program. It's offered in 25 major hospitals. Their annual census, the most recent year I have data for, was nearly 12,000 exercise sessions, including a number of solid and hematologic malignancies, and they're in one pediatric hospital as well. In the Netherlands, there's a history here of what happens to cancer rehabilitation. In 1996, they had this program called Recovery and Balance. They made their first request for reimbursement for basic insurance in 2006, and they were denied. In 2007 and 2008, they had further research that was published in this area. And in 2009, they were denied after their second request for reimbursement. In 2011, they developed a guideline for oncology rehabilitation. In 2015 to 17, they updated that guideline. And there actually is basic insurance, third-party payer coverage for oncology rehabilitation and exercise. But what they consider to be the patient who is eligible for this is like threading a needle. So while they did cover it, they were successful to get insurance coverage for this from their single-party payer insurance program in the Netherlands. What they are able to do is extremely prescribed as a result of the way that they cover things. Finally, in Australia, Australia actually considers their exercise professionals, if they have adequate training, to be accredited, which means they are licensed healthcare professionals, which means that they can provide care and be paid by the single payer program of healthcare in Australia. The downfall here in the setting of oncology is that general practitioners are the ones who have to do the referrals, which means that an oncology patient who wants to see someone who is trained in exercise and cancer has to go to their GP to get the referral, and then they can have 5 sessions a year at what's called the Medicare rate. Cancer patients and survivors are eligible, but it's clunky. So they've done yeoman's work to try to move far ahead of most of the rest of the world, but there's still a clunkiness that needs to be worked out there. So, in summary, there are over 1,000 trials, 680 randomized, but over 1,000 trials in exercise oncology with convincing evidence for primary and secondary prevention for a number of cancers. And there's convincing evidence that exercise is frontline therapy for fatigue and a number of other symptoms. There's certainly room for more, better, more precise scientific evidence. We do need more of those preclinical models to understand the precise mechanisms through which exercise could have its effects on improving response to treatment, on improving recovery from treatment, preventing cancer. But implementation of exercise into cancer care is particularly slow. There are a number of barriers that I've outlined today, including awareness, including cost and reimbursement, including training of oncology clinicians as well as exercise trainers, the healthcare infrastructure and clinic flow, and understanding how to fit the culture of exercise into the culture of treating cancer, and of course, availability of programming. It is my mission in my work to get us to the place where exercise can be standard practice within exercise. And so I thank you very much for listening, and I really cannot wait for our discussions at the beginning of October. Thank you.
$999, 1,000. Boy, I'm almost getting tired. How about you, Stephanie? Well, while you all continue your exercise snack, Stephanie and I will have a little conversation. Again, Dr. Schmitz really does, when she goes and gives a talk at a conference, somewhere in the middle of that talk, people are all going to be invited to stand up and do some squats or march in place or something. So really, audience, I invite you to do so. Stephanie, so glad to see you in the studio, our Nobel Lab studio. So let's just get going right away. A reminder, if you would like to submit a question about Dr. Schmitz's talk, that address is pollev.com/Nobel56. Again, that's POLLEV.com/Nobel56, or you can send it via text to 22333, and you text Nobel 56, and that will let you enter a question. And I'll ask, we'll talk a little bit, and then Stephanie will release the poll and see what our audience thinks about that poll. So what's sticking with you about this talk?
Sure, I think there's a lot. And after speaking with Dr. Schmitz yesterday in the student discussion, you know, she's a very passionate person, and I think some of her excitement and passion for her area is sort of bubbling up in me here this morning. But she, you know, what she said about, you know, if exercise was a pill, every physician would prescribe it and every person would take it. You know, that's sort of it's an interesting thing to say, and it's certainly the cause for many student discussions over the years in the field of exercise physiology. Cause of frustration, you know, those of us that live in this world of exercise physiology, we know and we believe that it works for a lot of different chronic diseases, and sometimes it's frustrating that others either choose not to listen, or maybe they just don't understand. And I know Dr. Schmitz talks a lot about the kind of work that needs to happen around awareness, around the power of exercise.
One thing I would observe is that, and now I will begin this by saying I do exercise, but I cannot say that it is my joy in life. So I think one thing is it's so easy comparatively to take a pill. Can you talk about that as an obstacle? That is the whole, the degree to which self-motivation is a challenge here.
Right. So, you know, the first thing I would do, I would sort of argue with you a little bit that I think physical activity is quite easy. You know, if you look at Dr. Schmitz's research and the kinds of exercise that she was using in her studies, they were very straightforward and basic. Nobody was training for the Olympics here. It was, you know, it was the 150 minutes per week, which translates into about 30 minutes, 5 days a week of exercise, and things like what we were just doing, curtsy lunges or march in place or take your dog for a walk. I think what sometimes people, some of the obstacles are they feel like it needs to be hard in order to work. And there's something I think about our human nature that sort of feeds into that idea that it must hurt and it must be difficult in order for me to see some benefit. And that's just absolutely not true. You know, the number one reported barrier to physical activity is time. And there's plenty of evidence and research to suggest that even 10 minutes can demonstrate some benefit. So I really would encourage folks to sort of consider how hard it actually is.
That's a really great way to put it. And I think about how many things are built into my life that I couldn't imagine not doing. Brushing my teeth being a great example, right? And the notion that I don't have 10 minutes to march in place while brushing my teeth, perhaps, is a really...
Or, recognizing, I know you're a dog lover, recognizing that when you take your dog to the dog park, there's a perfect opportunity. Instead of sitting on the bench like we all love to do and watch our dogs, maybe we get up and stroll or throw the ball for the dog, right? That all counts.
Mm-hmm. And while you're doing it, you also clean up the dog park, to civic beautification, right? Yeah. I do love the realization that those little tiny chunks matter, because I think you're right that we often feel like unless we are doing, the Army's get ready for a marathon training program, well, then it doesn't count for anything. So thanks for that encouragement. So she has, earlier Laura and I talked about the fact that during the time of this conference planning, research in this area has exploded. I mean, the number of randomized studies that she says now exist is just gobsmacking. So what do you think we need next? And what is it going to take for it to become a part of just routine in the care and treatment of patients?
Right.
Two separate questions.
Absolutely right. And it's very exciting. And it's also very exciting for, I think, our students, current and future students who may be sort of interested in these areas, particularly in the exercise physiology discipline. I think we're going to continue to see some more specificity around prescriptions, what kind of exercise, how much, how long, how many days a week. We already have a lot of information now that we didn't before, but I think we'll continue to see some more research done related to specific prescription types for specific disease types, right? We'll see some more links there, and I think about the way that we teach students about heart disease in our field, and nobody would argue with you that is exercise is an important tool there. I think in the future, more awareness, more education, I think people will suddenly become more comfortable with this idea and they'll believe that physical activity is certainly a powerful tool in cancer management and prevention.
Mm-hmm. In fact, Dr. Schmitz talked earlier in an earlier conversation I had with her. She talked about exactly the case of heart disease and mentioned that when she was trying to present this work about cancer and many clinicians were really objecting, a nurse came up and said, yeah, I remember when this was the response to heart disease. When I was a kid, you were in the hospital flat on your back for a few weeks, and now they've got you not maybe chair or curtsy lunging, but they have you marching around the hall with your IV drip the next day, right?
Exactly. So I think we all, we need to be patient but passionate about this area, about pushing it forward.
That's a great way to put it. So I wonder if you might want to say a little bit for our students in the audience. I know that the Department of Health Exercise Science is really robust at Gustavus, and I'm wondering if you have any thoughts or suggestions for students who are interested in pursuing a career like Dr. Schmitz's. She has an incredible background, which began in economics, included a stint as a dancer with Martha Graham. So there's a lot going on. We probably don't have to do exactly her path in order to become an exercise oncologist, but my sense is this is a growth field. What do you recommend students do?
Absolutely. I'm so glad you asked this question. And I think the field of exercise physiology and this whole conference is just reminding me again of all the different ways that that students can engage with this topic or a variety of topics. And exercise science, it's a subdiscipline of biology. So sometimes we see students in our department who maybe start in more of the hard sciences and then sort of, for whatever reason, sort of find their way to us. And it oftentimes starts off, there's a little bit of a stereotype of the athlete who wants to be the exercise physiology major, but I think that connection is important, and it's deep and it's emotional. And I think that's what makes students really passionate about the field, is it starts with this sort of love of moving their own bodies and wanting to know more about how they can sort of improve something like sport performance or dance, which I just find it amazing that Dr. Schmitz was a dancer. It makes so much sense to me that she ended up in the exercise physiology discipline. But, I think just to continue to be self-aware and recognize what you love about what you're doing, and then find that.
Do you have a picture of what kinds of coursework or what kinds of degree one would pursue in order to, right? She's saying, look, exercise oncology, I'm putting it on the map. I have a textbook now, it's a real thing. How would I become an exercise oncologist?
Oh, absolutely. Again, I think a basic undergraduate degree in biology or chemistry, biochemistry, exercise physiology, in nutrition, all of those areas, behavioral science, psychology. I think there's so many different ways that you could get in. And the other thing I love about what I'm hearing over these last couple of days is that it really does take a team, and it takes a team that have interest and specialties in a lot of different areas. And so those are just a few of the areas that pop to mind.
I'm just noticing, I think that we have a poll that is live. I invite you to go to the poll everywhere, POLLEV.com. And the poll is asking a question about which of the following statements you agree with most. And many of you, like me, will say, well, I agree with a few of them. It turns out that the Poll Everywhere app doesn't allow us to choose all of the above with the complexities that we wanted to. And so we just went with choose one, so we apologize for that. And it looks like it's, I was going to say it's bimodal, but suddenly it's switching up. I feel like I'm watching a horse race. But please do submit your answers to Poll Everywhere, pollev.com/Nobel56. Stephanie, what are some final takeaways if you were going to offer your high-level, this is what matters most about this talk that I heard today? What would they be?
Right. I think there's a couple things. Again, I just cannot emphasize enough how much work there is to be done in the area of awareness. Just getting the word out and helping people understand that it works and that it's beneficial, and helping people believe that. Because I think part of the struggle is that people just aren't quite yet there. And I do find it interesting that this particular poll, and maybe I'm getting a little saucy because I was talking to Dr. Schmitz and she's so passionate, but this is the only poll that asks a question about skepticism, right?
Yes.
Like nobody asked, in another poll whether someone was skeptical that immunotherapy worked, right? But in this one, we see the option of being, and I'm so happy to see that the numbers are a little bit lower in that particular category. But again,
right.
in a conference related to ethics and access, exercise is free and it's accessible to everybody, even the stairs in your home, and everybody can engage.
That's absolutely right. And I'll just note that, 3% of our audience is, 4% of our audience is skeptical, but almost half of folks are saying more money and research should be dedicated to this. So it sounds like if the public has an opportunity to weigh in, it will become a growth industry. So thanks so much, Stephanie, for joining me for this discussion, and I hope you enjoy the rest of Nobel Conference.
Great, thank you. Nice to see you, Lisa.
Now we turn quickly to our next talk, which is going to be introduced for you by Assistant Professor of Psychological Science and my colleague, Lucy Holmgreen. Lucy.
Psycho-oncologists have taught us that quality cancer care necessarily includes the treatment of social and emotional suffering. Psycho-oncologist Suzanne Chambers has spent her career caring for cancer patients and survivors, studying their experiences, and developing state-of-the-art psycho-oncological treatments. The scope of Dr. Chambers' research program is stunning, ranging from granular studies on the intricacies of living with cancer to 30,000-foot views of global trends in psycho-oncological care. Chambers is a registered nurse and earned her PhD from Griffith University in Queensland, Australia. In 2012, she earned a selective Australian Research Council Future Fellowship, and in 2018 became an Officer of the Order of Australia in recognition of her service in medical research. Dr. Chambers currently serves as Dean of the Faculty of Health at the University of Technology, Sydney, and leads the Centre for Research Excellence in Prostate Cancer Survivorship at Australia's National Health and Medical Research Council. Dr. Chambers' contributions are essential to Nobel Conference 56. Her years of practice and prolific research program have earned her a deep and nuanced understanding of the human experiences of cancer. Chambers' area of research expertise, however, have ventured far beyond individual experiences of cancer and into areas such as geographic disparities in cancer care, the macroeconomics of cancer care, and the politics of cancer funding. Finally, she studies ways to ensure that new knowledge and how best to care for human beings makes it from the lab to the clinic. Dr. Chambers' work is thus situated precisely at the intersection of hope, equity, and access. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Suzanne Chambers.
Hello, my name is Suzanne Chambers and I'm so delighted to be here today. Thank you to the conference organising committee for inviting me to be part of this event, and I'd like to particularly acknowledge Lisa Heidke and Lucy Holmgreen for their support in my participation. I am so appreciative to be part of such an august event with a 50-year heritage, and it's important to acknowledge the long tradition of Gustavus Adolphus College in sharing knowledge for the betterment not just of their own community, but indeed nationally, and one would argue globally. As is traditional in my country, I wish to acknowledge the traditional owners of this land. So I acknowledge the Gamaragal people of the Eora Nation, upon whose ancestral lands this presentation is being recorded. I would like to pay my respects to elders both past and present, and acknowledge them as the traditional custodians of knowledge for this land. I started my professional career actually as a registered nurse working in critical care nursing, and then over time I began to study psychology and working in community cancer support and cancer control. And that led me to the discipline of psycho-oncology, which has led me here to you today through the research and practice that I've done over those many years. So I've had a varied career, and I tend to take a practical application of knowledge, really wanting to know what is it that we need to know so that we can improve things for people with cancer. As you know, I come from Australia. I currently live in Sydney, the most populous city in the most populous state in Australia. Where I hail from is actually Queensland, and my family came from a small country town in the southwest called Mungalala, which currently has a population of about 140, so a very tiny West Country town. And so that has influenced, I think, also the way I think about things, because I'm always trying to reflect on, if we're going to do this to help people with cancer, how is that going to work for people in the bush? As I talk to you today about the experience of cancer patients and their families and how this intersects with the theme of this conference, which is cancer and biotechnology, I'll be weaving into that story some of my experiences as a practitioner, as well as my research, and as well as some of my personal experience, because I think what we all find in this area is that all of those things contribute to your work and contribute to your perspective. As I'm doing so, I expect that some of you will also have had some personal as well as professional experience with cancer, and I want to pay respect to that and hope that my reflections will be helpful to you. My topic today is a dialogue about the care of the patient, and of course this sits within the theme of this meeting about cancer in the age of biotechnology. My aim then is to, as best I can remotely, start with you a conversation about the patient experience and how this sits within biomedical and technological advances. Perhaps the best way that I can do this is by connecting the history of cancer and how biomedical advances have driven the cancer control agenda, the community's response then to this, and of course within that we need to consider the individual's response, and then move on to discuss the challenges we face today. Surgical approaches for cancer treatment advanced after the 1840s when anaesthesia had been developed. And then we had early chemotherapy, drug development and radiation therapy, which emerged from the 1900s. These really changed the way we managed cancer. Now, research into more effective cancer treatments then again really escalated in the US when Nixon had his war against cancer with the signing of the National Cancer Act in 1971. Interestingly though, it wasn't until the 1980s that psycho-oncology as a discipline really came onto the scene. In fact, it was in 1984 that Dr. Jimmy Holland from the Memorial Sloan Kettering Centre founded the International Psycho-Oncology Society to improve the care of cancer patients and their families globally by promoting the science of psychosocial and behavioural oncology. And in 1989, the first handbook of psycho-oncology, edited by Jimmy Holland and by Roland, was published. Coincidentally, if I link back to my professional career, it was in 1989 that I moved out of working in an acute care setting to working in the community in cancer control. My work was about developing support programs on the ground for people with cancer and their families. It was a new area of work for me, and it was often bewildering to know what was the best thing to do. So when I came across the Handbook of Psycho-Oncology, it was like a lifeline and really changed my approach to what I was doing. It made me reflect more deeply on the programs and initiatives that we were conducting to support people with cancer and their families, and to really think about, aside from my intuition, what is the actual evidence I have that this will definitely be helpful for people, and what would be the measurable outcomes that one could get from this intervention so that you could know that you really were doing something that was worthwhile and that was truly helping people in an objectively measurable way. Now, if we think about this from the point of view of what happens in the community and what's happening technologically in biomedical advances, the focus very much was on curing the cancer. And of course, that makes sense. Everyone who has cancer wants their cancer to be cured. But the side of care that was really getting less attention was this side of how do we look after the holistic needs of patients, and how do we look after the emotional side of things for patients and their families. And what I think is interesting to note is that while the healthcare side of things was really focusing on cure, the focus on care was very much coming out of the community. And so I'd just like to run you through some examples of that. In 1952, Therese Lasser founded the Reach to Recovery Peer Support Program for Women with Breast Cancer. This was a program that started in the US and went global under the auspices of the UICC, the International Union for Cancer Control. It was an interesting time when you think back. That was when radical mastectomy was the standard treatment for breast cancer. This was a very disfiguring treatment and had huge effects on women in terms of lymphedema, limited arm movement. And these were the sides of treatment that was really not being taken into full consideration at that time. Therese Lasser, who experienced a mastectomy, wanted to do something about that in a very practical way. And so she started up a program where women who had been treated for breast cancer went out and visited other women newly treated to give them emotional support, to show them that life could be good again, to help them even with their physical recovery, with their arm movements, and help them manage all those cosmetic effects of the breast cancer treatment. So that was a very early start to cancer support, and it came from someone who had had the experience of cancer themselves. In the 1970s and the 1980s, we had laryngectomy societies, stoma associations formed, Canteen looking after teenagers with cancer, Cancer Patients AIDS Association in India, many movements that were happening. In the 1990s, we had grassroots prostate cancer survivorship movements arising in the US and in Australia, Us Too, Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia and America, Gilda's Club, the Wellness Community, Breast Cancer Network Australia, and many more still emerging. In 1986, the National Coalition for Cancer Survivorship was founded in the US by cancer survivors to advocate for all patients affected by cancer. Now, this group defines survivorship as extending from the time of diagnosis and for the balance of life. And this is a definition that was expanded later to include family, friends, and caregivers, and remains the most widely accepted definition of survivorship today. In 1996, a professionally led NIH National Cancer Institute First Office of Cancer Survivorship was formed. This was 10 years after the coalition had formed through consumers and 50 years after Therese Lasser. So you can see that there is this kind of lag between the community responding more immediately to the psychosocial and broader needs of people affected by cancer, and then health professional responses often coming after that. So these almost occur like two parallel movements that intersect at different times. And of course, the future for us, I think, is really getting those two movements to move more closely together, where the power of them will be much greater if they're able to do that. Now, many of you may know that in the late 80s, early 90s, prostate cancer incidence really escalated with the introduction of the PSA test, which was able to detect abnormalities occurring in this area of the body early for men and suggest that there might be a cancer there. Before that time, the early detection of prostate cancer was really just not possible. So that's an example, I guess, a good example of biomedical technology having an immediate impact on the cancer experience. But at least in my country, there was quite a lag between how supportive care responded to that. So lots of men were being diagnosed, services weren't there for them, and so independently across Australia, grassroots support group movements were just popping up across the country where men were saying, I'm alone, I have no support, I'm feeling in despair, there must be something we can do about it. Over time, these groups took on an advocacy role as well, where they were working to increase attention for prostate cancer, raise awareness, and to improve services. And so there's been huge shifts over time in what we've been able to do in prostate cancer support and survivorship care as a result of the activities of these groups. The sort of research I've been involved in with these groups has involved evaluating the programs, evaluating the experiences of the group leaders, recording the history of the support groups so that we really understand how it is that men mobilise themselves and can take control of a situation and contribute positively to the discussion and to the treatment of prostate cancer. And indeed, this continues today. And I'm very fortunate to have a close relationship with the Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia and their support groups and continue in this work. And indeed, whenever we're developing new programs or new research programs, we always involve what we call cancer consumers. Not everybody likes that term. We always involve the consumers in this work, and they have been invaluable in assisting us to make sure that the services that we provide are really well targeted and guided by not just research, but also guided by the personal experience of the men and what they have to say and what their partners and family have to say as well. I mentioned earlier that there was work in breast cancer support that also started in the community, that was started in 1952 by Therese Lasser in the US. And I want to talk for a little bit about that work and how that extended, in fact, to my country, to Australia. At the time, this would have been in the 1990s, I was working at, it was called Queensland Cancer Fund there, now called Cancer Council Queensland. And part of my job became to look after what we called the Breast Cancer Support Service, which was really the Australian version of Reach to Recovery International. So we had all these volunteers who were wonderful women who had themselves previously experienced breast cancer. They underwent a training program to assist them for the role, and then they would visit thousands of women over the years who'd been diagnosed with breast cancer to offer them support with their breast prostheses, with their exercises, with how to get back into life again, every aspect of their recovery. This was amazing work, and when you think of all the volunteer time that went into this, the huge contribution that these cancer survivors were making to their community is really something to pay attention to. While I was doing that, though, it was brought to my attention by some of our volunteers that we weren't really paying the right focus for young women with breast cancer. And so women came to tell me as the health professional, the programs you're doing are great, Suzanne, but we sit in there, we're young, we feel like they're not targeting our concerns, we feel like we're even more isolated and alone in many ways. We want something that's specifically just for us. So that led me to do a number of research projects working with those young women. And the reason why I used a research approach was because I wanted to make sure that I really did understand their concerns and that I really was planning a response to that to help them that was really well targeted. So this wasn't something I was going to do on the fly. The very first project that we did was to work with a whole large group of these young women to say, how do we define a young woman with breast cancer? What does that mean? Is that a woman in her 20s? Is it a woman in her 40s? And we let them work with us in a qualitative research design to define what does young mean in the context of breast cancer. So what was interesting about that was that the definition that these young women came up really wasn't about how old you were. It was about what was going on in your life. Did you have young children? Were you establishing a relationship? Were you hoping that you might have young children or have children? Was this in the future for you? And that was a really quite radical way of looking at what it means to be young and to have cancer, that was moving away from a more medical type of approach. Out of that, we developed a program to support young women called the Young Women's Network, where we were organising events for them to get together, where we would provide some psychoeducation and coping information, but largely getting them an opportunity to get together. And I can tell you I ran these in locations across the state where country women would get in a bus and travel for hours to get there and just talk about what a difference it made to them to get in a room with other young women with breast cancer and to be able to finally feel that they really weren't alone. The interesting point of this from a personal point of view is that while I was very involved in that program, and in fact it ended up becoming a national program at one point in Australia where we were having national conferences for young women with breast cancer, and I was very much in touch with people in the US at the time who were developing similar programs, and we were sharing resources and sharing information, was that some time after this, in fact, my younger sister was diagnosed with breast cancer at the age of 33. And I think it's an interesting reflection for us to make as health professionals about what that is like when you do this for your work and you have a professional approach to it and a knowledge base, and it is quite a different experience when it comes to your family in that really close way. One morning when we were sitting having a cup of coffee, and she said to me, you know, it's really isolating being young with breast cancer, because when I go to the clinic, everybody's older than me and I just don't feel like they know what to do with a young woman with breast cancer. And I said, well, I know a little bit about that, Meredith. So we were able to have a conversation about the research that I'd done, which she found really resonated very deeply with what her experience was. Where this story is going is that what Meredith in fact did was established her own organisation of support and advocacy for young women with breast cancer called Amazon Heart. And she did this with her partner, who's now her wife, Megan. This formed into a national movement, Amazon Heart. The sorts of events that they did were twofold, or threefold really. They were raising money to support breast cancer causes. They were doing advocacy to promote the needs of women with breast cancer, but they were also providing a kind of adventure growth experience for women with breast cancer to help them in a peer support environment try and make sense of their disease. Just a couple of years ago, I was fortunate enough to be in Nepal for a cancer meeting, and I was able to see firsthand the work of the Nepal Cancer Relief Society, which was really quite amazing. This is a country that has still got a developing health system, and much of that is actually built on the work of volunteers who form civil societies and fundraise to support that. I was able to visit the Bhaktapur Cancer Hospital, which was really supported by the Nepal Cancer Relief Society, meet wonderful doctors and nurses who are doing amazing work to support often very needy people in their community, and in conditions and with equipment that much of which you just wouldn't see in this country. I was particularly taken at the time by the work of a ophthalmic oncologist. Her name is Poonima, who is treating children with retinoblastoma. Some of you may know retinoblastoma is a tumour that occurs in the eyes of children and often results in the removal of that eye, and that has cosmetic effects for these children. Poonima is doing this work in Kathmandu, looking after these children, but didn't have the resources to provide custom-made prosthetic eyes for these children. So I was able to say to her and the Nepal Cancer Relief Society, how would it work if we were able to raise money in Australia to buy prosthetic eyes? And I remember Poonima saying, really, would Australians do that? And I said, oh, I'm absolutely certain they would love to do this. So came back to Australia and we set ourselves up a non-government organisation, just a tiny one called Open Eyes Global. And now what we do is we raise funds. It only costs Australian $150 to provide a custom-made prosthetic eye for a child who's been treated for retinoblastoma and has had their eye removed. And once that happens, that child looks the same as they did before they had that eye removed. And that is hugely important, of course, for their family, for the child's development, for acceptance, and as Poonima says, being able to go through life without judgment. And I guess I would like to think that all of us, in any way we can, whether it's the way we direct our research or the way we respond to the communities around us, are able to make a difference in this way. In reflection on the theme of this conference about biotechnology and thinking about technology in general and cancer, is to not make assumptions about what is needed to make a real difference, and that's being open to what you see in the community. It's a quite small investment that we can make in Nepal, for example, to provide beautifully crafted, customised prosthetic eyes for these children. It requires technology, it requires skills. That community has developed those skills. They just needed a little bit of help to be able to pay for the product so that they can deliver it. And that does perhaps lead us to reflection on the broader issues of biotechnology, personalised medicine and equity in health, and about what we come to expect in a developed health system compared to the struggles that are happening on in the developing world about what they need to make a difference. But even within our own communities, there are inequities where when we're going to be developing major biomedical advances that will make perhaps a real difference for some who won't get access to those. What is it about our health systems that perhaps at times might block access? And do we consider that when we're advancing technologies and treatments in cancer? I think that's a question for us to reflect upon. The diagnosis of cancer is a major life stress for the person who's diagnosed, for their family, for their friends, for everyone that is close to them. We all know that. It makes sense to us. But if we try and delve into that from a theoretical point of view, why would that be so? And I spent years working with people with cancer, trying to figure out the best way that I could discuss this with people who actually have cancer that made sense to them and allowed them to make some sense of all the confusing and difficult emotions and feelings that they were having that perhaps were very new to them and perhaps made them feel a sense of who am I now? When you think about a diagnosis of cancer, it's a major threat. It's a threat to people really, I think, on three key levels. The first, of course, is that it's a threat to survival. When a person is diagnosed with cancer, they're immediately thinking, am I going to survive this? That's often the first question that is on their mind, and trying to understand what information they're given about what their cancer means and what their outcome is likely to be. So it's a threat to survival. The second part of this is that it's a threat to the sense of self. We take for granted what we think about ourselves in terms of how we look, what our capacities are, what we can do, and what we think our life is going to be like from a work point of view, from our fitness, from every aspect of our life. But when you're diagnosed with cancer, you can start to question that. Am I going to look the same? Am I going to feel the same? Am I going to be able to do the things I did before? And if not, for how long is this going to go on for? And so the sense of self can be very deeply affected. And obviously that's more so in some cancers than in others. And then the third threat is the threat to relationships. Will I still be lovable? Will the people around me be okay? Will my work relationships be the same? Will people treat me differently? And people with cancer will often talk about a sense of feeling set apart initially and feeling alone. These are very difficult thoughts and feelings and emotions to have. When I'm working with people with cancer, I often will discuss that with them just to help them put kind of like a framework or a map onto what their experience is, to try and make some sense of it. And I will always talk to them using really the stress and coping framework, which most of you, or many of you, the psychologists in the room anyway, will know about, which says that when you get a major life threat, you'll have a thought reaction to it, you'll have ways that you think about it, you'll have emotions that you have about that, and you'll have actions that you take, and you'll have physiological responses to stress. And the usefulness of that framework, I think, in working with people with cancer is that it provides the person with different points that they can work on, strategies that they can use for each of those points that can help them to cope with the situation they're in. Because we know that it's very common for people to feel shocked, to feel afraid, to feel sad, to experience anxiety and depression. These are common things that happen. In a general sense, if you look at what's the extent or the prevalence of depression, anxiety, high psychological distress in cancer, the general estimate that you'll often get is around 25 to 30% of people having ongoing significant distress. And this, of course, varies by cancer type. Some types of cancers have different treatment characteristics. If your cancer is more advanced, that's going to be more difficult to deal with than if you have a localized cancer. What is your age? If you're young, it's very threatening to be diagnosed with cancer because you don't expect it. Not that it's not really awful being diagnosed with cancer when you're older either, but we know that age plays into people's responses. If you're poor, if you don't have many financial resources, then it's harder for you to get the treatment that you need and to get all the resources that you'll need to get through this experience. If you have lower levels of education, it can be harder because it's harder to understand what you're being told. The information that's given to you is very information heavy, and it can be hard to even know what the doctors are talking about at times. If you have other stresses going on in your life and other illnesses, so comorbidities, that also increases the likelihood that you're going to have more psychological distress if you're diagnosed with cancer. So we have many descriptive studies across many cancer sites that describe what the experience of cancer is like, what the problems are that people are experiencing. We also know how to detect this. Jimmy Holland, who I've mentioned before, pioneered the idea of distress screening, detecting distress early, and in fact at Memorial Sloan Kettering they developed a distress thermometer that's used widely. Single question that can give you a good idea. It has a threshold that you use so that you know whether or not you should be thinking that the person that you're working with is likely to have clinically significant anxiety, depression or distress. So we know that distress happens, we know how to detect it, and we also know how to treat it. There have been many studies, predominantly in breast cancer, but other areas as well, and soon I'll talk a bit more about my prostate cancer research. But we know that there are many approaches, often with a cognitive behavioural approach, a problem-solving approach, a stress management approach. These things that are actions that we can take as health professionals. We can develop these programs and we can deliver them to people at need. And there are many of those around, and you'll be familiar with much of that, I imagine, and much of the literature. The big problem that we tend to get into is when we want to take the knowledge that we have and we want to implement it into practice, so that it kind of becomes a situation of where we're saying we know that the distress is there and that there are unmet needs for support. We know what we could do that might make a measurable difference in people's lives, but not everybody's getting access to it, and that is the key problem. So to give you an example of I guess what my research has been in psycho-oncology and what my major focus has been, I'm going to talk to you a bit about prostate cancer research in psychosocial care, mostly to give an example of how it can evolve and build over time. But I would say to you that while I am mostly known for my prostate cancer research, I've certainly done work on lung cancer and stigma, and I've talked about my work with women with breast cancer, and I've done work with people with brain tumours as well. So I have a broad knowledge, but it would be the case that the area where I've done the most work has been prostate cancer. And the reason for that really is just that when I was working in the community in the 90s, it was just so clear that nobody was doing this work and there was a need. And I had men coming to me and saying, Suzanne, we'd like you to do something about this. And I was honoured to be asked and happy to do that. So in the early years, really in the late 90s and early 2000s, we were really at the stage of just doing basic descriptive research, and we were a good 10 years at least behind breast cancer in that, I think, because the area, for historical reasons largely, and partly because not having a high profile advocacy movement, it really had been left to the wayside. And it was important for me as a practitioner to be doing that because I wanted to really make sure I understood the problem well and that anything I did was going to help and not harm. And I think it's always important as practitioner researchers that we remember we can't assume that everything we do will be helpful. So I started doing research on really measuring the psychological distress that men experience, decision regret, a whole range of outcomes, so that I could go back to the urologists and the radiation oncologists that I work with and saying, you guys are great, you're doing amazing work in treating these patients, but these are the problems that they are experiencing over time. And I was very fortunate to be working with a very vibrant urological community in Queensland at the time who were really interested in what I was finding and interested in doing something about it. And that close collaboration remains to this day. So I was publishing work showing that a significant proportion of men were experiencing distress, and this was a surprise to some people who assumed because men weren't talking about it that they weren't distressed, but in fact they were. And that was getting it on the agenda straight off. The next thing that I did was worked, in fact, with Jimmy Holland on doing very detailed validation work for measuring distress with the brief distress thermometer in men with prostate cancer, and we did that work together so that we were able to say, this is the amount of distress there is, and this is how you detect it. Moving on from that, we were able to do a number of randomised controlled trials where we were looking at various types of interventions, again, some more descriptive work, so that we were able to say, this is the preferred source of support for men, this is where they want to get support from, and we were trialling different types of support, nurse-delivered support programs, peer-delivered support programs, and some delivered by psychologists. That enabled us to come up with a body of knowledge from which it was possible for people out in health services and in the community to develop their own programs that would work with their own context to help the men that they were with. We then were doing additional work looking at what are the barriers for men in help seeking and what are the characteristics that we need to be thinking about when we're supporting men with prostate cancer. And we in fact developed a specific scale called the Masculinity and Chronic Disease Inventory so that we could measure different masculine values and beliefs and look at which of these predicted help seeking. The point of that is so that if you know that these are the factors that predict help seeking, you know what you need to adjust if you want to get men who need help to reach out for that help. There's a lot of work going on in this area by a number of people and very incredibly clever scholars that I work with in different places. I'm thinking of John Olive at University of British Columbia, who's doing a lot of work on men-centred care. And there are people like John, of course, in Australia as well, and really trying to shift the conversation about men's health to saying we're not going to be trying to take something that's worked in breast cancer and we'll just put it in prostate cancer, but we want to develop supportive care innovation for men with prostate cancer that is tailored to what we call men-centred care, delivering help to men in the way that they want to receive it. Some personal work that I've done there includes a book called Facing the Tiger that I published quite some years ago, I think it was 2013, and just got a new edition of that coming out at the end of this year. And what Facing the Tiger is, it's a survivorship guide for men with prostate cancer, their partners and their families. And it's taking evidence-based information about how you cope with psychological challenges, how you make decisions, how you build meaning in your life, how you move forward, how you make a survivorship plan, putting it in language that's normal to men, normal layperson language, and giving personal stories from men who actually have had prostate cancer to show how different men have put this into place. The importance of that idea is that you are supporting men to be able to do this themselves by providing something that is good, solid, evidence-based information that they can take and they can use, and they can share it with their partner and their family and work together as a team to move forward. And I guess that connects to what I have mentioned earlier, which is my main concern about challenges for the future is about implementation. We know lots, we have all this knowledge, and they often call it the valley of death, the gap between knowledge and then it actually getting into action. And some people say it can take 20 years for something to move from the knowledge into action. And clearly that's just too long. We can't wait that long for this. As a result, much of the work I'm doing is now moving into implementation. I'm fortunate that I lead a National Health and Medical Research Council Centre for Research Excellence in Prostate Cancer Survivorship in Australia. That's a federally funded program, and I have collaborators across the country in different universities and even some in the US. We have 10 chief investigators, 10 associate investigators, and about 20 or 30 affiliates with that program. All of us working on different aspects of prostate cancer survivorship and really now all getting to the pointy end where we're trying to make things change. So as a result of that, what we did last year was working again in collaboration with all of that team, but also with all the major medical and nursing societies in Australia that work in the prostate cancer area, as well as all the major consumer groups, including the Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia. We developed a national position statement on distress screening and referral for psychosocial care for men with prostate cancer. And what was so exciting about that, from my point of view, was that we got sign-on from every major group in the country that we asked. We're all happy to get behind this. We developed a monograph to go with it so that we're not just saying, you should do this, we're saying you should do this and this is how you could do it. We've been developing educational materials to help skill health professionals up for that. In fact, we have an open access online program for distress screening and prostate cancer through my university, University of Technology, Sydney, that we have developed with support from the Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia. We've tested it out with prostate cancer specialist nurses, and now anyone in the world can log on and can access that training program. And there's more of that training work coming through as we go. Another example of this pushing into advocacy and implementation and translation is that we started a project last year. This was led by my colleague, Jeff Dunn, who is a chief investigator in the Centre for Research Excellence. And that project is developing a framework for prostate cancer survivorship. This was an amazing program that we all contributed to. We used a policy Delphi strategy for that. We had an expert panel of 47 from across Australia and New Zealand who worked with us on developing that framework. And importantly, and differentiating this from previous such efforts, a third of the panel were consumers. So we had researchers, academics, health professionals working in a team with men who've had prostate cancer themselves. And so, again, I mentioned earlier that often the community work and the health professional work can be in parallel but doesn't always intersect. What we were doing was making sure we had the intersection at the start, and we've been able to publish that work now in the British Journal of Urology International. The quantum of work that I have been involved in has been a collection of people who are mission focused in the work that they want to do and who share a common vision, a common belief that if we all work together, we can make a difference in cancer control. We can make a difference in cancer control in our own communities, in our country, and indeed do so globally. For all of us, we need to always remember that it's a collective effort. And that's where, speaking to people in this audience who are perhaps early career researchers, you're our leaders for the future. We really need you. And so please be involved in our work, ask questions and step forward, because we need to pass the torch to you and look forward to seeing the new insights and the new ways that you will have looking at what are the issues for people with cancer and what are the issues for people with cancer in the age of biotechnology, and how are you going to help meet those challenges ahead. I think we would have more luck at beating this gap from knowledge into translation if we could get the consumer voice more involved. Professor Trish Greenhalgh has talked about biases against the consumer voice. She describes that there is a low status of experience in the hierarchy of evidence, a limited patient input in general to research design, insufficient attention being paid to power imbalances that suppress the patient's voice, and a focus on people who seek and obtain care rather than those who do not seek or cannot access care. So as biotechnology hastens the arrival of personalised medicine, all of which will have their own specific issues in terms of the patient experience and the patient outcomes, not to mention, of course, access and equity, we need to ask ourselves the question, how do we ensure that the patient voice is not lost in all of this? A recent review by Palumbo concluded that clinical practice guidelines are built appropriately upon the highest level scientific evidence available, systematic reviews, meta-analyses, randomized control trials, and expert consensus opinion. But, this is the but side, consumer voice is not the norm in these, and when it is, it's often token. Most organisations involved in clinical practice guideline production do not require consumer input, and as few as 1 in 5 consumer versions of these scientific documents have this included. So how do we not lose the consumer voice? How do we keep the consumer as an active agent in the team in the interests, really, of better implementation of knowledge and ultimately better outcomes? My talk has focused around cancer and how as a society and as individuals we have faced this challenge. There will be lessons in this for us globally as we confront the terrible toll of COVID-19 and learn to adjust to a changed world. Perhaps the lessons are to remember our resilience, that we do better when we act collectively, and that our core values around equity, respect for life, caring for the vulnerable, and compassion for others can guide us. In 1927, Francis Peabody, an American physician who was himself to die of cancer in that very year, wrote on the care of the patient in the Journal of the American Medical Association. His words, "Disease in man is never exactly the same as disease in an experimental animal, for in man the disease at once affects and is affected by what we call the emotional life. Thus, the physician who attempts to take care of a patient while he neglects this factor is as unscientific as the investigator who neglects to control all the conditions that may affect his experiment." So what are we hoping for? What am I hoping for? I think what we need to really be trying to do is to be truly moving from the traditional biomedical view of health and healthcare, where really in many ways the patient is a passive receiver of the service, to something that really is co-produced, where the patient voice is heard and where the patient is working and the patient's family is working collaboratively together with the physician, with the nurse and with the healthcare team. We talk about this a lot. I'm just not sure we truly do this, and I think if we want to change things, if we really want to move forward, the answer lies in that, and this is only going to become even more important in the age of biotechnology, where everything becomes more complex and faster. We've really got to reach back into the patient voice and the community voice and make sure we get that connection right. So for all of you, I leave that there as a discussion point and as the challenge for us as we move forward. Thank you for your attention. It's been so lovely to connect with you all, even though it's been remotely. And I wish you all the best, and I would ask you all to stay safe and well. Thank you.
Hi, Lucy.
Hello, Lisa. Happy to be here.
Lucy Holmgreen, my colleague in the Department of Psychological Sciences. Lucy, I want to do a couple of business items before we turn to our conversation. First of all, a reminder to you all to submit a question to Poll Everywhere. That's POLLEV.com/Nobel56. And in a minute, Lucy, you'll help me remember we're going to turn to a poll question, which you can also find there. If you prefer to text your question, you can do that at 2233, and again, text the number Nobel56. After Lucy's and my conversation, there will again be Zoom discussions happening, and one of the special offerings for this Zoom discussion is a conversation with the author of Mom's Cancer, Brian Fees. Mom's Cancer is a graphic work that was the reading in common, or is the reading in common this year for our incoming first year class. And you can find directions on how to get to those Zoom conversations by going to the live stream for this conference. If you're seeing it from Facebook, you need to hop over to the Nobel Conference page or to the Gustavus homepage and enter through that portal, and then you can find those Zoom links on that page. So please do join one of those conversations. So now, turning it over to Lucy. It's so exciting after 2 years of preparing for these discussions to finally be having a little chance to debrief after it. So I'm wondering if you want to offer any initial reactions. If not, I have plenty of things to ask you.
Sure. I just really enjoyed Dr. Chambers' talk. I think she's delightful. I think the thing that really jumps out to me when I listen to her is how she does not seem to be a person who even perceives barriers in her path. She perceives maybe wrinkles or complications, but never barriers. It's like, oh, we need a book for prostate cancer survivors. I guess I better go write that, right? So I just love listening to her talk about how she overcomes these things.
I think it all has to do with not having that first cup of coffee in the morning. That's what keeps you writing the book, right?
Yes, that was fascinating to hear as well in the podcast. Absolutely.
So early on in her talk, she gave a definition of survivorship. And it's clear that that's a term of art within this field. So can you talk about it a little bit? And why is it important to define what that word means? Shouldn't it just be obvious?
That's a great question. I think that it's important to capture the idea that cancer is an evolving stressor. So it's not just an event that happens to people, it's something that evolves over time. So the stress you feel when you first are diagnosed might differ from the stress you feel, say, a month after diagnosis. I think that extending survivorship to the end of life also acknowledges the fact that whether or not your cancer sort of goes away or goes into remission, you may still feel effects of the stressors of cancer well beyond when that might happen. So important to encompass the entire patient experience, whereas perhaps from a biomedical model, once someone's cancer is sort of eradicated biologically, we might sort of consider them done. But the definition of survivorship, extending well beyond that, I think really acknowledges that the effect of cancer doesn't just stop when the cancer leaves your body, if that's what happens.
And one of the things that has been really impressed upon me during preparing for this conference is the fact that the good news is more and more people will find themselves in exactly that situation as more and more people are able to survive particular cancers.
Yeah, absolutely.
So one of the things that she's really focusing on in this talk, as I heard it, is that gap between, care for the tumor, if you will, and care for the patient. And historically, she suggests that care for the patient has really been happening in the community, whereas obviously care for the tumor has happened in the clinic. Why is that gap so intractable?
It's a fantastic question, and one that lots of professionals from different disciplines, I think, have been trying to address for some time now. It gets to, I think, basic ideas about how we define health and wellness. What do we mean by that? Do we mean disease-free, or lesion-free when we say someone is healthy? Or do we mean something much more holistic and encompassing a broader look at how they function as a human being? I think it gets to siloing and how in our disciplines we tend to stay in our lane and not necessarily consider the other areas that might affect our area of research. I think Dr. Chambers also touched on one of the problems when she talked about bias against patient experience as a sort of valid strain of evidence when we do RCTs, for example, or randomized controlled trials. So yeah, I think it's about getting different kinds of professionals to talk to each other more. For example, at a conference where you get a bunch of people from different fields and you get them in the same room or virtually in the same room and you have them start talking to each other.
Yeah, we should do that. That'd be really cool.
I think it would be a fantastic idea, honestly.
So yes, I was thinking about Shanita Hughes Halbert's work on social determinants of health and the ways in which that certainly we're starting to see that make its way into the clinic, where when I get intake for, whatever, my annual exam or something like that, I'm being asked more questions than when I was 30. Not only because I'm 60, but because healthcare has changed. And I also think about the exciting work we'll hear from Bisan Al-Azakani this afternoon, in which I think the kind of knowledge-based creation that they're working on is saying, how can we make meaningful use of that patient experience? Because it's obviously so vitally important. Lucy, yes. Go ahead, please.
Oh, I was just going to say, I think some of the discussion that came up yesterday about the electronic medical record gets to that question of how do we make this data or these data useful. And I think that actually getting people from one profession to acknowledge the importance of a variable that sort of comes out of a different profession can be difficult. So even once you have the data to show, for example, this psychosocial variable is incredibly important to this medical outcome, it can be incredibly difficult to get physicians on board with that, for example. And that's not about individual physicians. That's about our system of training and how we I think, again, silo our healthcare.
One of my favorite weird examples in that regard is the fact that dentistry is entirely separate from all of the other parts of your body, almost as if your teeth are far away from your brain, for instance, such that dental caries could never possibly have any effect on your, brain health. I would love to change the subject away from my knowledge of dentistry toward the poll question, which again, pollev.com//Nobel56. And the question is, after hearing this lecture about psycho-oncology and its approach, which statement below do you identify with most? And again, there isn't I identify with all of these option on poll everywhere the way we've used it, but looks like there's quite a lot of agreement on this one. Lucy, what do you make of the results of this poll? I think you can see it.
Yes, I can, and I am happy to see that it would appear that most folks seem on board with the idea that that treating emotional and social needs of individuals with cancer is important. And I'm not sure we would have seen the same results to this poll had we administered it in the 1950s, for example. I don't know that you would have seen this exact same distribution of results. I'm interested to watch that caregiver question sort of wobble here a little bit, and that's interesting.
Right. Yes, it is. Say more about that.
Yeah, I think there's growing awareness of the importance of care for caregivers, especially as folks find themselves caring for both aging parents and young children, for example, as the boomer generation ages. I think there's growing awareness that caregiving is itself an incredibly stressful experience, and that requires its own kind of care. So I think there's an analogy there with caring for someone with cancer, right? If you're doing caregiving, that's a chronic stressor. So I like that Dr. Chambers' research, for example, pulls in partners and family to an extent that just doesn't happen as much in a lot of other research areas.
Right, right. Indeed, that was one of the things that I found really interesting about toward the end of her work, toward the end of her talk. She was emphasizing the fact that as we move in a positive direction, and I think you're right, she's assuming we will, she's not saying, let's abandon those community support networks and medicalize everything. I don't hear that at all. Do you have thoughts about the kind of vision that she's presenting us with, in which care, organizations are at the table?
Yeah, I think it's all about integration and interdisciplinarity and valuing patient experience as an important line of evidence. So it's about getting everyone at the table, and I think Dr. Chambers, in all of her work, has really embraced that framework. she came out of that, right? Her work sort of began from working in the community to care for cancer survivors. And I think she has really carried that perspective through all of her work going forward.
Mm-hmm. And on that, maybe a related point, I thought one of the most powerful observations that she makes is that you can't just take what worked for breast cancer and, add a different ribbon and make it be about prostate cancer. What is the importance of her observation that, for instance, men manifest stress in ways that were invisible to, designed experiments or studies?
Yes. So I think that this gets at something she said. I don't remember if it was her talk now or the podcast, but she talks about RCTs being these blunt instruments, these averages. RCTs meaning randomized controlled trials. So these are kind of the gold standard for intervention research. That is things like drug trials or finding out if a new therapy is helpful. And I think it was Dr. June who touched on this, we exclude all kinds of people from those trials to try to make them stronger in their ability to draw causal conclusions about the intervention itself. We try to get a sort of pool of people who just have the one thing in common. But when we study an intervention, it's only as good, first of all, as our ability to get people to do the intervention. So if we were to take an intervention for breast cancer survivors and just sort of plug it into a study of prostate cancer survivors, likely what we would find is that the intervention itself might be helpful if you could get people to do it. So one of Dr. Chambers' studies was of a web-based intervention that provided psychosocial support to individuals with prostate cancer. And what she found involved the analysis, two different kinds of analyses that are really important in this kind of research. So you have to look at both what's called an intent to treat analysis, which means if you look at everybody who started the trial in whatever condition they were in, the experimental or the control, you look at their results down the line, that's different than looking at just the people who actually completed the intervention. So if you can imagine a drug, for example, for diabetes that's incredibly effective but also has massively unpleasant side effects, it would be important to know both that most of the people who started taking that diabetes drug didn't end up still taking it by the end of the trial, right? You have to know that about your drug. It would also be very important to know that if they did keep taking it, their A1C or their diabetes was much better managed at the end of the trial, right? So you have to know, is this a palatable intervention? And does it work if you can actually get people to engage in it? And I think that's really key to understanding her comments about we can't just plug this intervention in for this other group necessarily.
Excellent, excellent point. And it looks like, unfortunately, we have run down the clock. I wanted to say we will begin the 12 o'clock hour. Again, if you choose not to go to a Zoom discussion, you can find last night's Nobel concert, a beautiful half-hour concert we'll be playing immediately now. I also wanted to put in a plug for the bookmark, the Gustavus bookmark, which has a number of cancer-related works available, both fiction and nonfiction works available, and you can order those. If you go to the Nobel Conference page, navigate to Learn More About Cancer, and from there navigate to Cancer Stories, you'll find that whole list. Also know that we do have a little bit of Nobel merch, including coffee mugs and also the usual Nobel t-shirts, which you can order from the Gustavus bookmark. And finally, both this year's and next year's Nobel Conference posters are available on the homepage as a PDF, and you can download those and print them yourself. So I will shut up now because it's 12:01, and I want you to be able to zoom off to a Zoom discussion or see the concert from last night. So enjoy yourselves, and I'll see you back here.
Welcome to tonight's concert presentation, Home, an examination of the privilege to live. In accordance with all guidelines surrounding safe practices for music performance, This evening concert is pre-recorded, in which each singer will wear masks especially made for singers and remain socially distanced to minimize the threat and exposure of COVID-19. Tonight's performance examines the inequity and injustice within our healthcare system as we explore the emotional journey a diagnosis with cancer can have. As we have seen in the recent COVID-19 pandemic, we are often quick to assign blame to communities of marginalized groups to further an oppressive and divided society. Additionally, we have a practice of legislating who in our country is allowed to receive certain medical treatment. This can be anything from denying women access to the full range of services they may need, or determining that a person is unfit to donate blood based on their sexuality. We have built a system that ignores the needs of all persons. Potentially the most glaring systematic oppression in our healthcare system is the treatment of people of color. Healthcare can simply be defined as efforts made to maintain or restore physical, mental, or emotional well-being, especially by trained and licensed professionals. I challenge you to broaden your view beyond our healthcare system to examine the ways in which we inhibit the access to someone's physical, mental, or emotional well-being as a result of their race, gender, ethnicity, and many other facets. In our country today, we see communities crippled by inaccess to natural resources and programs that help them pursue full and healthy lives. Most closely related to this evening's topic, people of color are the largest community who don't have access to health insurance, the resource vital to receiving medical care in our country. All of these factors make one wonder who has the power to determine who lives. Furthermore, what accountability is in place to ensure the physical, mental, and emotional needs of all humans are being met? As we examine the impact of a cancer journey on a human being, I encourage you to view the inequity through a lens beyond health insurance and go deeper into how we have seen people of color's lives be harmed in our community, as well as systematic oppressions. Cancer doesn't discriminate based on race, so why should access to treatments be able to? Tonight's performance will include a diverse group of composers, helping us present to you Home, an examination of the privilege to live. We, unaccustomed to courage, exiles from delight, live coiled in shells of loneliness, until love leaves its high holy temple and comes into our sight to liberate us into life. Love arrives, and in its train from ecstasies, old memories of pleasure, ancient histories of pain. Yet if we are bold, love strikes away the chains of fear from our souls. We are weaned from our timidity. In the flush of love's light, we dare to be brave. And suddenly, we see that love costs all we are and all we'll ever be. Yet it is only love which sets us free.
Somebody's hands fell at turn the key and took a drive, was free. Highway curve, the sun's glow, Buckley on the radio, cigarette was burning slow, so brief, just yellow lines and tired marks, sun-kissed skin and handlebars. Where I stood was where I was to be. No memories to call my own, no porch light on to hold me home. And where I was beautiful, because I was free. Once upon another time, before I knew which life was mine, before I left the child I saw myself in sunlight and stars lit up like candlelight. I made my wish, but mostly I believe in yellows and tired marks, sun-kissed skin and handlebars. Where I stood was where I was to be. Once upon another time, deciding nothing good or bad, so I would just keep on crying because I was free.
I'm being taken on a holiday, but it's a surprise. I wonder where I'm going. I think I've guessed, but I've been wrong before. What do I pack? It could be cold, rainy, could be a tropical paradise. I'd better pack everything. I wonder, where am I going? I think I've guessed. I feel it in my bones. Have I remembered to pack everything? I could need scuba gear, climbing gear, warm clothes, a bikini. I think the bikini unlikely, but I try to fit it in the case. I lie awake considering all the possibilities and trying not to, knowing it futile. I wake early. I do not want to miss the flight. It's a 40-minute trip to the airport. Will we be even able to park? I hope I have everything. I have had plenty of time to consider. Folks say, be positive. But it's not them who'll be wet if they didn't grab a Mac. If it's a tropical paradise, then great. Leave the Mac in the case. I wait for the taxi full of anticipation. I wonder, where am I going? I'll only know when I'm on the plane.
When I think of all the times the world was ours for dreaming, when I think of all the times the earth seemed like our home, every heart alive with its own longing, every future we could ever hope to hold. All the time our laughter rang in summer, all the times the rivers sang our tune, Sarah and the sadness in the sunlight, some story waiting to be told. Has the innocence gone? Where has it gone? Rains rolling down, wash away my memory. Where has it When I think of all the joys, the wonders we remember, the treasures we believe we'd never lose. Too many days gone by without them being. Too many darkened hours without Those we once knew, now it's just this letting go. Where all has it has the innocence gone? Where has it gone? Rains rolling down, wash away my memory. Where has it gone?
A free bird leaps on the back of the wind and floats downstream to the current ends and dips his wings in the orange sun rays and dares to claim the sky. But a bird that stalks down his narrow cage can seldom see through his bars of rage. His wings are clipped and his feet are tied, so he opens his throat to sing. The caged bird sings with the fearful trill of things unknown but longed for still. And his tune is heard on the distant hill, for the caged bird sings of freedom. The free bird thinks of another breeze, and the trade winds soft through the sighing trees, and the fat worms waiting on a dawn-bright lawn, and he names the sky his own. But a caged bird stands on the grave of dreams. His shadow shouts on a nightmare scream. His wings are clipped and his feet are tied, so he opens his throat to sing. The caged bird sings with the fearful trill of things unknown but longed for still, and his tune is heard on the distant hill. For the caged bird sings of freedom. Precious Lord, take my hand, lead me on, let me stand. I am tired, I am weak, I am worn through the storm, through the night. Lead me on through the light. Take my hand, precious Lord, lead me home. When my way grows dreary, precious Lord, lead me near. When my life is almost gone, at the river I stand, guide my feet, hold my hand, take my hand, precious Lord, lead me home.
Hello, I'm Helen King from the Open University. And in the third of these videos, I'm going to talk about changing theories and changing therapies. Now, obviously, there's a close relationship between what you think cancer is and how you're going to treat it. And that includes what you think causes it. Western medicine for many centuries worked with the idea that actually what mattered was fluids in the body, not organs, but fluids. This is an idea that came from ancient Greece and Rome, and its most famous form, it's known as the humoral model of disease. So it makes a lot of sense because before imaging, you couldn't see what was going on inside the body, but you could see what came out, and you could then make your decisions as to what's happening based on that. So hence the importance of fluids rather than organs. In this most famous form, the four humour theory, there are four humours, which are blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. And the idea is that all of these are present in the body, but that they vary according to what you eat and drink, according to the time of year, and according to your own life. So how old you are, what gender you are, and so on. So for example, because blood is seen as the hot, wet fluid, all the fluids have some qualities associated with them. Blood is hot and wet, and it's thought to dominate in spring. And that also means it dominates in the springtime of your own life cycle, so when you're young. So that's the way that this works. It counts for everything, every possible aspect of the world, not just what you eat and drink, but how you live, where you live, everything. That's the four humours. Now, the humour associated with cancer is the strangest of the four. It's black bile. All the others, you can sort of see where they're coming from. So blood, we all know about that. Phlegm, yeah. Yellow bile, more difficult, but possibly stomach acid could be interpreted as yellow bile. But black bile, black is a dangerous colour. If we find something black happening now in our bodies, we associate it with occult blood, blood coming from somewhere else that we haven't yet found out where it's coming from. So producing fluids that are black is generally not a good idea. Nevertheless, black bile. Now, it was around 170 in the Christian era that Galen, the great doctor of the Roman Empire, first talked about black bile connecting to cancer. Of course, actually, what he said was it connects to carcinos. And you'll remember from the first of these videos that carcinos, as in carcinoma, may or may not refer to things we would actually regard as cancer now. It's very hard, obviously, to do that retrospective diagnosis thing. But leaving that aside, Galen says that carcinoma is connected to black bile. Black bile is the cold, dry fluid which is associated with the fall season. It's also linked to other diseases, so scabies, leprosy, elephantiasis, and depression most famously because the words for black bile in ancient Greek, melanchole, literally black bile, leads to the idea of melancholy, which looks a lot like what we talk about today when we talk about depression. So melancholy is a disease that's existed for many, many centuries. But Galen also distinguishes between normal black bile, which everyone has in their body, and altered black bile, which causes disease. And he talks about that as sharp, harsh, destructive, sort of eating through the skin. So you can see that a visible cancer lesion could be interpreted in terms of black bile as this sharp, corrosive fluid. Treatment for black bile diseases, like other treatments in a humoral system, would be diet and exercise. So different foods are believed to produce different amounts of different humours. That would mean that, for example, you would have certain changes to your diet to reduce the amount of black bile you were getting from your food. But also things like nightshade juice, which would clean out any visible lesions. So a humoral reading of cancer makes it much like any other disease. It's not different, it's not special. It's treated by the diet and lifestyle changes which all diseases were treated with in humoral medicine. Drugs are always seen as potentially more risky than diet and lifestyle in the history of medicine. because drugs have different effects on different people. That was understood back in ancient Greece quite clearly, that the amount of dosage of a drug would affect the response, and you couldn't always be sure how much to give in a particular case. So drugs are more difficult to use than diet and lifestyle. Even more difficult was regarded as surgery. Surgery was potentially lethal. Obviously, in the ancient world, we're talking about no anesthesia, inadequate pain relief, no blood transfusions, no knowledge of infection. So surgery was always highly risky, and that went on being the case into the 19th century. We now turn to the more recent language of cancer. Although we now know there are more kinds of cancer, that there's not one thing, but lots of different ways in which cells can divide inappropriately. It's also interesting that the more recent language of cancer doesn't see it as a change in the body so much as an invader, an enemy, even a colonizer moving from organ to organ across the body. I think that's most obvious in the battlefield imagery. The battlefield imagery has been particularly powerful since the 1970s. In the early 70s, President Nixon signed the National Cancer Act, which talked about the war on cancer. War implies the possibility of victory if the weapons are good enough, if you've got enough soldiers. It also, remember that the war against cancer happened in the 70s at the same time as the Vietnam War was going on. There's war on all fronts. War is a very powerful way of thinking about all of this. But battlefield imagery had been used before that. So from the 19th century onwards, when bacteria were identified as a cause of disease, already the battlefield imagery was coming in. The invaders, which need to be repelled, fought, defeated. In the 1950s, the period of the Cold War, reflecting the popular imagination, a lot of movies were about the fear of death from an alien invasion or from the armies of communism invading or from the bomb. The threat was seen as outside, not within us. Now, there'd been cancer movies before the 50s, but it's interesting that when you get to 1970, the point at which the US National Program for the Conquest of Cancer, conquest again, that language, that's also 1970 is the year when Love Story, one of the most famous cancer movies, came out. So there's something in the 70s about the war imagery. In 1978, Susan Sontag published her extremely famous book, Illness as Metaphor, where she looked at this idea of cancer as an invading predator and talked about how unhelpful that was to people who had cancer. Of course, not for everyone. Some people find the imagery helps them. Some people find it really very negative. But Sontag explored the whole notion of a campaign or a fight or a crusade against cancer. And she noted that alongside these ideas of it coming from outside, there was also the idea that somehow the patient was to blame, that there was what was called a cancer personality that made you more likely to get it. So quite interesting that even there in the 70s, there's that opposition between cancer coming from outside, a battle, a war that you can repel the invader, but also some idea that it comes from inside you. And now, of course, we would say that it's much more multifactorial, that all these things can be happening, that they connect together. Theories, of course, changed a lot over the 20th century. It was actually from the 40s onwards that the idea came about that smoking was carcinogenic, but that took a long time to be taken seriously. It was disputed not least because of the implications for the very powerful tobacco industry. And once you have something where a decision as to smoke or not to smoke comes in, then also choice becomes an important thing to consider. Is cancer something you can avoid if you make all the right choices, or can you not avoid it? Will it just happen regardless of your choices? From the 60s, there's also been a lot of emphasis on the environment and on people's jobs. An example there would be asbestos and the influence of asbestos on cancer. The suspicion was there from the 1800s onwards that asbestos caused cancer. But because it had such a long latency period, with the disease taking decades to develop, it wasn't always obvious how cause and effect connected. And apparently when Hans Wilfried Wegeler noted the link between working with asbestos and developing cancer back in 1943, his work wasn't taken seriously by the rest of the world because it came out of Nazi Germany. So there's a great example of how politics can affect the history of cancer. Politics can get in the way of medicine. As for treatment, when it was believed that cancer started with just one place and then it spread out, often centrifugally across the body, surgery was always the first line of attack, in contrast to the ancient world where surgery was the last thing you do. But from the 19th century, when surgery's become safer, it becomes the first thing you do. And we've already seen in the previous video that surgery was around before that, quite radical surgery was around before that, at least for breast cancer. The problem with the surgery approach is that the disease can already have spread before the surgery, so that taking out the obvious source of cancer doesn't mean that the rest of the body is clear. It doesn't necessarily make any difference then to the patient's chances of surviving. Also, radical surgery, which may not even make a difference to the patient, also has the effect of scaring the wider population. Again, think back to those graphic and horrifying descriptions of cancer surgery that we looked at last time. The earliest cancer drug treatments included some pretty radical things like nitrogen mustards discovered when the American Army was looking into the effect of these gases, but also hormones. Before hormone treatment was used in cancer, the removal of hormone-producing organs, glands, was actually having a hormonal effect on the body. So although they weren't using hormones to treat, the removal of hormones was having an effect on the condition. The trouble with all drug therapies, though, is that cancers can adapt, cancer cells can adapt. And, of course, that side effects can be really serious in that normal cells will die alongside the targeted cancer cells. Again, that's something where more recent discoveries are coming in. It does seem overall that the huge amounts of money spent on cancer research in the 1970s as part of the war on cancer actually had little effect on mortality, or indeed on the rates of survival after treatment. And then as well as surgery and drugs, of course, there's radiotherapy. Also not unproblematic. With radiotherapy, the problem is the availability of radium. Radium has always been very expensive, and worldwide, radium is in short supply. So in the original emergence of the treatment after the First World War, there were lots of issues with maintaining the supply in order to use it effectively. Nowadays, of course, treatment tends to be lots of different approaches throughout the course of someone's cancer history. But it seems clear now that there is never going to be one treatment, one magic bullet, one pill for every ill, one drug that clears all cancer. And precisely because of that, that's why this conference is so important. I'm looking forward to it, and I'm sure you are too. Thank you.
I'm Nate Otto.
And we both teach here at Gustavus in the Department of Health and Exercise Science, and we are excited that the Nobel Committee invited us here to teach you a few of our favorite recipes. Before I forget, I want to say a special thank you to Lisa Heldke and the Nobel Committee for inviting us to do this.
Yes.
And then also a thank you to Brandy Russell for allowing us to use this beautiful laboratory kitchen here in Nobel. So for dessert, we have chosen a very simple recipe. It's a grilled apple recipe that we're going to show you today. And the apples take about 6 minutes per side. So I'm going to go ahead and get started by throwing some on the griddle, and then we'll talk through why we chose these apples, and Nate's gonna teach us how to core an apple too. So let me get started here.
So we're using a Granny Smith apple to begin with. We're gonna use a nice sharp paring knife. As we go through this process, you don't have to use a knife, but again, trying to go with that basic, simple knife skills. You can use an apple core and it's gonna be able to cut all the way through. The problem with the apple core in this is that we're not gonna get these wonderful rings that we see on the apple here that's on the griddle. So we take our knife, put our index finger on the backside with a paring knife, and simply cut through all the way. And we're just trying to get through at least half to a quarter of that apple as we go through. And then we'll flip it over and do the same thing on the bottom side.
One of the reasons that with this particular recipe, the sliced apples work so well is that they cook evenly. So if you tried to do this with wedges, apple wedges, you just might need to modify the cooking time. Or if you don't have one of these griddle tops, you can also use a saute pan if you have one at home. But again, the slices work nice because they cook very evenly. We tried this recipe with Honeycrisp apples,
We did.
which was delicious. That was our number 2 favorite.
Yep.
And we also tried it with Pink
Ladies
apples. We tried to choose some apples that you might find around this area in the fall time. The reason that we liked the Granny Smith apples was because of the way that they cooked. We left the skins on for maximum fiber content, which lines up nicely with the American Cancer Society guidelines for high fruits and vegetables and high fiber content in your diet. But the skins soften up a little bit nicer on the Granny Smith apples. And we also like the flavor. We like that really tart flavor against the topping. So each of these apples are going to cook for, again, about 6 minutes per side. You can certainly check the apples when you need to. We're at about a medium to high heat as well. And so once they're done, all I have here in the bowl is about 3 tablespoons of brown sugar and about a hefty teaspoon of cinnamon. We love cinnamon, so the recipe called for a teaspoon, but I elevated it a little bit. And then I tossed a little bit of salt in here too, just to cut the sweetness down a little bit. So once you get your apples sliced, throw them on the grill. We're looking for a little bit of, those lovely grill marks. We definitely don't want to burn anything. And again, they do take a little bit of time, but it's all worth it. I think we gave these to the kids. We did blind taste tests, and we asked them which their favorite was. And it was definitely, the kids liked the Honeycrisps.
They did like the Honeycrisp.
Yeah, definitely. So when this is all said and done, this is what your grilled apples are eventually going to look like. We're going to just take a little bit of this brown sugar mixture on top, and eventually with those nice warm apples, the sugar will caramelize a little bit if you give it enough time. And so yeah, it's a very simple recipe. Again, local, in-season ingredients, a little bit of sweet. Again, we're hitting the high levels of fruits here with this particular dessert. You could also add a little ice cream to this if you wanted. But
Apple a la mode.
we certainly hope you enjoy it. And if you do have any questions about this really simple dessert recipe, feel free to email either Nate or I.
Hope you enjoy.
The Sick Wife and What It's Like by poet Jane Kenyon.
And The Ship Pounding by her husband, poet Donald Hall. Each morning, I made my way among gangways, elevators, and nurses' pods to Jane's room to interrogate the grave helpers who tended her through the night while the ship's massive engines kept its propellers running.
The sick wife stayed in the car while he bought a few groceries. Not yet 50, she had learned what it's like not to be able to button a button.
Week after week, I sat by her bed with black coffee and the globe. The passengers on this voyage wore masks or cannulae, or dangled devices that dripped chemicals into their wrists. I believe that the ship traveled to a harbor of breakfast, work, and love.
It was the middle of the day, and only mothers with small children or retired couples stepped through the muddy parking lot.
I wrote, when the infusions are infused entirely, bone marrow restored, and lymphoblasts remitted, I will take my wife, bald as Michael Jordan, back to our dog and day.
Dry cleaning swung and gleamed on hangers in the cars of the prosperous. How easily they moved, with such freedom, even the old and relatively infirm.
Today, months later at home, these words turned up on my desk as I listened in case Jane called for help or spoke in delirium.
The windows began to steam up. The cars on either side of her,
ready to make the agitated drive to emergency again,
pulled away so briskly that it made her sick at heart.
For readmission to the huge vessel that heaves water month after month.
And once, for no special reason, I rode in the back of the pickup, leaning against the cab.
Without leaving port,
everything familiar was receding fast. The mountains, motel, Hulda Courier's house, and the two stately maples.
Without moving a knot.
Whatever I saw, I had already passed.
Without arrival or destination, its great engines pounding.
This must be what life is like at the moment of leaving it.
figure why not keep living life. I don't know, I can't change the way I live just because of some obstacles in my way. You gotta enjoy the moments that you're living in. You can't enjoy those anymore. You're just kind of autopilot through life. That's gonna affect everyone around you too. I'm still a regular person. Like nothing's changed except for I got ill when I didn't want to get ill.
I had faith in the treatment, but you kind of begin to think like maybe your body isn't working right, you know, and maybe the treatment's not going to work on you. It's very public when you have cancer, but then you're very alone. And I didn't feel like the same person. Any symptom you had, like I was sure it was cancer.
felt like I'd lost my identity as a healthy person. I don't want to just be a cancer patient, because you kind of do feel like that takes over your identity. You're a different person. You've gone through trauma, right? And so you're not exactly the same person that you were before. But everyone around you wants to see the same person you were before. You're different. You just are. That's kind of how it is. And you'll never not have anxiety.
I can't believe this is what I'm doing today. The anticipation matches the reality. The ultimate frustration is that it's constant curveballs. I don't want my identity to be a cancer patient.
I just felt so much uncertainty. Any little indication that something was wrong and my brain just went. You understand it in a different way once you've been through it. I think it's important for them to take the time to communicate some concern for me beyond a number.
Welcome back to the afternoon of the last day of the Nobel Conference. I'm Lisa Heltke. I'm the director of the Nobel Conference and also a professor of philosophy here at Gustavus. A couple of announcements and reminders as we proceed forward. I invite you to follow the conference on Twitter and also on Facebook. We are at Nobel Conference and Nobel Conference on Facebook. And I encourage you again, we love receiving your questions, so please don't be shy about sending them in, questions or comments for that matter, to our site at Poll Everywhere. That's POLLEV.com/Nobel56. And our number, if you'd like to text those messages, is 22333, and you can text Nobel56. I want to say a round of thank yous again to the many people who have made this conference happen. I've mentioned some of those groups already, but I want to again lift them up. One I have not yet mentioned is the bookmark staff, Molly and Kari, and the other members of that staff who have done wonderful work in both creating the materials that say Nobel Conference, and also curating a wonderful list of books that you can purchase from the bookstore that are about cancer, the cancer journey. This year it happens that most of our authors have not themselves written a book that is for sale, but there are a number of really wonderful works, both fiction and nonfiction. Some of you, I think, probably just came back from a Zoom discussion with the author Brian Fees, who is the author of this year's Gustavus Reading in Common work, Mom's Cancer. And that work, I believe, is actually available online entirely. Other groups that I'd like to thank include the entire staff of the marketing office. They are the ones who really coordinate everything about this conference, including all of the advanced mailings about the conference, the weekly mailings, the logistics, putting together the show flow, coordinating all of the many, many videos that were created for this. And in that regard, just a real big thank you to all of the folks in that division of the college. I want to again thank the GTS, Gustavus Technology Services, and the folks at Heroic Production who are making this all look smooth and seamless. And they seem remarkably calm when I look at what they're doing out there in the room where all of the computers are that are controlling all of this stuff. I'm deeply grateful and really impressed for how easy they have made this transition to an entirely online conference. Finally, I would thank the Nobel Conference Committee. I often say this is the only committee assignment I'm in at Gustavus where you get committee credit for basically getting to hang around with other folks who are interested in a topic and think and talk together with them about that topic. It's really a wonderful opportunity. And I sort of say we shouldn't think of Nobel Conference as a committee assignment, but really an opportunity to learn and teach with each other during the course of those 2 years that we meet. We all learn a lot about each other's knowledge, and we learn a lot about the world, and we do a really great job of drawing together those connections. This year's committee had, I believe, representation from every single one of the divisions of the college, which is an impressive statement. And the conference that resulted really bears the mark of that. So I really want to, again, thank all of the members of that committee who have hung in there for 2 years worth of weekly or bi-weekly meetings. Let's see. Well, let me see. I think it's time for me to do a little exercise snack. I had a very lovely lunch, which leads me to think that I should march in place just a little bit to get things going. Stephanie Otto gave me a great list of other possible exercise snacks. So if you are feeling a little logy like I am after that larger than usual lunch, I invite you to march in place with me. I'm going to stop doing this now because I look a little ridiculous maybe, but on the other hand, you know, we shouldn't think of ourselves as looking ridiculous when we exercise, right? Some other possibilities for you if you're not much of a marcher. You could try arm circles, large arm circles. You could try knee lifts. Stephanie suggested easy front kicks. I decided I would not do easy front kicks here, nor would I do wall lunges, but I could perhaps try to do a mime's version of wall push-ups. Shall we try it? Let's see. If I were really clever, I would get right next to the place where I disappear on the green screen and try it, but I won't. But here's the mimes version, the narrated mimes version of a wall push-up. Okay, I think that's enough of that silliness that people outside the door where I'm inside are about to come and get the hook to take me off. So let's see. One of the things that you will notice is that the background has been changing every half day. And right now the background behind me is the astonishing new Nobel Hall at Gustavus Adolphus College. Those of you who haven't been back to campus in the last year don't know what this place looks like. It is an amazing facility. So I want to tell those of you who have not been on the Gustavus campus, aren't familiar with this history, just a little bit about that history. So in 1963, it turns out that the college sent an emissary to the Nobel Awards ceremony in Stockholm, Sweden. And in the course of that visit, managed to make a request that Gustavus be allowed to name its newly being built Hall of Science the Nobel Hall. Well, actually, it had to be before 1963, I'm sorry, because the dedication was actually 1963. And in 1963, believe it or not, 26 Nobel laureates, 26 of the existing number at the time, made their way to St. Peter, Minnesota, which was no small feat in those days, right? We're talking about travel was much more challenging. 26 of them gathered for a dedication ceremony for the Nobel Hall of Science. It was the first U.S. memorial named for Alfred Nobel, who was, of course, the Swedish inventor whose fortune now endows most of the Nobel Prizes. The dedication included a symposium, and also afterwards it included an extended visit by Linus Pauling. He stayed on afterwards and gave lectures, interestingly, about his opposition to war. That was the topic of his conversations. A couple of other names that leapt out to me on that list of 26 include Polycarp Cush and Glenn Seaborg, and they stand out to me because they are two men who returned time and again, 2 and 3 times, to the Nobel Conference that resulted, but more on that in a moment. Another name that stood out to me is the U.S. diplomat Ralph Bunche, and that name stands out because Ralph Bunche was actually the person who completed the negotiations in Israel in 1948 that were interrupted when Folke Bernadotte, Count Folke Bernadotte, Swedish diplomat, was assassinated. And of course, Folke Bernadotte also is a name that means much to folks at Gustavus because it is the person for whom our library is named. So there are lots of really interesting connections and symbolically important names when you look through that list. Also, I believe that Ralph Bunche was the first African American to win the Nobel Peace Prize. So anyway, that was such a fun party in 1963 that another emissary went to the Nobel Foundation to the awards ceremonies and said, at the home of the widow of Count Folke Bernadotte, couldn't we please do this again? Like, couldn't we do it every single year? Wouldn't it be wonderful to have a ceremony every year that gathers together leading intellectuals for the purpose of exploring science and its ethical implications? And the Nobel Foundation very generously and kindly said, yes, you can do that. So we regard this gift that the Nobel Foundation gives us and renews for us each year, the honor of being able to use the name Nobel in connection with this conference. We regard that a gift of enormous value. So we are very appreciative of it. Meanwhile, back at Nobel Hall, time passes, right? And it is now 2020, and we are just celebrating fully occupying the newly expanded Nobel Hall. It has been completely renovated and doubled in size. So the old part is no longer the old part, it is the newly refurbished part, and the new part is fantastic. So it is now almost 180,000 square feet. The old part was 90,000 square feet, and that was renovated, and then they added another 86,000. There are 20 teaching laboratories. We've been seeing one of them. There are more than 40 full-time faculty who are supported in that facility. The expansion was completed last summer, 2019, so that part of the building has been occupied for a year. And then all of my colleagues got to move back into the old part, as we still are calling it, in 2020. And I will tell you that I went into the building the other day to try to get from point A to point B, and I became hopelessly lost almost immediately because I didn't know where I was. It's quite disorienting. But the building is truly spectacular. I believe that if you go on to the Gustavus webpage, you can still find a virtual tour of that space. Unfortunately, right now, we're unable to welcome you to campus for visits because of COVID. But hopefully in the not so very distant future, you'll be able to come to Gustavus and tour this majestic facility. One of the other really wonderful things about the facility, which to me speaks again to that amazing connection among the liberal arts, which we're very proud of in the Nobel Conference, that connection also is borne out in the way that this building is designed, because the new part of Nobel Hall connects literally, physically, to the Fine Arts building, to the theater portion of the Fine Arts complex at Gustavus. So when you walk out of the Nobel Hall wing, you immediately see the face of the theater right in front of you. And joining the two is a wonderfully symbolic cappuccino bar called the Steamery, named in a competition on campus. And it, of course, the name evokes not only cappuccino, but also the fact that this facility literally connects science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. And I, as a humanist, always feel compelled to say, well, I'd like it to be called the Steamery, but no one is buying that so far, so we'll leave it with Steamery. But for me, every time I go into the Steamery, I get a little choked up, because it is such an exciting thing to see students in the fine arts and students in the physical sciences, mingling together and having encounters that they wouldn't necessarily have otherwise. So I look forward to the day when you can come to Gustavus and see the Nobel Hall of Science. And now I would like to introduce my colleague in the Department of Chemistry to introduce our next speaker, Scott Burr, Professor of Chemistry. Scott.
It is rare that a scientist has the opportunity to participate in a wave of research that defines whole new areas of science. It is rarer still that scientists help to start that wave rolling. Our next speaker, Dr. Charles L. Sawyers, is one of those very rare scientists. Not long ago, the treatment options for cancer, if they existed, were limited to at least one of the following: excision, involving surgery to remove the cancerous cells along with a margin of healthy cells; radiation, to damage cells in and around the tumor mass so badly that they die; and chemotherapeutics that target all dividing cells, which in addition to cancer cells include things like hair follicles, cells lining the gastrointestinal tract, and bone marrow, which produces critical components of our immune systems. Dr. Sawyers, in collaboration with Dr. Brian Drucker of Oregon Health and Science University and Dr. Nicholas Leiden of Ciba-Geigy Pharmaceuticals, began to change that. Dr. Sawyers and his collaborators recognized that cells implicated in a type of blood cancer called chronic myelogenous leukemia, or CML, are different from normal cells because of the presence of the so-called Philadelphia chromosome. This chromosome encodes for a cancer-driving protein that is only produced in cancerous cells. Based upon this observation, Gleevec was developed to target this abnormal protein, thus killing only the cancerous cells. While this was a very welcome development for CML patients, the proof of concept that we can target things that distinguish cancer cells from normal cells help define a fault line in the way we think about treating cancer. Today, targeted therapies are mainstream. The idea of precision medicine was kick-started by the success of Gleevec. One of the characteristics of cancer cells, however, is the fast rate of mutation that their genes undergo. As a consequence, drugs that target a specific protein can become less effective as the cells either change the structure of the target or devise ways to evade the drug. Understanding and overcoming drug resistance, then, is the next big challenge. And Dr. Sawyers is, of course, at the forefront. We are pleased to welcome Dr. Sawyers to the Nobel Conference to help us understand the nature of this new challenge.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to my lecture. My name is Charles Sawyers. I'm a cancer biologist and oncologist at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center in New York, speaking to you from my office in Upper East Side of Manhattan. I've titled my talk, "Are There Magic Bullets for Cancer?" in reference to the concept first articulated by Paul Ehrlich, a German scientist, more than a century ago, to illustrate the concept of a drug that could kill the diseased cell without causing damage to normal cells. And that's exactly what targeted therapy of cancer is, which is going to be the topic of my lecture. And it's a nice counterpoint to the lecture you heard from Dr. June on immunotherapy. So to frame the conversation, let's start with the basics. When I was training a long time ago, there are only three ways in which we would treat cancer. The three pillars, meaning surgery. If the tumor is caught early enough, it can be removed and oftentimes cured, versus two other therapies, radiation and chemotherapy, both of which work under the principle of damaging the DNA of tumor cells, putting breaks in the DNA strand such that it can't undergo replication. Unfortunately, it's nearly impossible to restrict that DNA damage to the tumor cells. Normal cells are damaged as collateral damage, and that explains the side effects that we're all. So this has long led to the notion that we need a new class of cancer therapies, and targeted therapy, which I'll tell you about, is based on the genetic alterations in tumors. Before we get started with specific examples, however, we need to understand the principles underlying a targeted therapy. And that goes back to fundamental biology, many of those of you listening have learned in high school, or certainly college. And that is based on the discovery more than 30 years ago that cancer is a disease of genes. Mutations in genes in normal cells occur. And if they're in the wrong gene, in the wrong place, at the wrong time, that mutation can cause that normal cell to turn into a cancer cell. We now know there are two broad classes of these cancer-causing genes, or what we now call cancer drivers. The oncogenes, shown on the top, and the tumor suppressor genes, shown on the bottom. And one way of thinking about oncogenes is to think of them as gas pedals, dominant mutations that cause cells to grow in an uncontrolled rogue fashion. On the bottom, we have tumor suppressor genes. These are genes whose normal function is to restrain the growth of normal cells, or actually completely stop it when it's not supposed to grow, as in a differentiated stem cell, which should no longer proliferate. Receptors. This slide illustrates this in cartoon form. On the left-hand side, you see genes whose normal function is to cause cells to proliferate, to divide, etc. We call those proto-oncogenes. And in situations where a mutation occurs in the wrong part of a proto-oncogene, it can turn into a bona fide oncogene. On the other side are tumor suppressor genes. Here's an example of the oncogene, turning into of the proto-oncogene turning into an oncogene. On the other side are the tumor suppressor gene. If one of those gets disabled, the cell may be okay because it has a backup copy. But if you lose the other copy, the cell has now lost the brakes in which it would normally stop cell growth, again leading to uncontrolled proliferation, potentially cancer. So what does this have to do with developing targeted therapy? Well, a fairly straightforward concept would be the following. If you have a proto-oncogene that has a mutation that turns it into an oncogene, shown here, that results in the production of a mutant protein, shown here, and then, which then propagates a signal that leads the cell to divide uncontrollably. Why not make a drug that selectively blocks the activity of the mutant protein, but doesn't interfere with the normal copy of the proto-oncogene? Can we do that? Well, one example that I'd like to describe to you now is the drug called Gleevec, or imatinib. And I was fortunate enough to be involved in the very beginnings of this story back more than 25 years ago. And the disease for which Gleevec is so effective is a form of leukemia called chronic myeloid leukemia. So just to make sure we're on the same page, what is leukemia? Leukemia is a cancer of the blood, which results in the production of too many white blood cells. We can diagnose it in a number of ways, but one simple way is to make a blood smear and just look under the microscope. And as you can see on the right, there are too many of these white blood cells, surrounded by this sea of red blood cells. These cells are a consequence of a genetic alteration in a single blood cell that occurred years previously. It's known as the Philadelphia chromosome translocation. And what's happened is chromosome 9 and chromosome 22, both shown here in their normal form, have exchanged the bottom parts of their chromosomes through something known as a reciprocal translocation. As a consequence, 9 is fused to 22 and 22 is fused to 9. And the Philadelphia chromosome is called the Philadelphia chromosome because Peter Knoll first noted that this chromosome 22 was smaller than the normal 22. He was working at the University of Pennsylvania at the time. So let's look at this a little more carefully. So what's happening is there's a gene, a normal gene on chromosome 22 called BCR, another normal gene on chromosome 9 called ABL, and as a consequence of this break and reciprocal translocation, we get a fusion. That results in the production of a fusion protein, shown here. A lot about this protein. This is the actual shape of the structure of the protein as solved through an atomic structure. This is just the enzymatic part of the protein known as the kinase domain. And I hope you can see it moving back and forth. I really want to illustrate the concept that this protein is a machine. It has a function, and its function is to take ATP and transfer a phosphate residue from that ATP to another protein known as a substrate. And what you see now is the skeleton of the protein, and in particular this activation loop moving from two positions, from an inactive to an active conformation. And it needs to do that in order to exert its function of putting phosphate on substrate proteins. So that's critical information in thinking about how to make a drug that could interfere with that property. What if we could find a chemical that could insert itself somewhere in this protein, see all the nooks and crannies, that would block the ability of the protein to do that activity? How would we find such a drug? Well, there's many ways you could think about doing it, but the way that's proven successful time and time again is to take advantage of robotic screening technology. And instead of trying to draw up such a compound on the drawing board and see if it'll work, just screen millions of compounds that exist already in these chemical libraries. And that's exactly how Gleevec was found. Searched through this library of millions of compounds, and there it was. That was the activity that blocked the enzyme. There was the compound that blocked the activity of the enzyme. And that's its actual chemical structure shown here. So how does it work? Again, let's go back to the crystal structure, the atomic structure of the protein. There's Gleevec right there in purple, inserting itself from the backside into what is known as the ATP binding pocket. And you can also see it has this long extension here that it goes all the way through the protein. And what you'll see is that extension here interferes with the ability of the activation loop to open. It's now stuck in the closed conformation. That's ATP in yellow trying to bind, and it can't bind because Gleevec is like gum in the lock. It's just completely blocked it up. So once this compound had been discovered, it was advanced into clinical trials, and I was, again, lucky enough to participate as one of the principal investigators in testing the very first patients who took this drug. This is a pill swallowed once a day with really minimal side effects, nothing like the side effects of chemotherapy. So here we are in the phase 1 clinical trial, trying to figure out if the drug is working. What's shown here is a plot of the white blood cell count on the y-axis and then time on the x-axis. And what you can see is all of these patients who were tested at this dose of the drug had blood counts well above the normal range, some as high as even 100,000. Normal range is below 8,000, shown here. And you can see that every single patient had a drop in their blood counts within 30 days, down into the normal range. And this was sustained for 3 months. This is an unheard of success rate with a clinical trial. Furthermore, there were very few side effects, if any. It was like batting 1,000. And when we looked much longer, after 3 to 6 months, we saw that the Philadelphia chromosome was beginning to disappear in the bone marrow of these patients and eventually completely disappeared. And that happened because the normal bone marrow cells that don't have BCR-ABL are able to now resume growth and take over the bone marrow. And so the blood counts return to normal. However, some patients began to develop resistance. Their blood count started to go back up. And of course, this is an ominous finding. Really took the wind out of our sails. And we began to worry that, had we really, solved this problem to any substantial degree, or was resistance going to become a major problem? Well, why do the patients have resistance? To figure out how the patients develop resistance, we sequenced the DNA from the patient's tumor cells. And what we found was remarkable. So what's shown here is the crystal structure, again, now in ribbon form, of Gleevec, called STI-571, bound to the ATP binding domain of the BCR-ABL protein. And what you can see here is the amino acid threonine, 315, present deep in that ATP binding pocket, forms a hydrogen bond with the drug. And this explains why it fits in so tight into that pocket. But in the patients who developed resistance, we found a mutation that resulted in that threonine over here on the left is now an isoleucine. Isoleucine is a different amino acid. It's much bigger, and you can see that because there's this bump or bulge that sticks into the pocket, and it prevents the drug from binding. Furthermore, it can't form a hydrogen bond. So this is known as steric clash, and this absolutely explained why the patients were developing resistance. Just one mechanism. We started looking more broadly across a larger number of patients and in collaboration with other groups who were treating patients with Gleevec who developed resistance. And we found that this 315 mutation here in orange was just one of many different mutations that could be associated with resistance. You look at this, and at first glance, you almost want to throw up your hands. This seems like a hopeless situation. How are you going to overcome all these different escape routes that the tumor cells can come up with to get around Gleevec? Are you going to have 20 or 30 more different drugs, each of which is designed to treat one of these resistance mutations? Well, fortunately, that's not the case. After thinking about this for a little while, we looked back at the atomic structure and tried to understand if there were any common themes. And what I'm going to show you next is that all of the ones in this reddish color, so all but 3, are mutations that interfere with the conformation of the protein and that's why they cause resistance. So let me see what I mean on the next slide. So if you remember, this is the inactive structure with the activation loop out, sort of sticking out of the plane of the board. And this is the active form with the activation loop going back, to the right, deeper into the molecule. And when we looked very carefully at the position of each of these mutations here, what we noticed is they would be predicted to interfere with the ability of the enzyme, if it's active, to get back to the inactive state. In other words, they're causing a conformational interference with its normal flexibility. And if you also remember, only in this position can Gleevec bind tightly and sort of fit behind that loop and interfere with the activation loop. So now let's look at this concept with an animation. What I'm showing you here is the actual atomic structure of the kinase domain of BCR-ABL in green, with the activation loop in the open conformation in red. So when I activate the movie, you will see that the activation loop is going to swing from the open to the closed conformation, just like this. That's now closed, and only in this shape can the drug Gleevec in purple bind. And you can see the reason for that is because this part of the molecule clashes sterically with the mobility of the loop. In contrast, the drug in bluish fuchsia called dasatinib is agnostic as to the shape or position of the activation loop and can bind in any of these conformations. Therefore, a key prediction is that dasatinib will be active against all the mutants that interfere with this computational flexibility. Story short, that's exactly the case. We showed that BCR-ABL was effective, that the wild type, as well as all these different mutants of BCR-ABL, were effectively inhibited by dasatinib within a range of drug concentrations that are tolerable in patients. And then we ran the clinical trial that ultimately led to its approval as a drug to treat myeloid leukemia. And just to give you a sense of this, it took 41 years from the discovery of the Philadelphia chromosome in 1960 to the discovery of Gleevec, which is a very long time. But it took that long because we had to advance many different fields in biology, basic science. So basic molecular biology, structural biology, which is the crystal structures and seeing the atomic shape of the protein, and then the chemistry to do such high throughput screening using broadly representative chemical libraries and robotics to speed up the process. But once we know these things and have these technologies, we can move very fast. Dasatinib, from the first time we presented the idea of looking for a molecule that would fit in the ATP binding pocket in the way shown on the previous slide, to the approval of the drug for CML was just 5 years. So that, now 15 plus years ago, really set fire to the field of using tumor sequencing and detection of mutations to develop targeted therapies. But at that time, we really only had a handful or less of examples in which this had been successful, and they had come about largely through serendipity. So the question at hand was, can we do this at industrial scale in an organized way? And again, technology came to the rescue. One was the ability to sequence DNA at high speed and low cost, and the other was computational methods to analyze large bits of data. So here's the problem as I like to frame it. We know that cancer is caused by mutations in specific genes, these so-called drivers. And if we knew the names of all those genes and the proteins that were impacted by those mutations, we would have the list of proteins for which we need to make targeted therapies against. So we, meaning the larger cancer community, me as being one of the principal champions of this effort, said, why should we sit around and discover these one by serendipity? Let's set the goal of defining all cancer genes now. So that gave birth to a project known as the Cancer Genome Atlas Project. And it was enabled by this remarkable technology breakthrough. You may know that the original Human Genome Project was done using a technology which resulted in an expense of about $1 billion to sequence the first human genome. Now, with this newer technology, we sequence genomes routinely, thousands and thousands a day for literally $1,000 a genome. This puts this test at the same price for clinical management as a CAT scan or an MRI. And it can be done with great speed as well. So how do we lay out this project? We wanted to compare the DNA sequences from patients' tumors to tissue from their non-tumor cells, identify any mutations or differences between the tumor and normal that are specific to tumor cells. We would call that a tumor-specific mutation. And then we filter out a few of the mutations that weren't going to result in a change in an amino acid. And that would be our list of what I mean is the concept of a silent mutation. So again, take you back to your high school biology. As you'll remember that DNA encodes for RNA, then RNA is translated into protein using the so-called triplet codon concept, in which 3 different nucleotides together encode for a different amino acid. So if this is the triplet codon for tyrosine, one of 20 amino acids, you can see that C to a T also encodes for tyrosine, so that's a silent mutation. But these other alterations lead to a different amino acid substitution, in this case a cysteine, or in some cases a termination codon or a stop codon in which the protein is truncated based on the mutation. So with that as the outline of the project, and with the commitment from the National Cancer Institute to fund the project through team-based research across multiple institutions, we set out to sequence tens of thousands of tumors. Initially, starting with 500 at a time to work out the kinks. Now this is such a routine process. We have registries that are open source, easily available to scientists to look up anywhere in the world, of over 100,000 tumors of all different cancers. And what have we learned from this? First of all, we've learned that the number of mutations per cancer differs. So what I've shown here is the number of mutations per tumor on this y-axis, and this by tumor type, and I'll reveal the different tumor types in just a second. And it's also categorized by adult and pediatric. So what can you learn from this? First of all, most adult cancers have between 50 to 100 mutations. Now, some of these are mutations in the actual drivers of the cancer. Others are just in random spots throughout the genome and do not have a functional consequence. It's also interesting that pediatric cancers have very few mutations. And this remains a challenge for pediatric cancers because they don't have as many targetable driver oncogenes. But through the use of whole genome sequencing, we're beginning to find structural alterations that may shed light. Another interesting finding is the results in lung cancer. So there's 3 different types of lung cancer shown here. This type of cancer, lung cancer, is called adenocarcinoma. This is called squamous cancer, and small cell cancer, which have high levels of mutations, and these tend to occur in smokers. We know that smoking is a carcinogen, and it clearly leads to the production of more mutations per tumor. And interestingly, skin cancer is right next to lung cancer, and that makes sense because melanoma, at least, is the type of skin cancer here, because these are caused by UV damage to the skin, which also results in mutations. And then finally, there's an example of colorectal cancer, a subset of colorectal cancer, in which there's defects in genes that actually are responsible for repairing mutations that occur in the normal, everyday replication cycle of normal cells. And those have mutations on the order of thousands of mutations. So quite a variety across tumor types. But if you recall, the whole purpose of this exercise, amongst many, was to basically have the parts list for all the genes that cause cancer, the drivers. And now we know the answer. And there's a couple of important points. First is, it's not every gene. You know, there are 20,000 genes in the human genome, but only a few hundred are cancer genes. It's a lot of cancer genes, but at least there's a boundary. So we know the enemy, we know what we're facing. Now that we know this, what have we learned? And it's an enormous amount. But I want to make one major point, and that is we've learned to think about how we diagnose cancer in a completely new way. And this is in the area of taxonomy, or how we classify diseases. We've, of course, for decades relied on clinical taxonomies: lung cancer, colorectal cancer, breast cancer, prostate cancer. Should we, or can we, now move to a genomic taxonomy in which cancers are classified based on the mutations that are causing them? And furthermore, can we make drugs against them? So I'm going to show you an example in lung cancer, which has been truly remarkable, all of which has taken place in less than 15 years. So we diagnose lung cancer from a tissue biopsy, and the tumor cells are spread out on a slide, and they look like this. And a pathologist makes a decision as to whether it's adenocarcinoma, squamous, large cell, or small cell, based on these different patterns. This is morphology, pattern recognition. Well, from sequencing of just the adenocarcinoma part, we have this much heterogeneity. So this is a pie chart revealing the different mutations that are found in these adenocarcinomas, each of which represents a mutually exclusive subset of cancer, and each of which behaves somewhat differently clinically, and each of which, if one were to have a targeted therapy, would be treated differently. And I'm amazed to be able to tell you, in that short time frame, compared to the 40 years it took to develop Gleevec for one form of leukemia, in the last 10 to 15 years, we've developed drugs against all of these different alterations, most of which are now approved therapies for treating these lung cancer patients. This is truly remarkable. But have we identified all cancer genes? Now that we have them, how do we make sense of what to do next? Well, one of the things that's emerged is we now know the relative frequency of these mutations across different cancers. So here's an interesting plot generated by my colleagues here at Sloan Kettering, in which we total up all the patients who have mutations in a particular gene, and the genes are listed along the x-axis. So the gene that's most frequently mutated in this plot is a gene called KRAS. It was also present on the previous plot. It's one of the slices of the lung cancer pie. The second is a gene called BRAF. This is a gene that was first recognized as being important in melanoma, but it's also present in lung cancer, thyroid cancer, colon cancer, and so on. And the list goes on. Here are the here are the various frequencies. But what I want you to see is what we call in my field the long tail of cancer mutations. So we now go out, this is perhaps a dozen to 20 or so mutations here, but now we have this long tail in which we have clear driver mutations, but they're so rare in each tumor type that, what are we going to do? Well, in the clinical trial field, we've developed a concept called basket studies or basket trials. And here is the ultimate, definition of applying a genomic taxonomy to cancer diagnosis. So each of the individuals with the white dot has a mutation in the gene of interest. And in order to do a clinical trial in the old schema, we would have to screen tens of hundreds of lung cancer patients in order to find enough individuals with a white dot in order to enroll them on the clinical trial. A basket study screens all cancer patients, which is now possible because of the widespread use of sequencing technologies in the diagnosis of cancer. And then we put all those patients with the white dots into a single bucket or basket and treat them with the same drug. And again, I'm excited to tell you there are now 2 and soon to be more drugs approved on the basis of basket studies, which are approved for every single patient who has the mutation regardless of the tissue type. Again, showing the power of genomics, chemistry, and therapy. So in closing, I want to say that compared to when I was training not so long ago, where we had 3 pillars of cancer therapy, just in the last 20 years, we've added 2 more, targeted therapy, and as you heard from Dr. June, immunotherapy, both of which are incredibly exciting and have really galvanized not only the cancer research field, but also the biotechnology and pharmaceutical industries, which have poured enormous amounts of their R&D resources into developing these new therapies. So why have we been able to make this progress? Why is cancer now more treatable? The simple answer is we understand what causes it. Through decades of investment in basic science, not just in cancer, but in all basic science, we've been able to gather better knowledge of the genetic and cellular mechanisms of cancer. We understand cancer taxonomies at a way that is completely changing the way we diagnose patients in the clinic. We're gaining a better understanding of resistance. I showed you the example of resistance mechanisms to Gleevec through mutation in the BCR-ABL gene, which is the driver. That same theme has played out with essentially all the examples of targeted therapies that have followed. And since we know what's coming, we can anticipate the resistance mutations and work as quickly as possible on the next generation inhibitors with the goal of overcoming resistance. And all of this has led to an escalating number of new drugs and other treatment options that are improving the outcomes of cancer patients across a broad number of types. But we're not done, and I don't know when we're going to be done. We still have a lot of work to do to improve the lives of all cancer patients. And I've listed 4 points that I want to finish with. The first is that despite the power of DNA sequencing, there are patients in whom just sequencing, even at the whole genome level, we do not identify a driver mutation. It's a minority of patients in which this is the case. it raises an interesting scientific conundrum. Why are these patients' tumor cells cancer cells if we can't find the mutation? I think we'll find it eventually. But there are patients who are not benefiting from this kind of therapy because of that. And as I briefly touched on, this problem seems to be the greatest in pediatric cancers. I'd say the second one is a really challenging problem, and that is that we don't have drugs against many of the most common drivers. The tumor suppressor genes in particular, P53, P10, these are two of the most common ones, and we don't have drugs against them because it's not easy to restore the activity of a protein that's now gone or mutated. In the case of the oncogenes, we have an overactive protein that we can inhibit. In this case, we have to restore the function of a gene. But hope is not lost. There are examples of drugs now in clinical development or about to enter clinical development that do target some of these tumor suppressors. And there's an interesting concept in which you can target the pathway that's upregulated as a consequence of loss of tumor suppression. The third bullet is one that I also have touched on in the Gleevec example, and that is resistance. Right now we're in a mode where predominantly we develop a new drug and use it as a single agent to treat a cancer based on the genetic driver. The success stories, as I've told you, continue to increase, but resistance is essentially inevitable in all of these situations. And how are we going to overcome that? We can develop next generation inhibitors, but we need to learn the lessons of infectious disease, particularly from tuberculosis and HIV therapy, where the same observations were made with single agent therapy and rational combinations were brought together in order to eradicate or cure or convert these diseases to a stable condition, as is the case with HIV. So combination therapy clearly is the answer, and the field is rapidly moving in that direction. So I want to finish by sort of saying, since we have such a challenge ahead, should we restore the Cancer Moonshot initiative that Vice President Biden initiated during the Obama administration after his son Beau died of glioblastoma? I had the good fortune of meeting Vice President Biden 4 years ago at his office to discuss the moonshot, and I sure hope we get a chance to hear from Mr. Biden again. Thank you very much.
Scott, hello.
Hi, Lisa.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great.
So
that was pretty exciting.
That was an incredibly exciting talk, and also pretty exciting is where you are seeing that talk from.
Yes. The new digs are great.
You're settling in okay?
Yeah, I think so.
Finding a way to use all that space you have now?
I'll tell you, when we did the design process, we thought very hard about how the spaces could be used, and they're working great, just exactly like we thought they would be.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. So happy for you all. So just a reminder to everyone that you can submit questions to polev.com/Nobel56. And in a little while into Scott's and my conversation, we will cut away to a poll, which they will post on the same place, polev.com/Nobel56. So Scott, I wonder if you just want to offer a little your initial reactions. As you said, quite a talk.
A little bit of it is wow. I think one of the things that is highlighted in his work in particular is just serendipity. He got lucky in a couple of really important places, and he'll acknowledge that. I'm not giving away any secrets here. Just to give you an example, they said they did a library screen to try and find one of those molecules that would fit. A molecule of the size of Gleevec, with that number of atoms, there's actually about 10 to the 60th possibilities of drug-like molecules. That's 1 with 60 zeros after it. That's a lot of different compounds. And so to find a needle in that big of a haystack is really pretty remarkable.
So it really does mean that one of the most important things that we can do, and I know Bisan Al-Lazakani will be talking about how we can make that happen, is to reduce the amount of serendipity that is needed in scientific discovery. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was Pascal that said, or Pasteur, excuse me, that said that serendipity only favors those who are prepared for it. So I've always said I'd rather be lucky than good, and I think maybe good is knowing when you're lucky. And Dr. Spears definitely knows when he's been lucky.
No kidding, no kidding. I was really struck, so I've been listening to these talks back to back, of course, with the other things that are being streamed, including Helen King's wonderful 3-part history of cancer. And she looks at, these Egyptian papyri that say, a carcinoma, right, a lump on the breast, or a massive tumor, and as she says, the same word is used for all those. And I was really struck this time through in listening to Dr. Sawyers talk about lung cancer. Sort of as he says, the morphology of lung cancer suggests that there's this giant number of them that turn out to be different, but that all traveled under the same name until now. I wonder if you just want to say a little bit about, just gloss or restate that exciting transformation from talking about cancers as being associated with a particular body part and, the morphology, the way that this notion of genome sequencing, what did he call it, the Cancer Genome Project, that really transforms what's possible. I think that we could hear that again.
Well, yeah, I think, how we name things, we as humans really like to categorize things. And before, we've only been able to say, well, this started in this particular type of cell, this organ. Is it skin cancer? Is it lung cancer? Is it kidney? Is it pancreatic? And we can usually do a pretty good job of identifying the type of tissue that it originated in. But what's always been a little bit confusing is why some treatments work for some types of lung cancer, but not for other types of lung cancer. And when we start digging into the molecular basis, into the genetics, we start to see that there are very specific differences in the genes and the things that make those cancers different from each other. And so instead of categorizing them by what cell type did they arise from, what organ did they arise from, saying what their genes are and how they're similar genetically maybe makes a little bit more sense. So you can have, say, a kidney cancer and a lung cancer that have the same genetic defect, and they could be treated more effectively with the same medication than, say, traditional kidney chemotherapies or traditional lung chemotherapies. So it's just a different way of slicing and dicing and categorizing that's maybe more effective on this targeted basis.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And as he said, it makes, talk a little bit about that basket example that he was using, where he was talking about the ways in which we can identify people with a particular genetic mutation and kind of clump them all together, even though they might be lung and kidney and so on.
Sure. So instead of saying, well, you have stage 2 lung cancer, you're going to be in this clinical trial, what they can do is they can sequence the genome of that tumor, and they can say, does it have this mutation or does it have that mutation? And instead of the baskets that they put people in being lung cancer or kidney cancer or pancreatic cancer, the basket they put them in is, you have this gene defect or you have this gene defect. This is the cancer driver that you have. And so now you could have lung cancer and pancreatic cancer and kidney cancer in the same basket for the same clinical trial, which is really, I think, a revolutionary way to think about how to do those things.
It really is. And it strikes me as, again, just an observer of science, this is going to change the way that we ordinary people think about what we have, what condition we have, which I kind of can't quite wrap my mind around yet. Another thing I can't quite wrap my mind around is that only a few hundred genes are cancer genes, that we are within striking distance, if we haven't actually hit that target, of identifying all of the drivers. I mean, I kind of I kind of find myself saying, oh, that can't possibly be true. Look, we always keep thinking that we've almost gotten there, and surely we're going to find out we're wrong about this too. So tell me that I'm wrong, Scott. Tell me that actually this is a completely achievable goal.
I can't. And the reason I can't is because, there are multiple types of mutations, as he said in his presentation. There's several types of mutations, even in just the one type of cancer that he was looking at, one driver. And so as cancers progress, as they get worse, more mutations arise. And so they're going to escape the traditional therapies, even if they're targeted. So I think that cancer is one of those things that's going to keep us on our toes for an awful long time. Mm-hmm. But to keep that maybe a little bit more in our perspective, 20 years ago, we didn't talk about curing a cancer. And now we do. And that's remarkable. I think the work that we saw with Dr. June yesterday and the work we're seeing with Dr. Sawyers today really drives home the point that there are some cancers that are now curable through chemotherapies and through other biologics. That's remarkable. I never thought I'd see that in my lifetime.
Mm-hmm, right, and you are younger than I. I know when Dr. Sawyers talks and when on the podcast, Science-Wise, he talked about the fact that he now has the complete joy of, receiving pictures of cancer survivors with their grandchildren, and we're talking about multiple year survival for folks who had a death sentence. A very, very short life expectancy.
Well, the picture of what was her name, Emily. Received that greeting from President Obama. It was very emotional for me to see that.
Absolutely.
Very powerful to think about that.
Yeah. Something else that Dr. Sawyers talked about a number of times, he talked, for instance, about 41 years for the emergence of Gleevec as a therapy, despite the original discovery that really set the stage for it. And he said, we needed sort of to do molecular biology and structural biology and chemistry before we could get there. And sometimes I think for us in the lay public, we can sort of look at basic science and think, why don't they get to the important stuff? Why are they off doing, these things that seem kind of frivolous when they ought to be curing cancer? So what are we not understanding about the relation between basic and applied science when we say things like that?
I think part of it is you don't know what the tools you need are until you get into a really complex problem. And when you're in the middle of a big problem, inventing new tools takes time, right? So, one of the things he talks about the cost of the Human Genome Project, and numbers vary depending on how you count the costs associated with it. I think the NIH webpage says it's 14 million over 13 years. I've seen other costs that it's close to 2.5 billion, right, over 13 years. But now you can do it for $1,000, $2,000 in a day or two. Right?
Yes.
Why is it so much cheaper and so much more efficient now? And that's because of other disciplines asking completely different questions and solving different problems that people can then say, oh, well, there's a tool in my toolbox that I can use for this. So for example, microfluidics. Why would you think microfluidics would be really important to cancer?
I wouldn't actually know what microfluidics was. Could we just review that?
Sure. Microfluidics is the way that you manipulate very, very small volumes of liquid, right? And so if you can manipulate small volumes of liquid, you can do all of the testing that you used to do on large scale, because that's how you manipulated liquid, on very, very, very small scale. So that helped contribute to minimization. I think detection, how do you know when a molecule is there or what that molecule is, has come an awful long way. And that's not directly related to cancer, but we've used those advances in sequencing DNA. So we've come a long way from the old Sanger method to be able to do it a lot faster and a lot cheaper on smaller scale. Smaller scale makes a big difference. Robotics have changed everything, right? So those are things that we didn't think about, like, hey, we've got this problem in cancer, we need to invent a robot. Nope, that came from different disciplines asking different questions, right? So you never know when just asking I wonder what it would be like if when you start investigating things like that, someone else will come along and say, that is a great answer, and we can use that over here, right?
I'm going to turn us to the poll, which it looks like has gone live. So if you'd like to go to Poll Everywhere, pollev.com/Nobel56. And Scott, I think you can see the poll results, which are coming in. Which statement best describes what you think about molecular targeted therapy? And again, there might be more than one of those statements that describes what you think, but which one? So does that result surprise you, Scott? Does it seem like what we might expect? Do you think we should have that much optimism about molecular targeted therapy?
I think that having seen a couple of the talks over the last couple days, that does not surprise me. I think it's maybe a little over-optimistic, but I think that it's pretty close. I think there's a lot of cancers now that we can target very clearly, though we still have the trouble with drug resistance. What happens when they become resistant? So as a frontline therapy, I think they're going to become pretty commonplace, if not already very commonplace.
It's sobering that, as he said, the place in which the driver mutations are most often not identifiable after DNA sequencing is in children's cancers, and that's hard to hear, I guess.
Yeah, that is very hard to hear. And you'd like to see more cases like Dr. June talked about, but you still see a lot of radiation, a lot of really strong chemo, and it takes a toll, yeah.
One of the things that Dr. Sawyer said, perhaps in the podcast interview, so I'm a word person, as you know, Scott, and metaphors work really well for me. And he said that chemotherapy is sort of going into a room where you want the lights to go off, and you swing a baseball bat around until you smash out all the light bulbs. And in comparison, targeted therapy says, oh, look, over there on the wall, there's a light switch. Perhaps we could turn it off. And for me, that has been just, as somebody who came up, with friends and family who have experienced chemotherapy, watching the ravages of chemotherapy, it's really, this is just me quelling, I guess.
It's devastating for the individual, and it's also devastating for everyone around that individual. So I really appreciated comments earlier about care of the whole person and even care for the caregivers.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. So one of the things that he emphasized, given, as you said, some of these challenges like drug resistance and so on, he's emphasized the importance of combination therapies. And I think he sort of said, our experience with treating HIV and some of these other conditions. What's going on there? Explain why a combined therapy would be so much more effective.
Well, what you see with the mutations, and that's what's causing the drugs to become not effective anymore. You see different populations. So some cells in one part of the tumor might have one genome profile, one set of mutations, but cells in the same tumor, but a different part of the tumor might have different mutations, right? So you can have a different population of cancers even within the same tumor cell, right? And so that one drug that is the magic bullet isn't going to take all of those cells out. Some of them are going to stay behind, and those are the ones that are going to continue to grow. But if you had multiple drugs that could take out multiple forms of that tumor, you would be able to knock more of it out. So the same thing with AIDS. The reason that AIDS was so devastating is because the HIV, the genome of HIV mutates rapidly. It's so variable. So you don't have just one form of HIV. You have multiple forms of HIV. And so you need multiple drugs to combat that, to get them all tamped down. So you don't have one that starts to dominate and show resistance. Does that make sense?
Yes, it did. Yes. I wish that I could formulate on the fly a question about coming to understand the process of mutation. But perhaps you can formulate a question for me and answer it. I mean, it feels like most of these things are coming back to, it keeps mutating on us.
Sure.
And is that the next stage of, do we need a human mutation genome project?
Well, they're already starting to do that, and that's part of proteomics, and that's the next stage of genomics, and that's partly what the cancer genome project is trying to do, right? To map out all of the different mutations you can have.
But the process of the mutations mutating, I guess, is, sorry.
Yeah, so think about this. Think of the DNA as a story in a book, right? And each gene is a chapter in that book. And if you were a student and you were copying that story, how many typographical errors do you think you would make along the way? Well, there's machinery that will recognize, it'll proofread for you, and it will go back and erase the mistake and let the machinery come back and fix it so you can get rid of all of those typos. Those typos are mutations. And the problem is when those proofreaders start to become mutated and can't do their job. You start accumulating more and more and more mutations, and that's as the disease progresses and these checkpoints start to get taken out, you get more and more mutations. So you get multiple populations with different amounts of mutation. That helped with the book analogy?
It did. And I think, yes, it helped very much. And I think a Zoom beer is in order on this one, Scott, because I think I need a couple more chapters of that book. But thank you for that explanation. Yeah. I am going to make sure that we move our discussion along. Do you have any last thoughts about what really stood out for you about Dr. Sawyer's talk today?
I think the fact that we can get crystal structures, we can do the structural biology and know what those proteins look like, so that then we can actually, with computers, put molecules into the places where we think they bind. That just blows my mind, right? That we can visualize these things. How do you see that? How do you visualize that? That's amazing, and that's a large part of what made their project successful.
Mm-hmm. And again, back to why we need basic science in all these different fields. The advances in crystallography and in computational biology, presumably.
Well, I'll just say art. So the arts really play a heavy part in how we think spatially and how we reason spatially.
Lovely. Great. Well, thanks for your time, Scott. And now we're going to queue up our last talk, a talk, by the way, which very nicely leads us to Nobel Conference 2021, or Nobel 57, about which you'll hear more at the very end of the conference. So I would like to introduce my colleague in the Department of Math and Computer Science, Melissa Lin.
When we talk about data science and artificial intelligence, we often focus on targeted advertising, facial recognition, self-driving cars, and, in the realm of science fiction, robot uprisings. However, one of the greatest and most positive applications of data science has been to the medical field, where machine learning algorithms can quickly process immense amounts of data, finding patterns that lead to the discovery of new drugs. Dr. Bisan Al-Lazzaqani has been at the forefront of this work, leading the computational biology and chemogenomics team at the Institute of Cancer Research, applying these techniques to cancer drug discovery. While tech companies carefully guard their private databases as their most valuable assets, Dr. Al-Lazzaqani has been instrumental in developing CanSAR, a free online database for cancer research, including data from biology, chemistry, pharmacology, structural biology, cellular networks, and clinical annotations. Using this knowledge base, researchers all around the world and across multiple disciplines can use machine learning approaches to answer complex, multidisciplinary questions, making the discovery of new treatments more efficient and more effective. Dr. Al-Lazzaqani has played an integral part in shaping this incredible and exciting future of cancer drug discovery, and I am thrilled to welcome her to Gustavus and the Nobel Conference.
Hello, and thank you very much for inviting me to speak to you today. I've been very excited about this. I'm I'm going to tell you today sort of my experiences and views as a data scientist in oncology about the use of big data and AI in cancer research, and try to address my thoughts about really the place and the future of AI in healthcare moving forward. A little bit about myself before I start properly. So I was born in the Middle East. My father was a journalist and we traveled the world with him when I was young, settling eventually in London. But I also traveled a fair bit after that, including doing my postdoc in New York. In terms of my training, my undergraduate degree was in molecular biology, but I really knew that I wanted to expand my understanding of the mechanisms of disease well beyond a few handful of examples and really learn patterns across all disease and all genomes. And for that, I knew that computer science, which was one other of my passions, was going to be key to it. So I also got a formal qualification, a master's degree in computer science from Imperial College, then combined the two in Cambridge University during my PhD in computational biology, and then went to New York, where I expanded that even further through a combination with molecular biophysics. And as I went through this journey, my interest in really the application of this interface between the molecular and atomic worlds together with the computational world to understand disease and to design drugs was increasing, and especially increasing towards the areas of oncology. And in that, I worked both in academia and industry in order to translate some of my research as close as possible to patient benefit. About 12 years ago, I joined the Institute of Cancer Research in my favorite city, London, and it was a true privilege to join the Institute, not only because of its long history, it's well over 100 years old, but because of its successes in the translation of scientific findings into patient benefit. As an example of that, the Institute, which is actually a college of the University of London, has a world-leading academic drug discovery center that spans everything from basic biology through medicinal chemistry and everything you need for drug discovery, all the way through to phase 1 clinical trials. And with this amazing setup, we've managed to discover in the past less than a couple of decades, we've managed to discover 20 drugs that were put in preclinical development, 10 in clinical trials, and abiraterone, our prostate cancer drug, was discovered and developed at the Institute. So for a data scientist, this is an incredibly exciting environment to join in and be in. So cancer, I thought I'd start with a small introduction about the good news, the bad news, and some of the data in oncology. So the bad news is that about half of us are going to develop some cancer sometime in our lifetime. That's just reality. We are aging as a planet, and the longer we live, the more likely we are to get cancer at some point. The great news is that for those patients that do get cancer, about half of them, we actually can cure them using existing treatments, which is incredibly exciting and something that we as an international cancer community should be very, very proud of. But what it means is it leaves us the challenge of these other 50% that we're unable to cure, to really understand why we can't cure them and really double up our efforts in order to find cures for them. So what is it about these other 50% that we're unable to cure? Well, some of them actually have very complex cancers that we still, despite all our efforts, do not understand what is driving them and what is causing them. And for others in this set, they may show initial response to our therapy, but like you see with antibiotics, would develop drug resistance to the drugs that we are giving them. And it's really for these patients that I'm putting in a lot of my research and my effort in order to try understand and help empower the discovery of new therapeutics. The great news is that cancer is a great beneficiary of big data efforts worldwide. Just looking at some of the large genomic initiatives in the world, the largest are definitely in oncology. And we have, between the different initiatives, now sequenced the genomes of tens of thousands of cancer patients. And through these big consortia initiatives, we are making these anonymized data available to the research community to ensure that we benefit from all of them. So before I start telling you about my research, I thought we ought to start with some definitions. Firstly, what is big data? Obviously, big data is big, lots of it. So I put some just number crunching. If you take a whole genome of one cancer sample and store it all exactly as it is, that takes about 1 terabyte. So that's what one sort of powerful laptop that would be occupied from a single sample, whole genome sequence. Now imagine a nirvana where we're following the progression of the cancer as the patient goes through therapy and if the tumor recurs after therapy. So maybe about 10 terabytes. And we've not yet thought about a whole bunch of other data like imaging data and other patient data that we might store. Through a sort of a back of the envelope calculation, we identified that, for a single patient, if you really stored all of the data that we ought to be collecting, we're talking at least 50 terabytes of data for a single patient. And one of my favorite comparisons is that in comparison, the Hubble Space Telescope in the first 20 years of its operation only captured 45 terabytes of data. And that's just for one patient. So if we want to go to 100,000 patients or millions of patients, you could imagine how, when we're profiling our patients, how much data we are generating. But actually, I still think that lots of something is still relatively easy. It's a technical issue. So if you have lots of genomic sequencing, at least it's just genomic sequencing. But a key part of big data is just not that it's just a lot of it, but it's that they are very diverse. So when we are gathering the picture around cancer patients, we have to think about genomes, proteomes, we have to think about MRI scans, blood tests, pathology. And very importantly, cancer is a changing thing. And so it's not enough just to take a snapshot of a patient. We really have to be thinking about capturing all of these data over time. So big data are big and they are diverse. And very importantly, we have to be able to do something with them that allows a computer to be able to read and analyze them. The next definition I wanted to address with you is machine learning and artificial intelligence. The Oxford English Dictionary, I took this as a photo from our copy of the little Oxford English Dictionary, and it says that artificial intelligence is the theory and development of computer systems that are able to perform tasks normally requiring human intelligence. So it seems like the computers have to actually be able to do the things that we require human intelligence for. Wikipedia is trying to be more expansive and says that historically it was really driven by the action, taking things from the environment and taking action somehow in order to achieve a specific goal. But more commonly, it is thought that when computers seem to mimic cognitive functions that humans associate with the human mind or human intelligence, such as learning. So it seems like our definitions are slightly vague around it, but basically it's when a computer at the very least behaves as if it's thinking like a human. So I wonder whether we've really achieved that. Let's see how far in that we managed to get. So I thought maybe a quick short course in machine learning. So let's say we want to teach a machine how to identify, recognize, and predict winning athletes. And let's say we give our machine a fantastic training set like Usain Bolt and say, right, this is what a winning athlete looks like. Now I'm going to start showing you other pictures and you tell me whether they're likely to be winning athletes or not. And if you're not careful, you might give it a picture that it hasn't seen before, and it'll start comparing between the two. And you never know. It may say that all winning athletes do a funny, strange pose, and therefore this one is a winning athlete, or maybe not. So what is really important in machine learning, because the computers simply are not intelligent enough to do it for themselves yet, and I'll come back to that later, is that an awful lot of the effort has to be in the training set. You have to train your computer algorithm. You have to give it lots of examples that are slightly different to each other and that give it the fullest picture possible of what it is that you're trying to predict. And ideally, you want to give it examples of what it is that it's trying to avoid to predict. And if you've done this job successfully, your computer algorithm will just learn to find what are the shared features between successful athletes. For example, fitness, cardiovascular activity, or other sort of positive associations that you might find with an athlete, and would learn to ignore superfluous features like the way they're standing or the way they look or the way they point their fingers or whatever it is. So you see, so far, it's actually the algorithm isn't showing huge amount of intelligence in that it's just learning from the examples that you give it. But of course, this is becoming more and more sophisticated as we go. So now I'm going to indulge myself a little bit in telling you some of the work that we've been doing in using AI and this machine learning to discover new cancer drugs. So in theory, and this sometimes does happen infrequently, what you can do is take sequence, say genomic sequencing of cancer samples, compare them to normal tissue from the individuals, subtract one from the other, and identify a cancer driver. Once you've identified the cancer driver, it's going to be beautifully druggable. That's a word we use in my field, that you can design a drug for it. You design the drug works beautifully, you put it in patients, and it treats them, and everybody's really, really happy. And that was really, in a way, the promise of the Human Genome Project. Now, this has happened, and this sometimes does happen, just not very, very often. Most of the time, what we do is we take these genomic sequences, we apply this fantastic analysis to identify the strongest signals, and what you end up with is this soup of potential genes. And you look at this soup of potential genes, and most of them you've never heard of before. Most of them you have no clue how they work. Yet, the data are telling you they may be important in your hunt for a cancer drug. So the question is, how on earth do you then start going through this list of genes and identifying what you should work on? You could go through it systematically, I suppose, but we all know that drug discovery is a fraught and very long and very intensive activity. It can take anywhere between 5 to 10 years to get a drug from an idea to the clinic. And at every step in the drug discovery pipeline, something can go wrong. You can have a hypothesis that you thought a gene was a driver, and the hypothesis doesn't validate. You find that the hypothesis validates, but actually you can't develop any compound against it that you can move towards the clinic. Or you develop the compound and it falls over before it enters the clinic, or even worse, and we see this a lot in oncology, you enter the clinic and it does not show the efficacy that you need. And what's worse, which I've talked to you about, is that you get it across the line, you have it approved and in patients, and you develop drug resistance. Now, what I haven't really discussed in the previous slide is the cost. I mean, none of this is cheap, nor in time or effort, and definitely not in money. But of course, failing early is much better because you're investing less time, less effort, and less money. So if somehow you can figure out how to push the key decisions earlier on in this pipeline, then you might do a lot better in drug discovery. But this issue that I've told you about, this big soup of potential genes and potential targets that we can go after, together with the fact that the cost of failures and how long it takes, has sort of really divided the community. While there's a lot of effort, both in industry and in academia, towards identifying novel targets, novel drugs, novel mechanisms to treat cancer, many others are taking shelter in what we know. And there was a paper a few years ago called The March of the Lemmings in cancer drug targets that showed that, vast efforts are still being put in the drug discovery world for oncology on known systems, known targets, and just rediscovering or just improving on previous drugs. And that's because as a drug discoverer, you're constantly being torn between these two things. On the one hand, you want to innovate, you want to go into those areas of biology that we don't have answers for. On the other hand, you're afraid of failure. You don't want to spend 5 years trying to develop something that never even makes it into the clinic. So the question is, can we do something to manage this risk? So when I joined the ICR, I really joined it to address this question. Can we do something to manage the risk? And can we do something to take this soup of targets and prioritize it to make sure that what we are investing in has the highest chance of succeeding? We won't be able to predict perfectly, but can we at least load the odds in our favor? And then you think about it like any other investment decision. So when you want to make an investment, you want to do two things. You want to know as much as you possibly can about your investment. You want to identify what the risks are with your particular investment, and you want to make sure that you balance your investment portfolio. And that's really where AI in therapeutic discovery and development really comes in. When I joined the Institute, what we wanted to do was we wanted to make really objective decisions about these investments. We wanted to make sure that we're picking the best targets to work on, and more importantly, that we identify the risks so that we can do the right experiments early on. So if we fail in the earlier part of the pipeline. In order to do this, we had to bring information from many different domains of knowledge that had previously not been linked with each other. Of course, we needed information from the clinic. We needed information from the multiomics, from the protein worlds and the systems biology world, from the chemistry world and the pharmacology world. But it wasn't enough just to put them in one place. They genuinely had to talk to each other and integrate with each other. So that was the first step that we had to do. We built a database that we called Cancer, which brings together tens of billions of experimental and clinical measurements all in one place. And as you see from this diagram, these are genuinely linked. You can start with anything, with a patient sample or with a particular small molecule, and navigate your way around this entire network. And in there, we have over 25,000 anonymized cancer samples, patient samples. We have over 3 million small molecule compounds that we use. We have the entire human proteome, and we have a lot of data that we've deliberately selected to be disease agnostic so that we do not ever narrow our search field, that we do not make assumptions about what areas of biology will be important in cancer, because any of them could be. Once we've implemented this integrated system and made sure it's future-proof and can grow, then we started developing a large suite of AI algorithms to sit on top of it and help us in our decision-making in drug discovery. So what does that look like? I'll give you one example of what those AI algorithms. This is cytochrome P450 number 17A, which happens to be the target of abiraterone. And in orange, that's abiraterone sitting nestled beautifully in that cavity within the protein. Now, what we discovered when we looked at all success stories, so thinking about the positive training sets, and our athletes, looking across all positive success stories of drugs that work in humans, both in oncology and outside, we found that if you have the three-dimensional X-ray structure of the target, there are features like the existence of this beautifully shaped cavity that has just the right size, just the right chemistry, just the right physics in order to make it work beautifully as a place to receive a drug. So what we did was we expanded this and developed this algorithm that takes every time we find out the three-dimensional structure of a protein. Once a week we update these analyses, identify all possible cavities on the protein, measure all of those properties that I told you about, feed them to our machine learning algorithm, and the algorithm will tell us how difficult it's likely to be to develop a nice small molecule orally bioavailable drug for this particular target. But this three-dimensional structures and proteins is not the only thing that we can use for information. In another analysis that we did and we published, we actually decided to ignore the fact that these are biological entities and molecular entities altogether, and decided to focus our efforts on how they communicate with each other in the cell. This lovely dotted cloud is actually a map of the cellular interactome. All the possible connections between every single protein in the human cell. What you can't see, and you can see it as a green haze, is all the lines that connect every dot, which is a protein. This is a huge map, a really complex map that is just a big interaction network. And what we did was we applied the same kinds of network analytics that you might see in social network analyses or computer network analyses. We applied it to the network of interactions between proteins in a particular cell. And what we found is that actually drug targets have very different patterns of communication to your average protein in the cell. So much so that we were able to develop very powerful predictive algorithms, their performance shown in the green line here, that can predict cancer drug targets. And for those of you not familiar with these kinds of plots, if you were making a completely random prediction, like tossing a coin, is it going to make a good cancer drug target or not? It'll follow this diagonal line. If you were making a perfect prediction where you guessed correctly every time whether it's a good cancer drug target or not, it'll be almost a perfect right angle. The green line is our prediction, and you can see it's very close to that perfect right angle. Even just looking at the social behavior of these proteins in the cell allows you to develop algorithms that can learn from the examples you give it to make these predictions for drug targets. So how do we use this in reality? This was the first paper we published on this. We've done many since. We took a set of almost 500 cancer-causing genes that were well identified and well studied in the public domain. We did our analyses on them and identified that of them, 87 were already being explored for drug discovery. But to our surprise, we found that 46, even though they're known cancer genes, were not being explored for drug discovery. And the reason they were not, even though they're very good and can really do deliver drugs, so we call them druggable, the reason they were ignored was largely, in most cases, because people just could not identify them out of that soup. There was no reason to pick them out of the lot. And it was only when we applied our own algorithms to them that we were able to highlight them and pull them up. And I'm happy to report that at least 15 of these 46 are now in active drug discovery, not just by us, by mostly actually by other people all around the world. So one of the other things that we've discovered from this is even we, successful as we are at ICR, could not possibly scratch the surface of what is possible in cancer drug discovery that can be identified through these really smart algorithms. And so what we've done all along is we always publish our methods and our papers, and we've made all of these data, all of these algorithms available through our cancer platform, which is accessed by cancer researchers all over the world. both in academia and industry, and we're proud to continue to make it fully available to the cancer translational research community. And this was just this initial area of how we're using AI to inform drug discovery and development. But the way I want to drive drug discovery in this way is that it really needs to be a very tight circle. We observe something in the clinic, we take it through the entire pipeline, powered by AI, all the way through back to the clinic, and we close the circle as fast as we possibly can. And I think AI is going to be a key component of this rapid translation that we're able to do. In the next part of my talk, I'm going to tell you about how we're now using AI to really think about the application in the clinic, not just in the discovery of drugs, but actually in the clinic. And the key problem in the clinic is that, of course, we are human and we are all different. And so while these big patterns that we say we want to learn can apply in general terms, when it comes to really identifying why a specific patient is not responding to a specific therapy, we really need to think very differently and very carefully in order to be able to help them. I'm going to tell you about an analysis that actually we've just submitted and we're very excited about the development of this ever-learning AI to help clinicians pick the best drugs for a specific patient at a specific time. And the example here is in lung cancer, and this work is in collaboration with my colleague Uday Banerjee in the drug development unit at the ICR. So if you take lung cancer patients, you can do the initial thing, which everybody does. You do the profiling. Say you identified a set of patients that have a particular mutation, and this particular mutation is a great biomarker to start with a drug. What typically happens is this. Some patients will respond beautifully to the drug straight away, and we're all very happy. Some patients inevitably simply will not respond for one reason or another. And then some patients, often a lot of patients, will respond initially, and then their cancer will change. The cancer will evolve and will stop responding to this initial therapy. And the question is, how do we now use this information in order to distinguish why this patient didn't respond, which might be different to why this patient didn't respond, or this patient didn't respond? Once it's evolved, these cancers become very different things. And so in this analysis that we've done, we said, well, regardless of what the causes are, can we actually see some kind of patterns that we can use in order to change the therapy very quickly? And so we've come up with this plan where we can take the samples from the patients, straight away test them ex vivo in the lab, put them in flasks, and then just put different drugs on each bit of the sample. Of course, once you've broken up the sample in so many ways, you're unable to really measure the proper response that the patient is going to have to that. And the question is, could we actually measure something else? Could we measure the changes in the behavior of the cell and see whether that somehow can predict which of these drugs the patient is likely to respond to? So that's what we do for every patient. We split up the sample and we test a different drug on every sample, and then within an hour, and the speed of this is very important because of what I'm about to tell you later. Within an hour, we measure what are the phosphoproteomic changes in the cell, what are the molecular changes that are happening in the cell in response to that one drug. And then what we did was we trained an AI that can then take these changes and make a prediction as to which of these drugs is most likely to be efficacious. This is another one of those ROC curves, and just to say that in our best performance, we're about 80% accurate in our prediction of which drug will actually work, at least based on the tests, and I'll tell you about that in a minute, before we come back to the patient. While if all we did was look at the genetics and which mutations were harbored by the patient, we get no different to random, this dotted line. So that was really exciting to us. We validated this in the laboratory very strongly. And now we're actually changing the protocol of some of our clinical trials in order to test this algorithm alongside the decision that the clinician will be making to see how often does the algorithm agree with the clinician and how often does the algorithm make the correct prediction moving forward. So that's a very exciting thing for us. But you will see that already we've now not only used the genetics and decided that the genetics alone is not enough, but actually we're now using these sort of response phosphoproteomics in order to go and inform our therapy of the target straight away. So it is really important to remember this point that a patient is not just their cancer DNA. We are humans and we are a complex interplay of many, many genes and many, many features in our family histories, our socioeconomic situation, our non-cancer medication that we're taking. There's a whole bunch of things about us that make us individual and make us different. And like I said, the cancer itself changes over time. The cancer that the patient started with at the beginning of their radiotherapy is very different to the residual cancer that's still there at the end of the radiotherapy. So we cannot just take a single snapshot, and we have to think over time. In order to address this, we've developed something called the Knowledge Hub, and the Knowledge Hub is a sort of an under lock and key research environment for clinical research that is able to integrate data from across all of the different clinical domain, imaging data, radiotherapy data, histopathology data, all of it for one patient, combine it together in one place to allow us to develop these AI algorithms. And I'll tell you just one quick story about how we're using this. This is in a study called the CHIP trial, which is a large longitudinal study of curative radiotherapy in prostate cancer patients, where we're measuring late occurrence adverse events that are debilitating and really life-altering. And the study has been going on for a long time in the hope that we are able to predict these late onset severe adverse events. Initially, lots of work was done to try and see whether the radiation dose that the patients are receiving is predictive. That didn't work. They tried to look at various lab results, at clinician reports. They collected a lot of patient-reported data. None of it was really working. They then started collecting information about the genetics of these patients, really deep molecular profiling of their genetics, and that too wasn't able to predict which patients were at risk of those long-term adverse radiotherapy events. And so we got together and we said, well, what happens? You can't use any one of them in order to combine these, in order to make these predictions. What happens if you combine all of these data in one? And so combine them we did. That together made 450 million different measurements that we put together for about 3,500 patients. Like I say, using any one of them alone is not predictive. But what happens when you feed the artificial intelligence all of these data put together? This is a video displaying the patients, and the clustering in blue are the patients without the adverse events, in orange are the patients with the severe long-term adverse events. And you can see that through combining all of these data together, we are able to cluster and predict which are the orange patients who will develop these severe adverse events. And that was really, really exciting because for the first time we had a chance at being able to predict these patients. Once you know which patients are at risk, you can then have a conversation with them right from the beginning to discuss with them what are their options, what can you do with the treatment plan in order to minimize their risk. But also importantly, it means for the blue patients that we can identify now to be low risk, we can actually potentially increase the radiation dose and just ensure therapeutic impact. So the key thing to know from this is as these cases become more complex, the signal becomes hidden. When you combine these different data, on the one hand, you're increasing the complexity of the thing that you're using, but that's really where AI comes to its own. It can see patterns that we can't see with our own naked eye, so to speak. So combining and following these data over time is absolutely key. And in fact, these findings and these successes that I've just been telling you about, we're now using in a really wonderful national pediatric study where we are combining different data for kids that have had recurrent solid tumor cancers. And we're using the Knowledge Hub and these algorithms that we did in order to help the decision support for them to identify therapy avenues for them that otherwise we would not have known about. And I really look forward to the outcome of this trial in due course. The last few moments, I just wanted to discuss with you my own thoughts about the use of AI in healthcare. Something that I've been told a few times in conferences, it's really interesting, is this: I don't want to be treated by a robot. And my answer always is, neither do I. The question is, do you want to be treated by your favorite doctor? Or do you want to be treated by your favorite doctor armed with all the knowledge that they can possibly have? And I'm sure all of us will pick the latter. It's really interesting as a technologist and also from my own sort of growing up in life. I love robots. I love computers. They were always a really fantastic, benign thing for me. But in our culture, we really are incredibly distrustful. And the key things we're distrustful of are, big data means sharing of my personal data, which comes together with loss of freedom, loss of privacy, loss of my autonomy. So that's one really common fear that we all share. And by the way, we all should share. That is really important. But another one that I think is not so justified is this mistrust that the computers somehow are going to take our autonomy away from us, that they are going to make decisions for us that are not necessarily in our best interest. And I do wonder how much of that is merely a cultural thing than based on any reality. And there's an awful lot of literature that I'm sure many of you are familiar with that really describes this dichotomy, this difference between the Western attitude to robotics and AI versus, say, the Japanese attitude to robotics and AI, where they, in Japan, they see that anything that one creates has the soul of the creator, has a spirit of its own, and is fundamentally benign or tending towards being benign. For us, and for the use of big data and AI in healthcare, I thought it was important to dispel a couple of myths, in my opinion. But before I dispel those myths, I thought it was worth thinking about what is the opportunity cost. Let's say we're locked down. Let's say we don't do any of that. We don't use big data. We don't combine the data. We don't do anything with our data. We just put it under lock and key and never use it in order to make sure that, we're not being threatened through those fears that we have. Well, here's the opportunity cost. So cancer cases are rising. More and more of us will be susceptible to cancer moving forward. But a really important thing is this. This is from data, all of it, data from Cancer Research UK, and this is the 5-year survival for patients, for any cancer patient, but I think these are breast cancer patients. But the picture is very similar for most cancers. When you detect the cancer at early stage, stage 1 and stage 2 versus late stage. If you detect it in the early stages, you've almost got 100% 5-year survival rate. If you wait until stage 3, you are now around the 20%. That's how important it is to detect these cancers early. And we're not so brilliant at detecting cancers early. And so we really need to think about these early diagnoses and the development of an early warning system. We want something that doesn't wait until we've got the lump and we're feeling really bad. We want something that can just detect the smallest hints, smallest changes over time, and alert the individual, the citizen, to go and seek help before it's too late. So how would we do that then? And if we didn't do this big AI, that's a potential opportunity cost. So it becomes a balancing act between our fears and our fears of privacy and data protection versus these sort of progress in curing cancer and identifying cancer. And this is where these myths that I want to dispel come in. The first one of them is this idea that in order to develop AI in healthcare, we must somehow compromise our privacy and our autonomy. And Big Brother would be watching us. And I actually disagree with that statement completely. This is completely not true. In fact, they are in no way in conflict at all. I think they go hand in hand, and my own experience in dealing with patient data has shown me that very powerfully. Thinking about data governance and data security when we're designing any kind of AI analysis has helped us really understand and prepare the data in the best way possible in order for the algorithm to learn more. This understanding helps the development of the algorithm, not just the security of the data. And similarly, thinking about the use of AI and data can uncover security or governance vulnerabilities that can be fixed. As you're getting these data together, you can say, aha, this should not be linked with that. I must make sure that it never is. So the two not only can coexist, but actually they feed each other, they cooperate with each other. Another thing to remember is that in order to do AI for healthcare, you don't need to suck in all of these data and put them in one centralized place that is controlled by Big Brother. Not at all. We're developing fantastic technologies that allow the AI to be smart, secure, and go to the places where the data are sitting, learn from them, and then combine the learning rather than combining the data. And so I genuinely believe that those two go hand in hand rather than be in conflict. The next myth is that somehow we are, by using AI, we're surrendering our decision-making to the machine and somehow disempowering ourselves as humans and our doctors from making the right decisions for the patient. That's another myth that doesn't actually exist. And you see that because often radiologists or doctors are crying for some of these tools to help them in their decision making. It will save them time, it will help them find things that they may miss, and will reassure them of their judgment when they're making their judgment. This is actually a data set from that lung cancer work that I told you about, where we would take the samples from the patients and test lots of drugs on it ex vivo, feed it to the AI and make the prediction. In our work and in our algorithms, we always do this. So the yellow dots, the golden circles, are the data that we used in order to develop the algorithm. The blue diamonds are actually new patient data that we are now using the algorithms to make prediction on. And so as well as making the prediction, what we do is we say, actually, for those blue patients that are sitting in this cloud of golden blue, the algorithm is perfectly suitable for these patients. You can trust it, and doctors can use this algorithm to help inform their decision. While for other patients, you can see they lie far, far away from the core of the model and how it was constructed. So what we are able to say to the physician is actually the algorithm is not suitable for these patients, and the doctor should just use their own judgment alone without the use of the algorithm. And this means that when the data can help the physician in making their decision, they can. And other times, at the end of the day, it is their decision, and they're informed when the algorithm is not good. And that's how we make sure that the doctor continues to be in charge and continues to be empowered by these methodologies. So finally, my vision for the future, I really think the future is going to be where healthcare is not a patriarchal thing. It's not a healthcare provider providing to the patient and the patient being a passive receiver of the healthcare. In order for us to beat cancer, this has to be a dual activity. We will have to empower citizens with the control of our own data and the involvement in our own health decisions. And big data and AI on our little smartphones and apps can really help us do that, can help us detect those small patterns of change that are driving our cancers and causing them. On the other hand, we will empower the healthcare providers with AI augmented and supported decision making, and these ever-learning systems will inform them even on rare cases and help capture those. And finally, we must use our concerns over data privacy to shape the future of AI for our benefit. It is right to have that concern. We can use them to go hand in hand with each other, and we must all be involved in shaping this future together. I will finish by thanking you all, thanking my team, my collaborators, my funders, and most importantly, our wonderful patients. And thank you.
Hi, Melissa.
Hi.
Welcome to our last lecture discussion of this amazing Nobel Conference. Before we get down to it, just a reminder that following this discussion, all 7 of our panelists, whom I can see on the screen right now, will be joining us for one last live panel discussion. And so please do feel free to submit questions still to Poll Everywhere. That's pollev.com/Nobel56, and we will mix those into the queue. You can also text them to 22333 and type in Nobel56. So, Melissa, would you like to share some initial reactions to that talk?
I think it's so exciting. So coming from my background in math and computer science and some with data science and machine learning, it's so exciting to see how these tools that I've seen applied in other ways can be applied to cancer drug discovery. And I feel like I've learned so much, and it's so exciting to get to share in Dr. Al-Azakani's enthusiasm, positive vision for the future. It's just energizing.
Yes, and in the last segment, Scott Burr was emphasizing the importance of basic research, and basic research in all kinds of fields. I mean, I think many of us understand, oh yes, computers are involved here somehow, but the scale and scope of what she's describing is, I mean, it's hard not to smile, and I feel like we all right now want to feel optimistic about something, and it's very hard not to feel her optimism about the capacities. I wanted to ask you a question, and I'm not sure it specifically came up in this talk, but I know that it's something that we've heard Dr. Al-Azakani talk about elsewhere. She talks about cancer as a knowledge base, and I was unfamiliar with that term when I first heard her use it. I wonder if you can talk to us about what's a knowledge base, how is that different from a database, and then what's a data set?
Yeah, so really it's kind of levels of sophistication and how that's set up to be able to interact with the data. So when we're talking about a data set, that's more the raw data. So you can kind of think about if you have an Excel sheet or some sort of spreadsheet, but you take away all the functionality you can do with that. The raw data would be the data set. Then when we're talking about a base, we can, ask questions about the data and be able to, filter the data in some way. So maybe look at records for only patients within a certain age range or with a certain type of cancer, and so filter that way. Then when we're talking about a knowledge base, that's an additional level of sophistication and interaction that's possible there. It's also drawing from multiple sources. So when we're talking about cancer in particular, that's drawing from data sources from lots of different places, lots of different disciplines, and creating this incredible combined tool that has so much power and can really give amazing information very easily and very accessibly to the public. I would definitely encourage the audience out there to go to CanSAR and just search for something and see the information that comes up there, even if you're not an expert on this. It's really impressive, the information that's available there, and it's an incredible resource, and it just is amazing to me that this is publicly available. That's so wonderful.
Indeed, and that is something that she stressed in her talk, is that this is a freely available resource, and that's no small matter given the complexity of just keeping it up and running and sort of searchable in a sense. Can you talk a little bit more about the complexity of the ways in which algorithms have to be written when you're talking about something like a knowledge base? I mean, I think she illustrated it quite beautifully when she showed that incredibly complicated picture of a protein molecule, and then sort of proteins, a map of protein communications with each other. Can you drill down into that a little bit more? Because I think that's just fascinating.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're looking at machine learning algorithms. These are things that are kind of built to run on their own, so that once you prepare the data, which is no small, get that data prepared and ready to go, the learns the data and can discover patterns that we as humans aren't able to detect on our own. And so this is why it is described as artificial intelligence, because this is actually learned. There are different kinds of machine learning algorithms. On a simple end, which many students encounter in stats. That's an example of a machine algorithm that is actually pretty powerful when lots of different input features. Just having a linear model for something is useful. On maybe other end of the spectrum, there are neural networks, which are actually modeled after how the human brain works. So when we look at the brain, it's all of these neurons connected to each other. And then the way a neuron works, it receives electrochemical signal. And then once it receives enough signal, it fires. And then its signal is sent on to other neurons, which may or may not fire. And all of this works together to produce everything that we do in our brains, all of our thoughts and feelings. So when we're talking about artificial neural networks, they're actually really similar. So in the place of a biological neuron, replace it with a function. And so this functioning input from other neurons, and once input is large enough, function produces an output that's then sent on to other artificial neurons. And so we get this kind of sequence of neurons firing together, imitating how a human brain works. And then the way data comes into this is that data is fed through the neural network. So you have the structure of a target that you're looking at and trying to classify it as druggable or not druggable. So through the algorithm and the neural network, and to the end, we can see if it's, this is a labeled data, so we know if it's correct or not. So if it's druggable, great. And if it's misidentified by the neural network, then that's where it learns. So blame is passed backwards through the neural network, and it adjusts those functions and adjusts when they fire. And so structure of this neural network and those parameters are changing so that the next time it sees a target, does a better job of classifying it as druggable or not druggable. So that's just one example of a machine learning algorithm. There are lots of different algorithms specialized for different purposes. It's really cool stuff and really incredible what these things can do.
Indeed, indeed. When she was talking about the capacity for clinicians to figure out whether a particular therapy would work or would produce side effects for a particular patient, that just feels, as she said, like an incredible tool for a doctor to have in their hand. I wonder if we could turn to invite the audience to participate in our poll. Again, you can find it at pollev.com/Nobel Conference. It looks like our audience has already begun to reply to the poll. And again, just a reminder that Poll Everywhere asks you to pick just one thing, and I'm sorry, I'm sure more than one of these answers might fit your beliefs. But as these results come in, Melissa, what are you noticing? Does anything surprise you here? given what we just heard Lalazakani talk about?
Yeah, so changing quickly. So it seems like things have kind of evened up here, but the approach of like wanting to get as much data as possible versus misuse is possible, not a real threat to individuals. So something that Dr. Lalazakani mentioned that I thought was really interesting was how thinking about applying machine learning algorithms to patient data can help us think about privacy. So like, machine learning, they're really good at picking out patterns. And so what that means is that if you remove someone's name from their data, it can still be possible to identify who they are. So just because you take their name out, it's not necessarily anonymous. Once you get enough information about them, if you've got their zip code, their height, their weight, quickly start to narrow down, who they are. So it's really important to be careful about that kind of privacy and be a little bit hesitant about, what data is available. And I think that, regulation is so there when we look at how companies are allowed to use data and keep data. It's really important that people have power over their own data.
Indeed. This is an illustration also, I think, of small data. That is, the numbers, the percentages are changing very rapidly because, of course, our data set is not that enormous. And so each person's vote really does count a lot, although it does seem like it's sticking close there. Let's see. I had some other questions I wanted to ask you. So what about, so Dr. Lalazakani talked about, I don't want to be treated by a robot. Are you pretty sanguine about the fact that machine learning and artificial intelligence are going to always remain tools of a real life, carbon-based doctor? Or that certainly, patients don't want to just be treated by robots, and that's important. But I think it's also important to think about what's actually possible here. And I'm looking at where machine learning is now. The most powerful neural networks in the world, if we look at how many neurons they have, I think that's analogous to the number of neurons of a worm or a bumblebee. So we're not approaching human here or anything like that. We're falling far short of that. But they're doing really specialized tasks. All of this information about it and trying to classify it as druggable or not druggable, or looking at characteristics of a patient and trying to predict how, if they will long-term side effects or no long-term side effects. So very specialized tasks, what these machine learning algorithms or machine learning models are really good at. Try to, as they run into more trouble. It's important term, they're discovering these patterns from but they don't really understand what they're seeing. They have no context being cancer or developing a treatment for it. All they know is that they see these numbers showing up a lot in this data set, and maybe that's important. So I think that there's this difference between being able to see patterns and actually understanding things. So the analogy that I like to use is, we have these powerful neural networks, and we've been training them for decades and in lots of different contexts. And machine learning models aren't able to compete with that at this point. And I'm not sure the level of understanding that humans can achieve, if that's ever really going to be possible for machine learning models. But maybe that's more in your realm of what is understand. Is that going to be possible? Thanks so much, Melissa, for joining me for a little discussion of Dr. Lalazakani's talk. And now, through the wonders of heroic productions and indeed computer technology, we're going to shift to bring all 7 of our panelists together, and we'll wait for Dwight to join us on. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I think it's Dr. Laura Burak will be our facilitator here. Thank you to all of you who have joined us for these 2 days and who have submitted questions and who have participated in this conference so far. We will have about an hour or so of discussion with all of our presenters here, and then we will bid adieu to them and I'll give you a little preview of next year's conference, which will, as luck would have it, and not at all accidentally, directly deal with questions of big data and artificial intelligence. So we're pretty excited about that, and we indeed chose Bisan Al-Azakani's talk as the last one in that sequence because we wanted that wonderful connection between those 2 years of discussion. So at this point, I think we might be ready to go. And so I want to introduce each of our panelists. So again, from the Institute for Cancer Research in London, Bisan Al-Azakani, whose talk you just heard. Then from the University of Technology in Sydney, Suzanne Chambers, from whom we heard earlier today. Yesterday we heard from Shanita Hughes-Halbert of the Medical University of South Carolina. And also yesterday we heard from Carl June of the University of Pennsylvania. Today, earlier in the afternoon, we heard from Memorial Sloan Kettering's Charles Sawyers. Catherine Schmitz from Penn State University, we heard from earlier today as well. And then finally, yesterday's last speaker from Just Evotech Biotherapeutics, Jim Thomas. And of course, returning to the stage, as it were, is Laura Barak of the Department of Biology at Gustavus. So I will now take a back seat and watch the discussion.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for joining us for this second panel. Now that we've had a chance to hear everyone, I think that we now are going to have the opportunity to sort of take these different pieces and put them together. And so what I wanted to do first was to start with a couple questions from the audience. Think about what are some of these things that have come up. Each of these questions, I'm going to target it to the speakers, and anyone else can feel free to join in on that discussion after those speakers have answered. So the first question is trial. So to all processes, clinical trials are so important for being able to actually implement advance into the clinic. And so this question is particularly for Dr. Sawyers and for Dr. Schmitz. And so when you think about having patients involved in clinical trials, how do you go about selecting those patients? Who actually gets to be a part of this? And how do you think about making sure you're including a representative and wide group of patients in those clinical trials?
Would you like me to start?
Sure. Yeah.
So it's a terrific question. From my own personal experience, I've been involved in clinical trials in which it's a precision medicine strategy. So patients are screened for, their tumors are screened to see if they're eligible based on the genomic alteration that's being tested in the trial. That by itself already introduces a bias that I think you're getting at, which is not all patients are having their tumors sequenced. So the ability to have them be considered for the, because of this molecular criterion is limited to those who have access to that technology. It generally, the expense of tumor sequencing is covered. It means that you can screen several hundred patients to enroll a handful if it's a rare mutation. That was the case when I was starting these trials, but the technology of tumor sequencing is more. I think we have a serious conversation to have about the of having that technology available across other. I would say that in the earliest stages of a clinical trial, they tend to be done in cancer at what are called comprehensive cancer centers. We talked about the National Cancer Institute and these different designations yesterday. So these, tend to be in large cities and represent a certain mix of population of patients. But I think as we heard yesterday, 85% of patients are not at these cancer centers. They represent, the vast majority of cancer patients. And it's very important to make these trials available outside of this sort of what I'll call elite, set of, and that generally happens in the later stages of a clinical trial after the safety has been at least tested at an initial level. But I'd love to hear from other how to make this better.
So this is Kate. I'll speak up next and just state that I think that Dr. Sawyers and I, sit at kind of the opposite ends of a spectrum of precision oncology versus health-oriented interventions. And so the way that you're going to choose someone for a trial that's a precision oncology trial, where someone has to have a genetic mutation to be out for a trial, is obviously going to be quite different than how I'm going to try to identify people for a trial that is attempting to how we can change health services to make exercise standard of care within medical, so which is seeking to try to get every possible patient at a cancer center involved in the program. So, but I think that the thing that is in common, and an important thing that I think is in common across this entire spectrum, is that the inclusion and exclusion criteria fit the science. And so, of course, it makes absolute sense. And so I want to make sure that I'm not criticizing, Dr. Sawyer's work and being very precise. He needs to be in order to answer his scientific question. And meanwhile, my research requires that I have a much more wide open inclusion-exclusion criteria. So that's an important thing for your audience to understand that inclusion criteria will vary with regard to how strict they are according to the type of research that we're talking about and how far along in the trajectory that initial discovery to dissemination.
Does anyone have anything they would like to add to the sort of thoughts about who gets in clinical trials? Dr. Hughes-Halbert.
Thank you and good afternoon. I would just add that I think the inclusion and exclusion criteria are critically important for all of the reasons that have been described and discussed. I do think one of the potential risks of having an exclusion criteria that prevents someone with diabetes or hypertension from participating in therapeutic trials in particular is those are the diseases that are more common in racial and ethnic minorities. And so, the subsequent effects are that those populations may be included in the trials which are for understanding the therapeutic mechanisms, biological mechanisms, therapeutic effects. There's been an interest in understanding ways in which inclusion and exclusion criteria can be appropriate to ensure safety, but also not prohibitive to include the populations that cancer patients that might also be important to think about in terms of the clinical benefits. And if they're excluded because they have a comorbidity, those most cancers do have a comorbidity. So they have a risk of enrolling the healthiest cancer patients on the trials.
Yeah, Dr. Chambers.
Excellent points being made, and just to build on, we do tend in trials to look for homogeneity in our samples to reduce unwanted sources of error and variance so that we can maximise our chances of getting a result. But the outcome of that often, though, is that we do exclude people and we are taking our research away from what a real world context might look like, so that we end up with results that, and I'm talking about behavioural science research, either the behavioural science lab, but don't work at all when you get them out into the real world. So I think there is some pragmatic trial designs that take that into account. The other point I would make is that what we often also do is we automatically exclude people on the basis of our perceptions that they are too vulnerable to be part of our studies. That can become a source of bias as well. And so in the research in the area of law, in the discipline of law, there's quite this idea of talking about that as being inappropriate. Everybody is vulnerable, so this concept of universal vulnerability, and to really question some of the rules in trial design as to whether they really serve us in the pursuit of knowledge that's really going to make a change where we need it, which is in our community.
Anyone else? Okay, then we'll move on to the next question. So one of the themes that comes up is this idea of implementation and taking practices that are occurring in these sort of National Institute of Health designated cancer centers and things like that, and applying it in all of the different places. And so one of the key things that might come in that aspect would be sort of education of healthcare professionals. And so I was wondering how you take an existing system that has people that went to medical school 1 year ago, as well as people that went to medical school 40 years ago, together with all of the other healthcare professionals that are so central to a patient's care, and really think about how do you layer in this education for everyone. And so when we think about this education, it could be everything from exercise to psycho-oncology to how to best use artificial intelligence. And so I was wondering what your thoughts were on how do we actually take this and educate people on how they might actually be able to use it. Start with Al-Azakani thinking about the sort of how do we actually have machine learning go into the clinic from an education perspective, but also I would very much be interested in hearing from Dr. Chambers and Dr. Schmitz about some of the other sort of components of taking care of the whole patient, as well as potentially Dr. June and Dr. Sawyers coming from the physician perspective. So I realize that's a lot. So let's start with Dr. Al-Azakani.
So I think one of the key things is to actually fit in the sort of the works that the individuals are already working in. In the UK, and I'm sure it's no different in the US, you know, our doctors and nurses are flat out all the time. They're exhausted. They have to comply with a whole bunch of processes and systems. If you're trying to get them to sort of take time out and really change their processes and the way they're thinking straight away, that's going to become difficult. So I think a key part of this education is to fit into their natural workflows, to identify ways to bring, for example, if you bring in a new tool, a new app, a new something that's going to help them in the clinic, to actually figure out ways to use it gradually and in a way that does not interfere with their daily activities, and also identify what are the key benefits they will get, rather than think, well, if you spend this year training really hard when you're exhausted, in a year's time it's going to be brilliant. Actually break it down into small benefits that you can achieve as part of their natural workflow.
How about Dr. Chase?
So I would just say that in all of my experience, education often in clinical settings doesn't change much at all. We know in the development of clinical practice guidelines and attempts at implementing them, they're rarely implemented. The cases where I've seen practice really change have actually been where we've consumer versions, practice guidelines, given them to the consumers, and they've driven change. Consumer demand point of view, really have changed practice. You have to take a systems and a multi-leveled approach, and that's why we've got this valley of death where nothing ever that we busily keep churning out information hoping that change will just happen. So that's just a general comment, and that requires design thinking, co-production ideas that we're all very well. I think the other problem, though, is currency of data. Things are changing so incredibly rapidly, with new trial data coming out constantly, suggesting to us news of improving treatments. And you can put a whole lot of effort into a clinical guideline, for example, and it's out of date 2 years breakthroughs. So there are multiple changes we have ahead of us with the rapid pace of new knowledge emerging, resource constraints about what we can actually do, and systems that are very bedded down in the way they do things and are generally, healthcare systems are generally resistant to change. Propose.
Yeah, Dr. Schmitz.
So I was really impressed in listening to all of my colleagues' talks at the theme of implementation. Actually, that was really struck me that, you know, we needed a new way to produce new medicines. We need a new way to innovate the cycle of creating CAR T, therapy. We need a better way of connecting people with exercise and psycho-oncology interventions. So I think that in implementation is a theme across the entire conference in the past several days, and I think that the way the innovation would work likely is quite different according to what it is that we're innovating on, what it is that we're implementing. So one of the ways that I tried to innovate and implement with an exercise intervention trial at Penn State was to cut out the clinicians entirely because they're so busy. So I really first had to say about, take it straight to the patient. So I think that there are some places where we can do some of that. I think there are other places where there are therapies that people in more rural settings and, the 85% of cancer centers are not National Cancer Institute designated. They're hungry to get CAR T therapy. I'm very proud at Penn State when we put our first patient on CAR T. People in these locations aren't aware of these new therapies. How we implement those, I think that it comes down to the value proposition and understanding who it is a value proposition for. I think that the entire system has a value proposition for trying to get CAR T therapy. I think we have a much more difficult time selling size for every patient to the health system. And so the places where we will target our attempts to implement broadly are going to vary according to what it is that we're trying to implement.
Dr. Sawyers, yeah.
So these are great points. I wanted to ask the question is, how do doctors who aren't in medical school anymore, how do they keep abreast of current knowledge? There's a long-standing practice of continuing medical education, and then when a new drug is approved, there are to include that in the curriculum, the word out. But there's an undertone that everyone should be aware of, and that is the pharmaceutical companies that are manufacturing this new drug have huge marketing budgets, and they can reach out to customers by directly talking to physicians and encouraging the use of the drug. that's under incredible legal scrutiny now. But they also, as you know from just watching television, they have direct-to-consumer advertising. And so there's there's just a double-edged sword about getting the word out from sort of trustworthy sources versus perhaps others who might, sort of make the grass a little greener than it might quite be. Although you as you know from watching all the side effects being discussed in a 3-second, long, but I do want to go back to the role of the consumer that Suzanne and Catherine both brought up. When it first started, it was really about educating the physicians to then educate their patients. But it is absolutely the case that patients come into the physician's office today having done very extensive internet searches and talking to other patients through disease help groups and are highly educated. So I feel like it's going in the right direction by having both parties at the table to make the right decisions.
Doctor, have anything to add from the sort of physician perspective?
So I'll say, one thing that I don't think has been brought up, now that, what Charles presented and Jim and my group, we have much, if you will, sharper tools to test. So when I first started medical school, we were doing trials with drugs that would work, and there were thousands of people on breast cancer trials and so on. And looking, because we're looking with have much more potent therapies, we can use many smaller numbers of patients. The powering to see efficacy is less, and also the ability to go and biopsy tumors. So a patient on the interventional trials, if patients have biopsies and they have tumor sequence, we can know in much fewer numbers of patients now if it's actually hitting the target and work. And so that's really changing our science. And I think so that's a major change now. We hopefully can be testing things on fewer numbers of patients and throw them away if they don't work sooner, rather than these trials that we used to do several decades ago and even just 10 years ago.
So the next question is really about the artificial intelligence and sort of this data sets. And so the idea of the data set only being as good as input. And so thinking about the data set itself being potentially biased. And then when we think about going into the artificial intelligence and machine learning, there's also that of the outcome only being as good as what goes in. And so I wanted to start with the idea of genomics and thinking about sort of the history of the fact that genetic information has been misused in so many different populations, and going back to even the history of eugenics, that there are a lot of populations that are very resistant to having genetic information available. And so how do you take that history that does exist and think about that when you make your genomic data sets in Project Genie or in the artificial intelligence sort of libraries that will go to identify druggable targets and things like that. And so I thought that maybe we could start with either Dr. or Dr. and then maybe Dr. Thomas could also weigh in a little bit about the sort of data set element. How do you go about getting a quality data set about, and then open it up to the rest of the panel.
So I'll start. So data bias is actually incredibly important. There are many techniques in data science which allow you to really try to get at what should be the shape of your sample, and then see what sample as your training really reflects that. And increasingly, there are technologies that try to even point you in the areas where you're lacking data. And I was in a discussion with the students earlier, I was discussing these concepts of dark knowledge and the fact that you can now use data science, using the information that you have to try and actually create a map and point you to of missing knowledge that you can go and try and fill. And we can use some of these technologies. However, it wouldn't be true to say that despite all of the careful things that you might do in your training, that of course there is still a fundamental bias because of what you're collecting. And the key thing with this is to develop these, to ensure that whatever you develop are these ever-learning algorithms, that it is constantly improving and it's constantly learning. It's static with the shape of one data set. Regarding the issue of sort of, again, this conflict between, on the one hand, we want to be really precise. We want to identify vulnerabilities in specific populations. We want to be able to create almost a medical digital avatar of every individual that we can treat perfectly. And that goes against the grain of our civil liberties and everything fought for as democracies to protect the individual. And again, I'd love to hear what the others have to say, but ultimately, you have regulation as a key part of the solution. It's and it's really much like any other tool that one might use. And let's not forget how much information we're sharing about ourselves every moment. Even we talk to each other on Twitter at the moment, and people know precisely what we're doing at this very moment. You're constantly sharing information, really, really sensitive information about ourselves. And so there is no such regulation to really strong governance on what can be done and what's not allowed to be, is my opinion.
Yeah, Dr. Sawyers.
So I can speak a little bit to the point you made about sort of fear or lack of trust in being part of a database. So I think it's well known in the existing genomic databases that they're primarily populated by Caucasian and Western European individuals. Part of that is to the technology and some of the points I made in answer to an earlier question. But the distrust, if we can get over the access barrier and make it available, what I've seen work the best for overcoming the distrust is to engage that community, ideally with patient advocates and physicians of the ethnicity of that group. And have it be a partnership from within. Certainly, the sort of Caucasian doctor from Sloan Kettering going to the, far corners of Queens does not work as well as in having a doctor from a hospital based in Queens be a partner in the project. And I'm involved in a project which is doing that right now. It's still early days, but there's a lot of optimism that this approach will help. And I'd love to hear what Shanita thinks about these kinds of.
Well, maybe let's have, and then move back to the broader question of data set quality, perhaps from Dr. Thomas. Go ahead, Dr. Keller.
Oh, okay. All right. Sure. I would agree with everything that's been said. Now data emerging about the ineffectiveness of language processing or other types of algorithms that are used refer patients to different types of treatment because they haven't been developed on things that are representative of different groups. And so I think the strategy I described are really important. And just to amplify that a little bit more with an example, one purpose of the minority undersized within the NCI Community Oncology Research Program is that these centers were based on having a racially or geographically diverse patient population, and then having the infrastructure available to use more sensitive approaches for recruiting groups, racial and ethnic minority groups in particular, in trials. And so one initiative is the Early Onset Malignancy Initiative, which is specifically working within the minority sites at an ENCORE to acquire samples from racial and minority groups diagnosed with early onset breast, prostate, colon, and a couple other ones are included. And I think a really important approach because it's one, providing the resources to support the sample acquisition, such that the patient population, but also at the same time have the infrastructure can be racially compliant. Project we're talking to patients about getting informed consent to provide a biospecimen to this particular initiative and the biorepository. So I would agree and think that those are, and we have empirical data which shows that those approaches do work. So I think those are really important strategies and just echo and support the notion of use those.
Dr. Thomas, I wondered if you had any thoughts on sort of thinking about the AI and the data quality and sort of why it's so important with good information.
So that was directed toward me? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I just have some general comments. I mean, I defer to my colleagues here who are closer to patients than people who work directly with patients. But I think in general, as you look at these types of approaches, what you can see, I think, from some of the talks is that these approaches are enormously powerful because they're unifying different sets of data into these large databases, right? And if you go back and when I started, and some of the other folks here maybe started, everything was very fragmented and very and you know, we actually lost a lot of information, a lot of data. We used to capture everything, of course, in lab notebooks and all these kind of things. We still do a bit of that, but most of this goes directly into databases. So what Pisan was saying, I think was really great, is that you start to collect all this information and you lose it anymore. It becomes a building process, right? And so it's constantly improving. It's being enriched constantly with additional data. And I think that's the age that we're living. We're not going to lose that much information anymore. The challenge is getting the right information together and putting the right tools to those large bodies of data, extract the most knowledge from, and you know, those algorithms are improving as well. So the more that we do, the better we get. The information we bring in, the better we'll be in the longer term. That's why I kind of envy this current generation, because I think this current generation, the younger scientists, are going to have access to these tools, and they're going to answer and break open some of the things that we struggled with for many, many years. So I think it's quite promising.
Yeah, Dr. Schmitz.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure that I take a second to reflect on the fact that AI isn't just for genomics and big data. It also is for intervention. And so we're at iLab to do an AI-oriented project that is a supportive care intervention for metastatic cancer patients. We're actually using the Alexa Echo Show. Oh no, I said her name. She's going to talk to me in the room. But anyway, we're learning. It's a learning system that helps us to understand whether advising the woman to walk makes her feel better that day when she checks back in, or was it the soothing music intervention that was really helpful? And we're learning what it is that makes sense to provide. Very, very relevant to Suzanne Chambers' work as well.
Question is partially targeted at Dr. Chambers, but also anyone would be welcome to answer it. So think about these increasing sort of sessions and improvisations, like the definition of cancer. So if we think the cancer is being defined by the mutation rather than being defined by the body part. You mentioned that when you looked at support groups, what worked in cancer patients didn't necessarily work for prostate cancer patients. And so what impact do you think that the sort of separate, like label different types of cancer might have on sort of patient experience? How do you think it might impact the sort of support groups that are formed around breast cancer now if you have 5 divisions that are all having different experiences that impact the sort of support group?
So that's a complicated question for me, but I guess the first thing to say would be that individuals, based on their backgrounds first, and the socio-cultural and we exist and how they affect health, what influences that. That's first of all. And then secondly, of course, their diagnosis, what sort of cancer is this, what's their prognosis, what's their treatment experience like, all of that play. So I think we're very much, from a supportive care point of view and a supportive care point of view, looking at things tailored towards that individual's particular situation. I mean, if we talk about just what the patient experience is like as new treatments emerge, I think what I see happening is that there's still this huge difference in access. So patients who feel lucky enough to get onto that clinical trial to fit the criteria or to live in the right city where they can get access to it, feel very happy about that. And then patients in support groups potentially who are connected electronically with them, don't live in the same city, but they are missing out. And it's a very dynamic situation that I observe happening as we've got these great innovations in medical treatments, which we want cures, that's for extension of life, but it really is only a restricted access to it. So I've been involved in a study that is a profile, particular type of personalised medicine. These are small random trials happening in just one major city, Sydney. It's impossible to blind people to this because the standard treatment is chemotherapy, the other radioactive treatment. Patients know about this, think it's a miracle cure. They can only have free access if they're on the trial, otherwise they need to sell a house. And they go into trial, they get told about randomisation and they understand cognitively, but that's not why they're there. They're there to get the new advanced disease that's resistant to treatment, and if they don't get it and they get the standard treatment, which is an excellent course also, then dropping out, or they're thinking like this didn't work out the way I wanted to, or they're going off and access it. Now that's nobody's fault. I don't tell this story to say that means someone's doing the wrong thing, but it is a function of what happens as there's rapid emergence of innovative treatments, and we quite rightfully still have them in the trial setting, but we're kind of kidding ourselves, I think. Imagine the patients really understand and accept randomised the way we would hope.
Anyone else add to this? Okay, so the next question, everyone, and it's
I just
essentially
throw in that.
Go ahead.
Sorry, just not to be not to sound pessimistic. I just want to throw answer to that our clinical trials people is to develop a care intervention that goes along with your randomised trial of these people that is tailored to those needs, so that we support them through.
So the next question is for everyone, and essentially it's, where do you see things going in the future? So that could be the year or two future, it could be the 10 years in the future, 15 years in the future, where things headed here. So we talked about this being in the age of biotechnology when we set up the conference, and certainly the age is still very much happening in that it's been developing for many, many years, and the sort of products of this basic science foundation and chemistry knowledge and things like that will be continuing for quite a while. So where's the path? And so for this, let's just go in the order in which talks were presented. Start with Dr. and then go on to Dr. Huber and go on from there.
So I'm starting first.
Yep. Where do you think cancer treatments go?
So
it's a big question.
Yeah, I couldn't hear. I'm worried that we're going to see more and more disabled. As Suzanne just mentioned, some people are lucky enough to get on a trial because they're close. So at least as far as and Catherine mentioned, that it's with several time constants. So one is the training of new and old ones. You can't teach old dogs new tricks and so on. And then there's just the fact that to be on these trials, you need to live close to some of these, the elite cancer centers. So I think that's going to be a problem. And I really worry about that. I mean, it's for new things to move out and to get where the disease will go away. I think it's more than a decade. And so that's my concern. I think the science is moving at a pace never seen before. And we heard what AI today from Bisan. I think all of those things will be implemented, but then diffusing out to where most people get access is, I worry, is going to take a long time.
So I think I'm next. I agree. I do think there's a lot to, there's a reason to be optimistic. We know a lot more. We can do a lot more, which I think the field is much greater than. But I would also echo the term about there will be for further disparities because of access issues, because you're being treated at centers and have sort of this advanced process and technology. And so, I think as we know we're able to use big data more effectively, able to develop expertise that there's complementary process in which efforts are made to implement sort of what makes them diverse clinical settings. That it doesn't, if you have to travel to an hour and a half to an NCR designated to access to that particular therapy. I do think, and I'm optimistic about that because that is part of the, at least the collective thought process. In particular, the National Cancer Institute has been on their community oncology research program. One of the focal areas is on cancer research, which is really, has a focus on dissemination and science. So I'm hopeful, and I think over the next 2 to 3 years we'll see more dissemination being conducted to understand what needs to happen, how care is delivered at a system level and at a patient level. And I think that will happen. I know that is happening. Will be of those types of studies. So I think that's where the field is going over the next 2 or 3 years.
Thomas.
I'll give it a shot here. Yes, I see a very hopeful future. Right, that trends in the right direction in terms of our understanding of biology in general, and as we've talked about today, the tools that we have are much more powerful. So I think will accelerate, and I think we're getting better at learning on the ground. So I think there's a number of things that we do need to do, and we definitely need to get much better prediction very early in discovery. And we need to move very fast. So the clinic talked about some of these things and segment the patient populations. And I think some of these tools that we've been talking about will certainly help do that. Seeing the patterns in that patients. And that'll accelerate the discovery process and the development process. So there are literally, there are thousands of molecules in the clinic now. In clinical, and I had a person that was mine a few years ago. He MD PhD, a lot smarter than I was. He said, it's really important that we move these drugs into the clinic because every time that we move them to a patient, we learn. Right? We're getting additional data, and that will continue to accelerate our learning. So. The biology is so enormously complex, it's still hard to predict, but we're getting better at prediction. But the more medicine, the more drugs we get into, the more efficiently we learn from that, the faster this will all. So I think hopeful at a high level. It's complex, very complex, but I'm hopeful that some of these, and the complexity of cancer itself, thousands really under one category, one term. It's been daunting, but I'm very hopeful that there'll be some in the not too distant future. But I said that several years ago.
Dr. Chambers, I make a comment. Which would just be that I'm hopeful that we really will start taking a broader, more holistic view about what influences patient outcomes and what we would do. And in reference to Catherine, what I would say that many of those oncology colleagues in Australia, the effects, very real clinical effects that you can get for exercise medicine, cancer patients if it's properly applied. If you could patent it or sell it, you'd make a fortune. Yet it remains often the exception rather than the rule. So if we could just, and it mystifies me, may I say, about why it hasn't happened. So but I'm hopeful, and again, all of our clinical colleagues to be open to considering the broader picture with the patients and the spaces that we have for exercise medicine in particular, and of course psycho-oncology.
Okay, so you asked the question that I have I've decided the rest of my career on, and that is translation of exercise into the standard of care in oncology practice. So thank you for asking such a great question. I actually have founded an initiative through the American College of Sports Medicine called Moving Through Cancer, which has its mission to do exactly this. And our goal is for exercise to be standard of care in medical oncology, clinical oncology in general, by 2029. And we have a 5-point plan, if you will. And so probably the most important part of that plan is that of awareness, empowerment, and engagement. So I like to tell a story, and I'll try to be very brief here, that there's a time when we used to keep people in bed a long time after a heart attack. In fact, Dwight Eisenhower had a heart attack while he was sitting president. And he was kept in bed for 3 weeks. And Dwight, his cardiologist at what is now Walter Reed, was sharply criticizing the president out of bed so soon. So, really changed, obviously. Why did they change? They changed because of science, but they also changed because of advocacy on the part of major organizations like the College of Cardiology, the American Heart Association, American College of Sports Medicine. So we need similar types of awareness, because the average person on the street, pretty much anywhere in the world, in the westernized nations, if you walk up and ask them, is exercise good for someone's heart? They'll say yes. But if you ask them if someone receiving cancer treatment should be physically active, they are likely to say, no, they should rest. They should rest. And there's a reason for that, because we were talking about the education of clinicians before. And, medicine is taught in very much an apprenticeship style. And here are clinicians, and in clinical oncology setting, saying rest, take it, don't push yourself, but the junior clinicians learn to say. So we have a lot of workforce education to do with oncology clinicians, but also, frankly, with fitness professionals as well. The vast majority of fitness professionals today do not have anything in how to work with the oncology population. So we have to fix that as well. We need to develop more programming. Live Strong at the Y is a lovely program. It's not perfect, and it is not for everybody. So we need a lot of other kinds of programs. We need them to be virtual. We need them to be one-on-one. We need them to be group. We need them to be, meet the behavioral needs of people living with and beyond cancer. We certainly need more research. We need more evaluation. I think we need a huge amount of cancer-free research, as Janita had mentioned before. We need to implement science. We need precision oncology. I think if we were to have, one of my colleagues in exercise oncology is at Memorial Sloan Kettering and brilliant oncology. If he discovers that we improve treatment outcome in breast cancer as a result of his interventions, it's going to potentiate, all change in this area faster than anything and do. But finally, there's policy. What we're doing there is for your own edification, organizations across the United States. I'm sure that there are similar organizations in the UK and Australia that govern our cancer centers. And this is not just the National Institutes of Health designated cancer. So for breast cancer, there's a national accreditation program for breast centers. An exercise standard has been proposed to NAPBC. What is meant by that is if a breast center is accredited NAPBC, they must meet standards of NAPBC. They must meet them. And if the standards say you must talk about exercise, that is going to change clinical practice as much as anything else. So we need to change the policies at NAPBC, but also at something called the American College of Surgeons Commission on Cancer. An example of this kind of policy change that changed clinical practice occurred back in the 90s when a brilliant oncologist referred to by Dr. Chambers in her talk, Jimmy Holland, discovered that patients do much worse if they have a great deal of stress, and convinced the American College of Surgeons Commission on Cancer that we need screening for psychosocial distress during clinical care. That now happens with great regularity because policy of the ACOS COC, because it is required by policy. And so I think that we are very definitely going to have as a standard of care. The tipping point is now. It is going to happen in the next decade, or bust.
And Dr. Sawyers, where is it going next?
We've covered a lot already, and of course I agree with that. But maybe I'll touch on what Jim brought up about the amount of new scientific knowledge, molecular biology, chemistry, et cetera, level. So one of the things I'm incredibly excited about is the ability to now develop drugs against some of the cancer driver proteins that were always thought to be in a subclass that was called the unstable genome. One technology that I think if I was a college student today that I'd pay a lot of attention to is this concept of chemical degrees of proteins. So these are small molecules attached to a protein. Instead of that protein having to have an active site and be an enzyme and inhibit the enzyme, if it can with certain chemicals to make the protein be degraded by the cell, and that has already been shown to be. The thing I perhaps worry the most about is the problem that we've faced with all drugs, back to infectious diseases and antibiotics and so forth, and that is the problem of acquired resistance. It can be addressed with rational combinations of drugs, but each one is its own puzzle to solve, and it takes time. But I think the knowledge bases that we have and the power of AI will help us get there faster. So that's my crystal.
Yeah, as someone at the intersection of biology and chemistry, that drug resistance problem is something that I find particularly fascinating and problematic all at the same time. How about Dr. Al-Lazzaqani? Where do you think we're going in the future?
Well, it's very difficult to follow, such beautiful, insightful, and diverse. But thinking about the issue, I'm thinking a little bit further away. So whether we're addressing the issues of drug resistance and the fact that actually the tumors and the cancer, it's not that you develop drug resistance once or twice, constantly changing and it's constantly moving. So we have to have some way of monitoring and addressing that. I've spoken a little bit in my talk about the importance of early diagnosis. This is something that we've not really touched upon too much in the discussion. But our best way to treat the patients is just not to let them develop advanced disease in the first place, because then we know we're going to do a really good job. The accessibility will become less of an issue, etc. And so for me, I see a future where we really think about the democratization of accessibility to information, tools that allows the patient to identify when something's wrong and seek help before it got too far along. The existence of these super centers of excellence will always be necessary, because that's where you can bring in the mass, the sort of the critical mass and the sort of brain power and resources in order to really innovative things. So we must never sort of think that to do away with those. What we need to think about is how do we streamline the delivery of the capabilities from those to everywhere else. And I really think technology is a really key part of doing that. So we have to think about where we want to be in 10, 15 years' time in terms of providing the access to the patients of the knowledge of the tests, what logistics we need to put together in order to deliver the tests and deliver the results rapidly to all the areas that need them. And think about the therapies that we're delivering in that context, that one day we have to make sure they fit into these logistics to make sure that they rapidly reach everyone else. And I see a future where actually all of that will become a lot easier, a lot more accessible for everybody.
Well, thank you. So let's end on that little note of optimism, of at least a possibility where we can start to address these incredible challenges, access and equity, along with the sort of promise of the new developments and things like that. So I want to thank each and every one of you for being a part of this discussion, being a part through your talks, podcasts, through everything. We were very, very sad that you weren't able to join us here, but we did the best, and I really, really appreciate everyone's contributions and everyone's voice. Incredibly important conversation.
And I would add my thanks and also apologies that the internet is not entirely cooperating with us this afternoon, but I'm reminded that when we have to struggle to comprehend, the learning that we do sticks better. So I think we will all remember what we've just talked about here because we had to work a little bit harder to do it. Thank you so very much to all of you. And you are welcome at Gustavus anytime that it's safe for you to come, and I hope you do. Thank you, Laura. Thank you very much. I wanted to, while we are waiting for Dwight Stoll to join me to just make some final remarks, I wanted to remind everyone that the Nobel Conference is made possible by some really generous contributions. The core endowment funding for the Nobel Conference endowment was permanently secured through the generosity of the late Adeline and the Reverend Drell Bernardson. Thank you to that family for that gift. It also is supported by major legacy gifts. It also includes gifts from the Russell and Rhoda Lund Foundation, the Mardag Foundation in memory of Edgar Ober, and the United Health Group. This year's Nobel concert was underwritten by a gift from Ted and Dawn Michael. And I just remind you that generous gifts from colleagues and friends of Megan Berglund made possible the first lecture of this year. So with that, I am curious to hear what my colleague Dwight Stoll has to say. This was a dream for 5 or so years, and now Dwight has just experienced the dream it made real. So Dwight, what are your thoughts at this point as we draw the curtain on Nobel 2020? What does it look like compared to what you thought it might look like?
Yeah, thanks, Lisa. I mean, I think as I've participated in several of these conferences now and thinking through the kinds of things we hope to achieve with this particular conference, I think we definitely achieved a couple of our goals. One is that which you called out earlier today, I think in your opening remarks this morning, just reflecting or observing what Dr. Jim Thomas said yesterday, that, hey, like, I didn't even know your field existed. It's great that we could have this conversation and, you know, increase our respective awareness of what each other are doing. So that to me is always, I would say that happens probably every year that I observe Nobel Conference in some way, shape, or form. And so I'm, on the one hand, not surprised to see it happen again, but very happy about it. I think it's one of the really great things about this conference format. And I think the other thing I would say in terms of, you know, thinking back to, I don't know, 2 years or so ago when we were very much in brainstorming mode for the conference and we sat in rooms together with Post-it notes and mind maps taped to the wall and thought about the kinds of things we'd like to achieve. One of the things we really emphasize is really talking about the impact of cancer on the whole person. And I think that while I think the way that we drew it up and organized the talks and things had an influence on that, I think it also just kind of came out organically. So that was really, really nice to see it borne out that way. The third thing I would say, and this just kind of occurred to me today, is I think in conferences, certainly conferences that I attend, you know, they tend to be very specialized. And sometimes speakers will say things like, well, you know, so-and-so has done this work and you should go look at their paper, look at their work, and so on. And what's really great, again, about this format is it's not go look at their paper, it's, well, you're sitting next to me virtually now, but you're like, they're right here. We should just ask them. Or, you know, they're going to talk about this in 30 minutes, or they talked about it yesterday. So it just makes it really takes away that barrier, that sort of disciplinary barrier that we see sometimes, and makes the learning, I think, much more immediate. Because we can access that expertise right away. The last thing I want to say in sort of my opening remarks here, I guess, is that is getting at the basic science piece. So this came up a few times today, and one of the quotes, I guess it was a title of Dr. Sawyer's on one of his slides. It said, "Cancer is becoming more treatable because we understand what causes it." And while that might seem sort of obvious, it reminds me of a similar quote from a friend of mine in the pharmaceutical industry who's in the R&D business, who says you can't control what you don't understand. So when he says that, it's more about manufacturing drugs in a safe way. And what he means is if you don't understand your process really, really well, then you're limited in terms of how you can control it to produce a safe product. But it really applies here. And the two, I think the idea that ties those things together is the sort of notion of basic research, that we, we don't know what we're going to need in the future in terms of knowledge and tools. And of course, we have to make reasonable decisions about the kinds of things we work on now, but it's really points to the value of what we call basic research, that it's hard to predict when we're going to need that tool, need that knowledge, and that it has a lot of value because of that. Because if we understand those details better now, eventually in the future we'll be able to use them. And sort of related to that, I think, Lisa, you said at some point in the basic science conversation earlier today something like, well, how do we communicate to people the value of it? And one of the things I would say is it's really hard to measure because the value is invisible sometimes, I think. Maybe a metaphor is like if I own a hardware store, if there's a checkout at the front of the store, and somebody goes in to buy a tool and they have to pay for it on the way out, it's really obvious. I needed the tool, I paid for it, here's how I'm going to use it. With science, to some extent, it is in a way a hardware store that doesn't have a checkout counter, right? We, as individual scientists, we try to disseminate and publish the things that we learn. And once it's in the public domain, there's nobody at the counter to know when somebody has come into the store and picked up a tool. And that's really great on the one hand, right? That's how we as scientists, I think, feel it should work. It's part of why we do what we do. And yet the flip side of that is it's kind of hard to measure the impact of that work, right? Because nobody's at the counter taking the money, so to speak. So those are kind of some things that I grabbed reflecting on today.
And with respect to that last point, I also think about, I'm always sort of astonished that nature bothered to invent so many beetles, many kinds of beetles, and you think, surely we don't need all those kinds of beetles. And yes, I understand that's the wrong way to think about biology, but in a similar way, it feels like, well, why would we need to do all these different things? And indeed, research should be abundant precisely because we cannot make any kinds of predictions about what sorts of things will work. I mean, when Scott mentioned, well, look, we need art in certain kinds of ways in order to portray the structure of complex proteins. And my goodness, that slide from Bisan Al-Azakani that showed one of those proteins, suddenly, Dwight, the difference between a small molecule and a large molecule was made abundantly clear for me in a way that it really had not been up until that moment. So it's challenging for us. I mean, I remember one time having a conversation with my parents and my mother. We were watching robotics trials on television, of all things. My mother said, "Why are they bothering to teach robots how to, move something from point A to point B?" And my dad and I said, "Well, there's of course the possibility of, robotics being used to, I don't know, rescue people from burning buildings." Or we sort of launch into a whole list of ways in which this seemingly ridiculous college exercise was in fact not at all ridiculous. So, yeah. What are some of the surprises for you in this conference? Were there pieces of insight that struck you, or interchanges between two people that made you think, "Oh, that's unusual"? It seems like every conference there's a moment when you say, "Wow, I did not see that coming." Were there any of those sorts of moments for you?
Yeah, I think several. On the topic of access, I mean, I think we, those that were involved in planning the conference certainly, prioritized that in the program and tried to engage speakers that could speak to that. But just a lot of the detail that flowed out of that was new to me, and I think really eye-opening. The impact of one of the threads that I felt was there was sort of the impact of stress that cancer patients experience, and how profound the impact of that is on how they respond to treatment and how they experience the disease. Mm-hmm. I mean, a lot is known about the impact of stress on physiology, but to really hear that brought up multiple times and talked about in a lot of detail was really kind of striking for me. I mean, it's hard to escape the harsh reality, I guess, of, there was quite a few comments over the course of the 2 days just about things like, with COVID now, telehealth is a really important thing, but in fact, our infrastructure is not so great. And even if we have the concept of telehealth and people ready to do it, we don't necessarily have the infrastructure to really support that in a robust and equitable way. So for me, it's sort of has shown a light on some of the dark corners there and places we need to work. Mm-hmm. I guess more on the science aspects that are maybe a little closer to me. One thing that's been kind of taking me by surprise, I would say, even before this conference, but again is really amplified here, is just I've been telling my colleagues in my research area, things like AI and machine learning, like the train has left the station. And if you're not on it, you're going to know soon. And, that I think, again, really, that was clear to me through these talks again. And for those of us, myself included, for which machine learning was not part of what I learned in school, so to speak, we have a lot of learning to do to catch up and to really figure out where that can have an impact on our work and how we structure these things going forward. Mm-hmm. I would also say that it's really interesting, the notion of public databases and how we use all this information going forward, sort of what's behind paywalls, what's public, and what are the strategies that we use there. That's, to me, a very a rich area to think about, and I think is a lot is going to be made of that conversation about that going forward. So yeah, those are Great. Some of the sort of aha things for me.
Mm-hmm. Great, thanks. Are there questions that still remain from what our audience was wondering about that you think this one should be explored before we leave? I know we covered quite a few of them along the way. Did any of those rise up for you that you think, that's something that would be really nice for us to have just a moment to talk about before we close the book? Sorry if that puts you on the spot.
Yeah. Nothing really jumps out. I think we hit on some of the high points, some really good questions that people would naturally have. I mean, I mean, that's another impression I had, is just, wow, pretty amazing the sort of intellectual territory we covered in the last 2 days. It's incredibly broad. And because the territory is so broad, it's really hard to, it's challenging for the speakers to decide what to talk about in 40 minutes or so. So some of the details naturally go uncovered. And I think some of the things that I saw in the audience questions that people would reasonably have after a talk like that, some of the more important things I think were addressed in your sessions with our faculty hosts and also in the panel discussion. So I think for me, there's not anything sort of burning. Standing out at the moment. Yeah.
Okay. And just an observation that, there is a real trade-off in choosing to make a conference that's broader, and that, again, is always that exploration between science and ethics. And, it would have been very easy to do an entire conference about the drugs alone and about the possibilities and the promise of them. And in choosing not to do so, yes, obviously, there's a real loss, even as there's also a gain. So what would you like our audience, last question, you get to have a softball. What would you like our audience to take away from today or from these last 2 days?
I think just the complexity of the situation, the extent to which the different fields that the speakers have spoken about really can support each other and learn from one another, and thinking about how, what are the ways that we as citizens too can participate in breaking through some of those difficult things. So in the panel this afternoon, sort of the role of the patient, the role of the clinician was discussed, and how can they, learn about these new things and how are those implemented, but also what is the role of the patient in that. And of course, I spoke about the basic science piece, and I can't let this moment go by, I guess, without saying that anytime we as citizens have the opportunity to really advocate for support for basic science is really important, because we as scientists and investigators, we obviously think our work is important and really advocate for that. But at least in the United States, a lot of that work is taxpayer funded. And so we appreciate that support, but also, are continuously advocating for the value of that work and the importance of having the public on board to keep supporting that work going forward.
Great. Well, thanks again, Dr. Dwight Stoll, Department of Chemistry at Gustavus, to you, and Dr. Laura Burek of Biology, for the incredible work that you have both done, and you and the committee, to make this amazing conference happen. So thanks very much. It's been a real pleasure.
All right. Likewise, Lisa. Thank you very much.
Take care. Bye-bye. And so at that point, we are at the end of Nobel Conference 56. And as we turn the page, the last talk could not have been more forward-looking, because next year's conference is Big Data Revolution. And I need to figure out how to say the revolution, because it's sort of rev or evolution. So the topic: how is big data changing our lives? And what challenges and opportunities does this transformation present? So keep Bisan al-Lazakani's talk in your heads as you think about that. In less than a generation, we've witnessed nearly every piece of personal, scientific, and societal data come to be stored digitally. Stored information is both an intellectual and an economic commodity. It is used by businesses, governments, academics, and entrepreneurs. The velocity with which it accumulates and the techniques for leveraging it grow at a pace that is remarkable and often intimidating. But this revolution also promises hope, as it facilitates the development of targeted therapies for diseases, uncovers patterns in the cosmos, and optimizes agricultural efficiency to create sustainable food sources. So this conference will explore those. And we have 7 confirmed speakers, including Wendy Chun of Simon Fraser University in Canada, Francesca Domenici from Harvard, Pilar Osario from the University of Wisconsin, Cynthia Rudin of Duke, Rajiv Shah of the Rockefeller Foundation, and Talithia Williams of Harvey Mudd College. So I thank you all for joining us, and I very much look forward to welcoming you in whatever form that takes to Nobel Conference 57, Big Data Revolution. So travel now safely to the kitchen and pour yourself a glass of your favorite beverage and toast to the end of Nobel Conference 56. Thanks for being here.